good morning. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did everyone follow the court's instructions overnight? Did anyone allow themselves to be exposed to any media accounts, any social media, or any news account of this case? Everyone shaking their head in the negative. We will proceed. All right, the defendant having rested, the state may call any witnesses it wishes to call in rebuttal.
The state calls Olivia Liber.
Olivia Liber. Have a seat. You can adjust yourself up to the microphone. You don't have to speak directly into it.
Okay.
But I do need you to speak so that lady in the very back row over there can
Okay.
hear you.
Got it.
You understand that you're now under oath and answers are sworn answers subject to penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
If you would, Olivia, introduce yourself to these men and women.
I'm Olivia Liber,
And Olivia, where do you work?
Precise Mind.
And tell us a little bit about what Precise Mind is.
It's an outpatient mental health clinic, and we do research and mental health care for all ages.
Just to be clear, you're a little nervous today, right?
Yes, yeah, I am.
Is this your first time to ever testify?
Yes.
All right. How do you, and what is your role at Precise?
I'm a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner.
And can you kind of tell us a little bit about what that is and what you do?
Yeah. I got a degree with a master's degree in advanced nursing practice. So I chose to specialize in psychiatric mental health. The nurse practitioner program requires 1,200 hours of clinical practice, and we have to do different specialty groups, have experience with different specialty groups like geriatrics, adolescents, outpatient, and inpatient psychiatry. So it's just a specialized nurse practitioner role, provider role.
And when did you do that?
That was 2.5 years ago, and I graduated in December 2021.
And have you been at Precise the whole time since then?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And what is it that you do? I know you told us that you're a nurse practitioner there, but what is it that you actually do, like with patients at
Okay.
Precise?
We evaluate them and assess them, and we diagnose and then do medication management.
When you're evaluating them, is it important that they provide you accurate information?
Oh yes, very.
And why is that?
Because we base our diagnosis on that.
Did you have the opportunity to have a patient by the name of Carly Gregg?
Yes,
Do you see her in the courtroom?
I do.
Is she at the defense table?
Yes.
Olivia, I want to talk to you. Do y'all keep medical records of your treatment that you provide to patients?
Yes.
And did you do that with Ms. Gregg as well?
Mhm.
May I practice witness, Your Honor? You can take that off if you need to.
Thank you.
I've given you what's been marked previously as State's Exhibit number 19. If you could take a minute and look at that and see if you recognize those documents.
Mm-hmm. Yes, these are my notes from her visits.
And again, why is it important that we have medical records?
Well, we can't remember everything that we've done, and just to basically keep a treatment plan of what we've seen, what we think is going on, and what we need to address, and then the plan that we come up with the patient and or parents.
Do you recall the first time that you met Carly Gregg?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
That was January 15th,
Okay.
2024.
And prior to actually having an appointment with you and you being in the room with her, did she also fill out any paperwork or have any testing done?
They are required to fill out intake paperwork that have a few screenings and just demographic information.
Did you have Ms. Gregg do any additional screenings or questionnaires?
No.
And who has them fill out if you'll turn to date stamps number, it's 757, Olivia, in that.
Okay.
I'm looking at something called the cardiac screening questionnaire.
Okay. Got it.
Kind of talk us through what that is and who has the patient fill out that form.
These are all sent to every patient. It's just like a whole intake packet, basically. If they're a minor, usually the parent does it. And this cardiac screening is mostly for patients that we're going to have on a stimulant or something that could affect their cardiac function.
And in your treatment with Ms. Gregg, you didn't really need much from the cardiac questionnaire. I want to take you to, looks like there is 2 pages after that. There's an adult ADHD self-report scale checklist.
Mm-hmm.
Is that similar in nature in that the patient fills that out before they ever meet with you?
Uh-huh.
Is that something that you review?
Yes.
I want to talk about just a couple of things on that page.
Okay.
Olivia, down in question 6, it says, how often do you feel overly active and compelled to do things like you're driven by a motor?
Mm-hmm.
And the response was very often.
Right.
Did you review that when you were rendering treatment to Carly?
Yes.
What about number 9 when she said she had difficulty concentrating on what people say sometimes? And she said often.
Mm-hmm. I see that.
Okay. And then if you'll turn back to the next page for me, 760, how often do you have difficulty unwinding or relaxing when you have time by yourself? And what did she say?
Rarely.
And what does that mean to you?
That this is just normal adolescent behavior. We have ups and downs at that age, and typically you can have a range of energy and or sleep disturbances throughout that age group, throughout life. So that just means that she has no trouble unwinding and relaxing, just what it says.
And then when you take the page before that, when she talks about being overly active and sometimes having concentration problems, did you take that to be the same thing, just a regular teenager that has ups and downs?
Once I asked her more about possible ADHD, that was ruled out, so yes.
Okay. And so this is not your entire treatment of Ms. Gregg, right?
Absolutely not.
I'm going to ask you to keep looking. There's something called, Olivia, the modified mini screen.
Got it.
On the following pages, it's 761, 762, and 763. What is, if you can tell us, those of us that are not in the medical field, what the modified mini screen is?
This is one of the intake screenings that we do just to kind of identify, really to let the patient look at possible symptoms they could be having and then just answer yes or no to those so that we're made aware of them. I usually overlook these before the patient comes in and just to kind of have an idea of what to ask about that I need to, focus on beforehand.
And if the patient responds yes or no, you would then ask some kind of follow-up questions.
Definitely.
When you're meeting with them.
Mm-hmm.
And did you do that specifically with Carly Gregg?
Yes.
I want to point you to the very last page of that document, question number 21. If you could read that for the ladies and gentlemen, what the question is and what Ms. Gregg's response was to that.
Have you ever heard things other people couldn't hear, such as voices? And she said no.
And what date was that was put in your system?
January 15th, 24.
2024.
Mm-hmm.
So, Olivia, you told us a little bit about and I think that most of us have been to the doctor's office, right? You have to fill out these forms, different places, different forms. You said you look over those forms.
Mm-hmm.
And then tell us about what you do kind of when you meet a patient for the very first time.
Okay. Usually I ask about kind of what brought them here, what their chief complaint is, so to say. And then I do a whole mental evaluation, and that includes sleeping and eating habits. For her age group, I would ask about social stressors, friend groups, if she has a good support system, a number of things, just to kind of narrow down what's going on.
And I want to talk specifically about Carly Gregg.
Mm-hmm.
When she came in, what were you told was the reason for her visit with you?
Depression and anxiety, and she had some social stressors.
And what did she describe those social stressors to be?
We talked about her childhood and kind of having not a great relationship with her dad, and an altercation with her mom recently. I'm going to refer to my notes.
Yeah, if you would, take a look at that and then tell us once you've had a chance to review that. And that's the note from January the 15th of 2024?
Yes. She said that she had started feeling depressed since 6th grade, and then the social stressors were her parents and their custody battle.
Did she also mention that she had a little sister that had died some years back?
Yes.
I want to ask you, it says that about midway down, it says she's in the 10th grade at Northwest Rankin, and she loves school and is the valedictorian.
Yes.
How did you get that information?
I was mostly asking about school in regards to ADHD and ruling that out. And so I asked her how school was, and she said she loved it. She's a great student, and she's a smart girl.
Did she tell you that she was the valedictorian?
Yes.
Would it surprise you to learn she wasn't?
No.
Okay. Let's see. She talked about, in your notes it says, talking about that she was in therapy previously.
Right.
What did you learn about the reason that she was in therapy when she was younger?
If I understood correctly, or remember correctly, it was based on the custody, the divorce court or custody court ordering her to go to equine therapy.
And who was that divorce? If you don't know, that's okay.
I think it was a custody battle between her dad and her mom.
Her biological dad.
Right.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up for us. And at some point, down at the end of the note there in your history, it says her mom says that she's been lying and talking to a guy on Snapchat on a burner phone, and she's hiding it from her mom.
Mm-hmm.
Her mom made her cut him off after they found out she was cutting her thighs and taking sleeping pills.
Right.
Is that something that you remember discussing with Carly and Ashley Smiley that day?
Yes.
And at any point did Carly say, "No, I wasn't taking sleeping pills"?
Not that I recall.
And at some point after your evaluation with her and you're in there on that first day, was there discussions about maybe giving her some medicine to try to help with her issues?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
First, we talked about counseling, and that was definitely recommended. And then we kind of pointed out the priorities and what was getting in the way of her life the most and making things most difficult and what was a priority to address. And then we talked about medication options and what to start.
And what did you end up starting her on?
Zoloft.
And do you remember what the milligrams was?
25 milligrams daily.
And tell ladies and gentlemen just a little bit about, is that a lot of medicine? Is that a little bit of medicine?
No, that is that's a starting dose, and I'm usually conservative with my approaches, so that was just a normal starting dose for her age.
And is that one of the lowest dosages that you can actually prescribe?
Yes.
I want to walk you through, Olivia, on page, I'm looking at page 744, so I want to make sure we're looking at the same thing, under behavioral health history.
Which page was it?
744 down at the bottom right. I'm still in your January 15, 2024.
Okay, one second. Got it.
Down there it says, Carly had grown tired of counseling and wanted to stop. Do you remember them talking to you about that?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit more?
After the equine therapy, she had tried other counselors that she wasn't necessarily happy with and stopped at some point.
And it actually even says down there, subsequent providers appeared far less impactful as Carly grew disillusioned with the courts.
Right.
Were those your words or something that they told you?
This portion was filled out by Ashley.
Okay. Thank you for that. I want to take you to the next page where you talk about mental status, exam, and risk assessment. And if you could tell us what that is and what you're looking for.
We're really just observing for any kind of abnormal behavior or Things that stand out like memory, attention span, they articulate well, if they're cooperative, and then mood, affect, if their judgment is sound, and if they have any presence of psychosis, hallucinations, delusions.
So I want to walk you through a couple of those for Carly on January the 15th.
Okay.
What did you report her psychomotor behavior to be?
Well coordinated, which is normal.
What about her speech?
Normal rate and volume.
She wasn't talking really fast or really loud. What about when you go to her about her cognitive abilities on that day? Can you describe for ladies and gentlemen what you said about her attention span and concentration?
They were all within normal limits.
Her orientation to time, place, and person.
She was oriented to all.
And so what does that mean?
That she's aware of where she is, who she is, and the date and time and situation.
What did Carly report regarding her recent memory, her ability to recall things?
That it was within normal limits.
And what about remote memory? So things that were not happening right at that moment, but kind of in the past.
Same.
Down a little further, you talked about her emotional state. Can you tell us what her mood and affect were?
They were during the appointment. It was normal and alert and oriented and appropriate.
Her judgment and insight that day, is that something you also took into consideration?
Mm-hmm.
And what did you determine to be Carly's judgment and insight?
Within normal limits.
I want to take you, Olivia, to there's a section in that assessment about thought processes.
Mm-hmm.
Could you tell us about what you observed and what your records indicate about whether or not Carly was having abnormal or psychotic thoughts on January the 15th, 2024?
She denied those.
And did she ever tell you that she was having those types of thoughts before January the 15th of 2024?
No, she denied hallucinations or delusions.
And what was your diagnosis of Carly from your encounter with her in January 15th of 2024?
Adjustment disorder with mixed anxiety and depressed mood, and then major depressive disorder, single episode, moderate severity.
So for those of us that are not in the medical field, will you break that down for
Yeah.
us and just tell us kind of what that means?
Sure. An adjustment disorder is basically just based on a stressful situation that might have happened that is their reaction to that. So it's pretty common, especially in her age group. So, and then I specify, there's a specifier that you can add that says with mixed anxiety or depressed mood. So I added that. And then major depressive disorder, and then you can specify single episode or if it's been recurrent, and then the severity, if it's moderate or severe or minimal.
And you put single episode. Can you tell us what you meant by that?
Just that it wasn't chronic, that I was aware of at that time.
Okay. And so, and again, you're just able to render your opinions based off the information provided.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Does that appear to be, I'm sorry, there's actually another page to that. I want to talk to you about that before we move on.
Okay.
It talks about your clinical assessment and treatment plan, and we've already talked about what medication you put her on.
Right.
Tell us, there's another paragraph on that page that says SSRI /SNRI/TCA, and then it talks about patient warned of possible side effects. Can you tell us what that means?
This is just a warning for those drug classes that of possible side effects that could happen that I go over with all my patients.
And did you go over those side effects with Carly Gregg?
Yes.
And one of those side effects is self-harm, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what do you tell them, if you're having thoughts of suicide, what do you need to do?
Go to the emergency room, call us, and stop the medication, or go to the emergency room if you are afraid that you're going to harm yourself or others.
And at any point between January and the next time you saw Carly, did she tell you that she was having any trouble with her medication?
No.
I want to talk about the next time that you had the opportunity to provide treatment to Carly. Was that on February the 14th of 2024?
Correct.
And the notes I'm looking at say that was a telemed.
Right.
And it was mom was present.
Uh-huh.
So tell ladies and gentlemen, what does that mean, telemed?
They just have the option to do in person or a Zoom call for their appointment.
And What did Carly tell you? There's sort of a history provided by the patient. What did she tell you about the medication she was on at that point?
That it had not really had an impact on her at that time.
And so kind of what was your discussion about? We're on 25 milligrams, and then what do you talk to them about?
How it's affected them and if they've had any bad side effects. And if they have not, then, and it has not done anything, like for her at that point, then we usually go up on it.
And I want to talk about those side effects because your medical records specifically say the patient denied SI, HI, and AVH. So if you could walk us through, what does it mean when it says patient denied SI?
Suicidal ideations.
And when she denied HI, what is that?
Homicidal ideation.
And what about when she denied AVH?
Auditory visual hallucinations.
So she's denying seeing things that other people don't see and hearing things that other people don't see.
Right.
Did she also deny any other side effects from the medication?
Right.
You did a mental assessment and risk assessment on Miss Gregg again on that day. Can you walk us through that day? Was she oriented to time, place, and person?
Yes.
And did she report having any trouble with recent memory or remote memory?
No, not that I saw.
Down under thought processes, did she report having any abnormal or psychotic thoughts?
No.
And again, on page 3 in the records, it talks again about these SSRIs. And I think I failed to ask you, Olivia, is Zoloft an SSRI medication? What does SSRI mean?
Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, and that's the drug class for Zoloft, and that just means that it increases the available serotonin in the synaptic.
And what is serotonin?
It is a neurotransmitter that most people call the happy neurotransmitter, and it affects mood and sleep.
So when you put somebody on an SSRI, the goal is to try to make them a little bit happier.
Right.
Hence the antidepressant medication is
Yes.
going to help depression.
Yes.
And it says that, again, the patient was warned of any side effects. Do you recall if you specifically went back over that with them?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was that the you had a telemed conversation with them? Carly discussed that she didn't feel the medicine was really doing anything to her, so you decided to up it to 50 milligrams. Was there an opportunity that you had to see Carly after that?
Yes, one more time.
One more time. Okay. And was that in person or was that telemed?
That was telemed as well.
And the records that I have been provided show that you saw her on March the 12th of 2024.
That's right.
Could you tell us about what was relayed to you by Carly on the 12th?
She said that the medication was making her feel like a zombie.
And what was your discussion with them what she stated that she kind of felt zombie-like?
I never want that for any adolescent. So we definitely were not going to increase it, and we just decided to go ahead and switch it to a different medication so that she didn't have that flatness and take away her personality.
When you talk about switching the medications, did you tell her to stop taking the Zoloft? Tell us about what your recommendation was.
I recommend tapering off so that you don't have any kind of discontinuation syndrome, which is a possibility, or rebound symptoms. So I told her to take 25 milligrams of Zoloft for 10 days and then stop it, and then start the Lexapro for 5 milligrams at the same time.
I want to back up. Again, I'm not in the medical field, so I want to make sure that tapering off means the same thing, I think.
Okay.
So she's on the 50 milligrams.
Right.
And then you want to put her on 5 milligrams of Lexapro.
Simultaneously as going down on the Zoloft.
So the Zoloft, you're saying, like, come down a little bit of this while we're taking this so that you don't just get off all the medicine.
Right. Weaning off.
And you said something about to rebound effects, to prevent rebound effects. What does that mean?
If you have a discontinuation syndrome, if you stop your medication abruptly, there's always a risk for symptoms to come back, maybe worse, and then other things that just are uncomfortable whenever you're withdrawing.
And you don't know when you prescribe people medication whether they're adhering to your recommendations or not. Do you?
No.
At any point during that evaluation with Ms. Gregg, did she report that she was hearing voices?
No.
In fact, I think the very last line you said, again, she denies SI, suicidal ideations, that she denied homicidal ideations. Is that right?
Right.
And that she denied AVH,
auditory visual hallucinations.
And you also did a mental status exam and risk assessment of Ms. Gregg from that day.
Right.
And I'm looking at your records, Bates stamps number 754. Could you tell us what your findings were with regards to whether or not Carly Gregg was oriented to time, place, and person?
She was still oriented within normal limits.
So again, she knew where she was, she knew who she was, she knew the time.
Correct.
Her recent memory, what did you determine?
It was normal. Intact.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm sorry. It's intact.
At any point in your providing treatment to Carly Gregg, did she tell you, I'm having memory problems?
Not that I recall, no.
Did she ever tell you about any blackouts, any lapses in time?
No.
You go down and you talk about her judgment on that day. Could you tell us what your findings were with regard to that?
Within normal limits.
And her thought process rate?
Normal rate and rhythm.
So if you would, I don't think I'd asked you about that, Olivia, before now.
Mm-hmm.
So she had said on her questionnaire there were like some racing thoughts sometimes.
Right.
But when you observed her, what does her thought process rate was normal and in rhythm mean?
That it was not racing.
And that was the same on all 3 times that you had come in contact with her?
Right.
And then she also, you had questions and reported in your records that her there have been no thoughts of abnormal or psychotic thoughts. Is that correct?
Right.
So to be clear, at no point in the 3 times that you treated Carly Gregg did she report hearing voices.
Right.
At no point did she report that she was having lapses in memory.
Correct.
Did she ever use the word derealized?
No.
She never described herself as feeling derealized?
No.
Did she ever use the word disassociation?
No.
Are those words that people typically use when you're treating them as patients?
Not typically, no.
Those are more like clinical terms?
Right.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good.
How many times did you see Carly from January to March of 2024?
3.
3. And how many of those times were in person?
Once.
And how many of those 3 times was Ashley Smiley also present?
All 3.
All 3. And was she in, like when you were seeing Carly in person, was she in the room with you guys?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay. And what, if any, conversations did you have with Miss Smiley during the course of your treatment with Carly?
For any minors, we have to get consent for treatment and medications. So we talked about the whole treatment plan and what they were okay with and came up with a plan together.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you don't have the same confidentiality between a medical provider and a patient if that patient's a minor and their parents is in the room?
We can, by law, we have to report anything. We cannot tell anything that they tell us except for if they are a danger to themselves or others.
But if the parent's in the room with them?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so there's really no confidentiality between you and Carly if someone else is in the room with you?
I'm not sure I understand.
If a parent is in the room with you, Carly doesn't have confidentiality between you and Carly, right? Because somebody else.
She could have told me anything. We could have spoken alone. I gave them the option of that too.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And if Carly would have reported to you between January and March that she was having auditory hallucinations, Would that have been something you felt like you needed to report to a parent?
No.
You wouldn't have needed to tell her mom that she was
Not
hearing
legally,
voices?
no.
Okay. But just based on your own personal treatment, would you have felt like you needed to?
Personally, yes, probably.
Okay. And if you knew that Carly had reported to her best friend in her personal journal that she was hearing voices, would that have changed your diagnosis of Carly?
I can only go off of what I assessed at the time.
Okay. If Carly would have told you that she was hearing voices and having these auditory hallucinations, would that have changed your treatment of Carly?
Yeah.
Would it have? How so?
I would have to rule out. Well, we would have potentially started her on a different medication.
And different how?
An antipsychotic is what we use to treat that.
Okay. And why would you use an antipsychotic in that situation?
Because that is what hearing voices is. It's psychosis.
Okay. And is it fair to say you can be a great medical provider, great at your job, and doing your very best job, but still miss things sometimes?
Sure.
And is it fair to say that if a person is experiencing memory loss, they might not always be aware of it?
Possibly.
Is it fair to say that if a person has lost time, they might not always be aware of it?
Sure.
Okay. And if we can look at, do you still have your report in front of you?
I do.
Can you look at page, at the bottom, I think it's 742 in red, and can you look at symptoms? And the visit date there is January 15th, 2024.
Right.
And was that the first time you saw Carly and her mom? And what symptoms were reported at that time?
Depression, anxiety, cutting, insomnia, overthinking, hopeless, racing thoughts, and stress.
And if you will turn to page 745.
Okay.
And again, this is the same visit date, January 15th, 2024.
Yeah.
Can you read what's written there under family behavioral history for father?
It says father, manic bipolar, ADHD, drug, alcohol, and prescription abuse. And this was filled out by Ashley.
Okay. And is bipolar disorder, based on your knowledge and experience, is bipolar disorder often hereditary?
It can be.
And can you tell me what's the difference between someone feeling sad and a major depressive disorder?
Yeah. We all have changes in mood. Sadness is considered normal, and a depressive episode or depression, major depression, is something that interferes with their daily life.
Okay, so it's affecting how you function.
Right.
Okay. And if you could, will you turn to page 748 with me?
Okay.
And if you look at the last paragraph on that page, the first sentence, and this is, I guess, when you're going over her
Right.
prescription medication. And again, this is still from January 15th, 2024. Can you tell me what's written there on the sentence that reads, this can lead to?
This can lead to increased thoughts of self-harm. Many psychiatric medications have been shown to possibly worsen the symptoms or cause increased thoughts of self-harm. Please stop the medication and notify the clinic if this occurs, and seek help in an emergency department if you do not feel safe.
Okay. So it's commonly known in the medical community that sometimes if you put somebody on an SSRI, it can worsen the symptoms they're already experiencing.
The black box warning is for self-harm and suicidal thoughts, so that is a possibility.
What is a black box warning?
Something for the whole class that's considered serious.
Okay, so it's like a warning. Okay. And if you will, I just have one more question for you. If you can turn to page 753. And this was your March 12th, 2024 visit.
Uh-huh.
And can you read the second sentence on that page? And this was after the telehealth visit with Carly and her mom. It starts with, she said she doesn't like the Zoloft.
Right. That it makes her feel like a zombie. So we will wean off of it and switch to Lexapro.
And then will you read what patient's mom?
The patient's mom declined Prozac as she herself took it years ago and it gave her suicidal thoughts.
Okay. And is that what Miss Miley reported to you that day?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I beg the court's indulgence, Your Honor. Is it fair to say sometimes patients don't tell you everything you need to know?
Right.
Yeah. Does that happen more so, like not just with children, but with all patients?
Well, if they're not telling me, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's fair to say that that happens?
Yeah.
No, attender the witness.
Redirect examination.
Olivia, I think on when Miss Todd was questioning you, said something about that you gave Carly the option to meet with you alone. Can you tell us about that?
Sure. Usually I ask right when I go get the patient out of the waiting room, do you want mom to come or do you want to meet first alone? And I don't recall whether she wanted to be alone. If she wanted to be alone, I would have seen her alone, of course.
And that didn't happen in this case?
No.
Ms. Todd asked you about if a person was having memory problems, they might not report it. They might not know to report it.
Right.
Did Ashley ever report to you that Carly was having memory problems?
No.
Did Ashley ever report to you that Carly was having disassociation?
No.
Did she ever report to you that Carly had said that she feels derealized?
Objection.
Starting to ask and answer, it's improperly read.
Overruled.
Did Ashley report to you that she had ever had homicidal thoughts while she was on Prozac?
No.
And I
She
wanna,
wasn't on Prozac.
Ashley.
Oh, no.
The medication, and Miss Todd thankfully had you read that whole thing. It talks about self-harm.
Uh-huh.
It never says that it can cause homicidal thoughts, right?
No.
And in fact, none were ever reported to you in this case.
Correct.
Ms. Todd asked you about the medical history on page 745 regarding Carly's dad.
Right.
And I think it was your testimony that Ashley had filled that information in.
Right.
You did not diagnose Carly's father
No.
with having bipolar.
No.
They do mention, though, that he has a drug, alcohol, and prescription abuse problem, right?
Correct.
In your experience and training, Olivia, can people that are on drugs sometimes appear to have bipolar symptoms?
Sure.
And sometimes doctors, even though they're really good at their job, they might miss something and misdiagnose someone with bipolar.
Correct.
And you have no way of knowing if Mr. Gregg's diagnosis was actually bipolar, do you?
No.
And it very well could have been that it was his drug problem.
Sure.
And so drug problems are also hereditary, aren't they?
Yeah.
A drug addiction. I want to take you to page 753. Ms. Todd asked you some questions about that note, and that was your treatment record from, February the 14th, I think. Hold on, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. That's March the 12th of 2024.
Okay.
That very last line, what did you report regarding Carly's sleep habits?
She reported good sleep.
So March the 12th, 2024, she's telling you that she's sleeping well at night.
Right.
And again, just to be clear, you can only treat with what you're provided with, the information you're provided with.
Correct.
And you were never told that Carly had any memory lapses,
No.
any auditory voices.
Right. No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused by the state?
Yes, sir.
By the defense? You're free to go. Please leave the exhibit. State may call its next witness.
The state calls Rebecca Kirk.
to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Obviously, adjust yourself up to the microphone. It's not necessary that you speak directly into the microphone. I need you to speak loud enough that lady up there in the corner can hear you, okay? Do you understand that you're now under oath and your answers are sworn answers subject to penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
If you would introduce yourself.
My name is Rebecca Kirk. I'm a licensed professional counselor.
And Rebecca, where do you work as a licensed professional counselor?
I'm an owner of a small practice called Magnolia Counseling in Madison, Mississippi.
If you could tell us just a little bit about your educational history.
I received my undergraduate degree in English education from Mississippi College, and I taught some prior and most of it simultaneously while I've been a licensed professional counselor. And then I received I taught accelerated English mostly, so gifted students chiefly, in the 9th grade at Madison Rosa Scott for 14 years, and 2 years in Virginia. And then I also received my master's degree in marriage and family therapy and individual counseling from RTS Jackson, which stands for Reformed Theological Seminary. And that consists of a very robust master's degree program where we do 400 face-to-face contact hours in clinic, and then 600 indirect supervision hours, and then postgraduate degree we work and do 3,000 more hours with the public under a licensed supervisor before sitting to take the mental health equivalent evaluation that the state requires for licensure. I also have to do 24 hours of continuing education classes every 2 years to maintain that certification and licensure.
And so is it safe to say that you are in fact licensed?
I am.
And you were back in March of this year too?
Yes, ma'am.
Rebecca, it sounded like you have a lot of experience working with teenagers too.
I do.
Did you have the opportunity to have a patient or a client by the name of Carly Gregg?
Yes.
Do you see Miss Gregg in the courtroom?
Yes.
Same Miss Gregg that you provided services to?
I do.
Do you keep medical records with regards to the sessions that you have with your patients?
I do.
May I approach the witness? Rebecca, I've handed you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit S21. Actually, I think that might be Defense Exhibit D21, excuse me. If you'll take a look at those for us.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And what is that?
These are my entire treatment notes and summary of counseling Carly Madison Gregg.
And in some of those notes, Rebecca, when we got them, there was some writing, like some handwritten stuff in that.
That's right.
Who did that?
Okay, so that the original intake form that she's referring to is completed by Ashley Smiley, or was completed by Ashley Smiley, and the last page concludes with questionnaires, checking off like just main mental problems that a person might be experiencing. It also asks to list the goals for therapy. And the first session that I have with someone, I go over the fact that since she's a minor, I need to speak with just that first session, one of the parental guardians, unless there is a need to contact them otherwise. I make that very clear to any minor and any adult that I see, that confidentiality, and I do kind of want to say this, is very important to mental health professionals to maintain confidentiality and to not really betray that trust. That's very important, and I am doing that somewhat today from some people's perspective, but I'm not according to the Mississippi state law because of when you declare reasons of insanity, I do have permission to discuss. She has given me permission to discuss her medical history. So confidentiality is important to me, and I make that extremely clear. I just did then. Sorry for that. I worked with teenagers for many years, and so any mental health professional does say and has a duty to say that it is confidential under with the exclusion of just a few circumstances, which would be if someone reports that they're going to harm themselves, if they know of a threat of harm to themselves or another, or if there's any physical abuse. And so I did meet with Ashley Smiley to answer your question for a portion of the first session. And so it's kind of confusing, that last page. I want to explain it. She completed it. She said that there were 3 goals. There are also questionnaires, that are customary. Is it helpful for me to describe what's on this last page or no?
Sure. If you'll just tell us, let me take a step back.
Sure.
If you would, what was the date that this paperwork was filled out?
This was her very first session with me, which I think was January 22nd. Does that sound right? 2024.
Your records reflect the first time you met with her was January.
Yes, that's right. I see it here. Mm-hmm.
So, and I apologize, I interrupted you a little bit. Yes, if you'll just tell us sort of what this handwritten note reflects and kind of talk us through that first visit with Ashley and Carly.
Okay. So the first note that I have was completed, or the first set of goals on that last page of the intake form says by Ashley, she wants to feel better about herself. And secondly, another goal would be self-care management, internal thoughts. So then I followed up, and she also wrote, Carly has been complaining of sleeping trouble and thoughts of depression, hopelessness. We discovered issues of cutting and taking old sleeping pills. Those issues have been removed and controlled, but also signify the possible level of depressive thoughts. So then I would continue to just question Ashley Smiley and, wrote down on the same sheet some of the answers she gave me, and then I met with Carly the same session and added to some of that information on the same page that Carly, based on talking to Carly.
I want to talk to you kind of down at the bottom of that page, Rebecca. There's some things, it's kind of almost like a checklist. This actually says checklist of current functioning. And then somebody has marked easily angered. Do you know, is that something that you would have done, or that either Ashley or Carly did? Either Ashley
or Carly, and I would assume it would have been Ashley, but then I confirmed and went over it verbally with Carly as well.
So they both reported that she was easily angered.
Yes.
It does say that she has intrusive or disturbing thoughts. Did y'all talk about what that meant?
Yes. Just basically, I asked her, one of the biggest things that you do is you ask why now, because a lot of times people do war with common stressors and then more severe ones, and I wanted to know exactly why they were coming. And Ashley had said that Carly had been cutting herself, or she had found an old iPod, and in that old iPod she found out that Carly had been cutting herself for some time, and she also described some dark thoughts. And so I tried to kind of get to the bottom of what that was, thinking that they were, representative there by that check mark of has intrusive, disrupting thoughts.
And at some point they talk about, you have notes, and it looks like they mentioned that Carly has trouble going to sleep at night.
That's right. And that seemed to be a big deal to her, the sleep issue.
When you're treating a client, how important is it that you're getting accurate information from them?
Extremely. Again, that trust is so important. And so if you're not receiving the correct information, you can't see the whole picture. So you can't really treat the person in the appropriate ways, tailored for them.
We talked about that you had a meeting with Ashley and that you met with Carly. Who knows Carly better than herself?
Yeah.
No one, right?
Right.
So I want to ask you, Rebecca, on this first meeting, did Carly ever report to you any use of illegal drugs?
No.
Did she ever report to you that she was hearing voices of any sort?
No.
Did she ever report that she was having any sort of hallucinations?
No.
What about, did she ever report to you that she was having memory trouble?
No.
What about feeling derealized?
No.
Did she or Ashley ever bring up the word disassociation?
Mm-mm.
And to be clear, I want to talk about the first day, but was there ever a time in your treatment of Carly that she reported that she was having any sort of blackout? Like there were times where she didn't remember what she'd done?
No.
So on the first visit, you kind of go through the current functioning and the checklist with Ashley and Carly. And then you actually provided some chart notes from that same meeting.
That's right.
If you could, I think you talked about this, that Mom reported there was a burner phone. If you'll look down on page 2 of your records, it says Mom was upset that she lied, and when she asked about the relationship. Is that something that Ashley conveyed to you, that she was upset Carly was lying to her?
Yes.
And then when you go down a little bit, there's a little bit of handwriting, and I think it says her bio dad.
Correct.
Who wrote that in the records?
I did. It was a grammatical just edit for clarification.
And to be clear, there's some other times in the
Right.
records that when you produce these, you went in and kind of wrote things.
Because I want to be fully present, but I also want to take, records of what's going on for my need later to help her.
See, it says that she was 4 when her parents separated due to, and you put his and then her bio dad's pill, alcohol, and pot addiction. It goes on to say he was getting high in front of her. Do you remember who told you that?
Yes, both of them did. Ashley actually kind of broke down teary-eyed in the session, which I inferred was what we all feel as parents, which we, feel, am I the best parent? She felt a little bit, I read and then told her this is not your fault, because she had discovered that he had been doing that for quite some time before Carly told her. It may have been like a year and a half, and I didn't get the impression the visits were often, but I mean that's irrelevant. She, when she went, said that he would be high constantly in front of her with drugs all around, and then when she did tell her mom, she stopped, and then they were in actually court discussion with trying to terminate his rights, I guess, permanently, and that was actually going on while she was seeing me.
And so she's got these other things that Ashley's told you about, the sleep trouble and the things, but you also learned in meeting with them that there's a custody battle going on.
Correct.
What about, your note also says she was also taking sleeping pills because last month she hadn't been able to sleep and woke up at 2, and then it talks about now she's taking melatonin. So I want to be clear, in your records, it appears that the melatonin is not the sleeping pill.
Correct.
She was taking.
In fact, it was my perception at the time that that was one of the things Ashley was upset about, is that she was taking sleeping pills.
Did they ever tell you where she'd gotten those?
No, I know nothing more than that. Sorry.
Is there anything else that you recall specifically about that first interaction with Carly that we have not discussed?
The whole impression of working with her overall seemed to me to center on what was making her cut, these dark, nights of the soul, so to speak, when she was, she reported having like existential thoughts about life and, the meaning and things like that. And so that's kind of what I flagged in my mind as a practitioner to try to develop more trust and a desire to go there to see what was troubling her.
And do you recall, you said you kind of build rapport, trust with these people. Do you remember how many times you actually saw Carly between the first visit and your last visit with her?
Yes, I saw her every week, every work week, once a week, for a total of 9 sessions, which would have been 9 hours, not counting that time with Ashley, so it would have been a little less, that first session.
The next time you saw Carly in your records is from February the 2nd of 2024. Is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk to you. It says persons in attendance, patient. So can you describe for us, what that means?
I am trying to see where you are. Can you tell me what page you're on again?
Yes, sorry, page 4 of 24.
Okay.
And then about a little more than midway down on the bottom, it says persons in attendance. It says patient.
Patient, right.
What does that mean?
She was the only one there from session 2 to session 9. I spoke and interacted with only her, with the exception of Ashley always brought her to her appointments. I think that's an accurate statement. I think her stepdad did come with Ashley maybe like once or twice. I know like on Valentine's Day, for instance, they were together.
But he didn't ever come into the room?
No, nobody ever. It was just the waiting room. So I would see them in the waiting room and, that was all.
On that same page, Rebecca, you did, it looks like kind of an assessment of what you might do of a patient each time you meet with them.
That's right.
Could you tell us what you observed of her behavior that day?
Yes, it says appearance, normal, grooming and hygiene, attitude, calm and cooperative, behavior, no unusual moments or psychomotor changes, speech, normal rate, tone, volume without pressure, affect, normal range, congruent, thought process, goal-directed and logical, perception, no hallucinations or delusions, orientation ×3, so that's like you know where you are, like you know the time, you can see where you are, hear where you are, those kinds of things. Memory, concentration, short and long-term intact, insight, judgment, good, mood, stable and angry and sad.
So she reported to you that she was angry.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to take kind of a couple of those one by one, Rebecca.
Okay.
You talked about behavior, no unusual movements or psychomotor changes. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes. Sometimes people are just very clearly on edge and they can't get to a calm place, and that's evidenced by a lot of movement in their chair or their body that's maybe not related to their emotional feeling of something they're describing necessarily, and then just like rapidity of speech, like very rapid, maybe loud speaking, things like that, maybe looking around a lot.
And you didn't notice any of that?
I did not notice any of that ever.
And it says her thought process was goal-directed and logical. What does that mean?
She was able to carry on a conversation coherently without distraction, and that would have been okay if she was distracted, but she's very gifted and very, good with her words, and we discuss things in a normal manner.
You said perception, no hallucinations or delusions. What does that mean?
She was not reporting seeing or seeing anything that wasn't there, or not being present with reality or anything of that sort.
And what about her memory and concentration? What did you notice from that day in February the 2nd?
Her short and long-term memory seemed fine to me.
I want to talk to you about what your actual note says from that day and that visit. It says she's frustrated that her friends don't take school as seriously as she and loses her patience. Tell us what you meant when you wrote that. She
was gifted, as I think is a clear fact. She really enjoyed school, and I taught her type of student for 14 years. And so she had like an excitement to talk about school, and she also, I thought that probably one of the things she was dealing with that was difficult for her was possibly that sometimes when you're so gifted and different from others in any way, it doesn't have to do with that, you might feel lonely and a little bit more isolated. So I kind of attributed it mentally. I made a mental note that was probably a relation there. But she was just, the patience part, she was just described like being frustrated with peers who were not as quick as she, and that she knew she could be a little rude with them. We also kind of talked about it's difficult when your mom maybe is a teacher too, because you appreciate good teachers and know how hard they work.
And Rebecca, your notes say that she's regretful when she snaps at them and hurts their feelings. So Carly was reporting to you that she's like snapped at some of the kids at school.
Yeah, and I did not get the impression it was in a violent way, but maybe like her temper, she knew that she was losing her patience with them.
And later on, about midway, it says she gets angry at others sleeping through such good teaching.
Yeah.
That's kind of what you were talking about, that she recognized she had good teachers.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you, Rebecca, about the next time that you saw Carly. I think you told us that you were seeing her pretty much weekly. The next record I have is from February the 9th of 2024.
That's right.
Want to talk to you again about what you observed from Carly and what you put in your notes regarding her behavior.
Okay. You just want to know
Page
that.
6, yeah, of 24.
Okay, the appearance and stuff.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
I think, let me just look at it to make sure I'm not misspeaking. Everything that I read a while ago, and I can read it again if the jury would like that, was normal, except the only change I made was her appearance. I specified her appearance was goth-like, wearing her grandmother's batwing black goth pants and straight hair partly in her face.
But everything else was in normal, and it's her behavior, her speech, her affect, her thought process, the fact she was not having hallucinations or delusions.
Correct.
Her orientation to time, place, and what's the third one? I'm sorry. Times 3.
Time, place, and your hearing, like just all of your 5 senses,
Okay.
you're aware.
And then memory and concentration, short and long term, were intact.
Yes, correct.
And then you also have some treatment notes from that day.
That's right.
I want to point you down to, it's toward the bottom of the paragraph. Toward the bottom of the paragraph it says, she has started cutting. If you would, can you read that sentence for me?
Yes.
Looks like it's fourth up from the
Yeah,
bottom.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to, because I have an edit. I have a grammatical edit in there, and I'm trying to make sense of it. 1 second. Sorry for that.
No, that's all right. I didn't want to read it myself in case I was reading it in the wrong place.
Okay, she has cut, not currently, but in the past, when alone and in her head a lot. It was my understanding that what kind of prompted treatment with the psychiatric nurse practitioner, Olivia Liber, was that she had found that iPod with this information about how she had been cutting and how she had some dark thoughts. And I was trying to follow up, like I was saying a while ago, with like what was going on with you, like in those times.
And I think your note actually says, Rebecca, after some existential crisis moments of her atheism resulting in a lack of consciousness.
Correct.
Can we break that down just a little bit?
Sure.
Those are some big words for me.
Yeah, that's fine. So I never really could get her to open up about that very much. I am, and I want to be clear, that atheism, that was something that I was kind of trying to think might be a possibility. She didn't, as I recall, really use that word. But she did mention the word existentialism, and basically, in my opinion and training, I do think that's related to thoughts of what is the meaning of life, what's its purpose, why are we here? It was my and I could talk more on that maybe, but basically she would get in a depressed state and cut, and she described it as an existential crisis, but I couldn't really get her to describe a whole lot about that.
Okay. But you tried to ask her about that.
I did, yeah.
I want to take you to the next time you saw Carly, Valentine's Day, February the 14th of 2024. And I apologize, Rebecca, I didn't ask this earlier. At the top of each of these notes, you mentioned like whatever medication she's on.
That's correct,
time.
yes.
Are you and the nurse practitioner, Olivia Liber, are y'all in contact about that? Or is that relayed by the patient?
The psychiatric nurse practitioners or psychiatrists who prescribe psychotropics, they oftentimes refer a patient, and then unless there's a need, like for an alarm, situation, oftentimes we don't collaborate unless needed. So no, I would be reporting what Carly told me about her med changes.
Thank you for that. We talked about this, and I'm going to ask you about each time you saw
Sure.
Carly, what you noticed, who was in attendance on that day. Well, we might get stream on this. You said the only time anyone else was in the room was that first visit.
Correct.
What did you observe about her behavior on February the 14th, 2024?
Okay, and I'm just making sure I am looking at the correct note.
Yeah, I'm
let
on
me change
page
it.
8 of 24
Okay,
of your
thank you.
records.
Everything that we have prior discussed was the same. The only difference was her appearance. This time was just black clothing, not necessarily her grandmother's batwing black pants with the black shirt.
I want to take you to the next page, Rebecca. About midway down, she says, your record says, she rated hating herself, including her humor, and says she wouldn't be her friend if she wasn't her because she's dismissive of others' ideas when she knows it's wrong. Was that something that Carly related to you?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
She seemed to, again, be struggling with maybe some social stuff that I believed was stemming from her feelings of being different and having such a zest and fervor, and she really does love to learn. And so she would just talk about, it seemed like she was being introspective about, like, what kind of a person am I?
And it seems like a lot of her conversations, at least up to this point, revolved around her at school.
Yes, that's correct.
Was she kind of obsessed with being great at school?
Yeah, she liked school a lot. And she was glad that I could tell that she had been affirmed a lot in her life for being intelligent, and so she was proud of that, but she also just had a genuine love for learning.
I want to take you to your next visit with Carly, February the 21st of 2024, and talk about her appearance. Does it look like that's the same appearance and behaviors, thought process, no hallucinations, no delusions, things like that we talked about?
Correct. Nothing has changed.
Your treatment note, the very first line of that says she's reading The Castle and she likes it and will read Crime and Punishment. So you told us earlier that you were an accelerated English teacher.
Yeah.
What is The Castle? Because I don't know.
I actually do not know that one very well. I just know that they're well known. She also mentioned that she wanted to read The Bell Jar, but I had wanted to read Crime and Punishment for a long time, and I've actually owned a copy for 21 years. So I was really glad that she wanted to read the classic. I knew that was a classic.
Can you tell us, what is Crime and Punishment? Kind of what's that story about?
Crime and Punishment.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
you would tell me a little bit about what Crime and Punishment is about.
Crime and Punishment is about a protagonist, which is the main character. It was written by a Russian author back in maybe 1866, I believe. And it is the entire book, very difficult book, about a psychopath who lives in Russia, and he is poor. He is a student. He is very intelligent. And he comes on hard times, impoverished, and he has this obsession with this obsessive thinking of basically planning to murder a woman with a hatchet. And the novel kind of really, that murderous act happens pretty early on in the novel. And then the remaining novel continues to kind of be about his processing of it. And he even published something in the paper about why people kill and things like that. Anyway, and then he eventually is sentenced because of his admittance of his crime. That kind of also was found out as well. But he was declared insane, and he served 8 years in a Russian labor camp. And when he was in the Russian labor camp, he was unrepentant, and he did not think that what he had done was wrong and that the woman deserved it. He did actually kill her sister too with a hatchet to her skull, but that was kind of by accident because she came home too early.
And Rebecca, in your notes, you'd actually underlined the fact that she was reading that book.
Well, that was just for grammar, because you're supposed to underline a title of a book if you can't italicize it.
Okay. Did you and Carly have any other discussions about reading any kind of literature, like kind of dark literature like that?
Not that I can recall, no. And to be clear, in this note, she had not yet read it. She was reading The Castle. And this was on 2/21, and she was going to read Crime and Punishment, and she did so later. I think she read it the week of spring break, and I saw her Monday after spring break. That was my last session with her, the Monday first back after spring break.
Okay, thank you for that. I want to take you to the next note, February the 26th of 2024. Again, without belaboring the point, same appearance, behavior, speech,
Yes.
affect.
The only difference is appearance is black t-shirt and jeans.
In your notes on that day, it said something about she may be on the spectrum. Can you tell us what that meant?
Carly came in that session, and she was telling me that she had a lot of symptoms of kind of autism, and that's what that means. And so, like Asperger's, and she was talking about just sensory issues and things like that, but yeah, that's what that means, yeah.
And so Carly was telling you that she thought she had autistic symptoms.
Yeah, I mean, she never used the word, but I knew, and most teenagers are very familiar with what that is, and I just assumed that she thought she had that, yeah.
And based off your treatment, did you think that she actually had autism?
I didn't. She did report too that her mother didn't either.
I want to take you to the next time that you saw Carly, March the 5th of 2024.
Okay.
Again, you saw her in person.
Correct.
And the history given regarding attitude, behavior, speech, affect, thought process, perception, orientation, memory and concentration, kind of all that's the exact same.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
In your note on that day, you have CBT and attachment therapies were discussed and explored to help alleviate anxiety. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, CBT is shorthand for cognitive behavioral therapy, and attachment therapy. So those are there are many, many different forms of therapy that we're trained in, and cognitive behavioral is really good for depression and anxiety. It's about kind of trying to analyze your unpleasant thoughts and basically, for lack of better words, get a grip on them and have a better life experience. Attachment therapies are rooted in this well-known belief and research about the parent-child bond and how we feel attached to people in our lives and how that influences us.
You also put in your records, boundary setting and identity work was explored. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes. So boundary setting would be just your classic, any kind of boundary you need to set to assert your comfort as a human being while also, not causing harm to another, obviously. But a lot of people have trouble saying no to people or sometimes saying yes to them, depending on the circumstance. So it's just kind of more of a work through of like, what do I want and how can I in a healthy way communicate that to others.
And at this point, Rebecca, is it safe to say, you're still in therapy, she's still in therapy with you, and you're trying to work on not cutting anymore, and these thoughts of just anxiety and depression that have been reported?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
There weren't any other known psychiatric things disclosed to you?
No.
I want to take you to the next time that you saw Carly, March the 13th of 2024, and again, talk about the in-person visit and the observations that you made regarding her appearance, behavior, speech, and et cetera that we've been through. That's not changed either?
Correct. It's the same.
She does report to you that Olivia Liber's changed her medicine because she reported feeling numb.
Yes.
She didn't laugh as much, nor did she feel as upset when her mom yelled at her. That she finished her reading. Is that what you were talking about, that she told you that she'd finished reading the books?
That's right. Specifically that one, yeah.
And she sort of relates like her anger to her mom's stress, I think. And I want to ask you about that. She says when her mom is less stressed, she feels it in less anger. Can you talk to us about what that meant?
Okay, I'm trying to find where that is. Okay. Yes, that's kind of a poorly worded sentence. Sorry about that. I was kind of trying to do it while attuning to her. But basically, she appeared to me to feel some codependent feelings, or maybe be a little bit codependent on her mother's emotions. And when Ashley felt something, Carly, seemed to be affected by it.
And I think I misspoke, Rebecca. I said when she'd finished her readings, and then at the very end of that, it says she's about to read crime punishment.
Yeah.
So that was the following week that you were talking about.
Yes, this is the week of spring break, and she was going to read it during spring break, is what that said.
And then she talked about her mom asked her to promise that she wasn't trying to be a boy. Can you tell us, and then you wrote, I think it was you wrote, due to her new haircut. Can you talk about that?
Yes. I think we only talked about her haircut maybe twice, and she had literally just gotten her haircut before that session. So that day, this would have been a week before my last session with her, I think. She had her med change, she'd gotten her haircut, and I think on a session before that, she had just expressed, I always kind of want to make sure someone's not feeling like identity problems regarding their sexuality or something that needs to be discussed. And she did talk about how her mom, I think, wasn't a fan of it or was a little bit afraid or something. I'm not sure. I really cannot recall, but I feel like the reason why I said this is because we had probably talked about it earlier, as I recall. And so I was trying to follow up. How did she think about your haircut? So she was okay with it, and she was like, yeah, she just said, that promise me you're not trying to be a boy.
And did you, in your 9 sessions with Carly, did you ever think that she was having some sort of identity crisis?
No, and in fact, I followed it up that time and the very next time, which was the last time I saw her, because the next time I saw her would have been the first time her peers at school had seen her new haircut. And I wanted to be sensitive to the fact that, are you being bullied at all? Like, because there were some other negative things that that had been said to her and other peers. And she always answered with a positive affect, like, no, it's fine. And I asked her too, like, was that the truth to your mom? You can tell me, it's fine. I'm not going to discuss your stuff. And she's like, no, I told her the truth, or something like that.
So I want to take you to the next report that I have is a treatment date on March the 18th of 2024. Is that the last time that you saw Carly?
That's correct.
And I do want to talk specifically about each of these on March the 18th.
Okay.
So you saw her in person by herself, right?
Correct.
And you reported that she was wearing a black t-shirt and jeans again.
Yes.
What was her behavior like?
Completely normal, the same as it always had been. She had just gone back to school. It was Monday, the first Monday back after spring break. And this was it a 5 o'clock session? I'm not sure.
Yes, it's 5:50 p.m. to 5:55 p.m.
Okay. And so 5:50 to 5:55? 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, yeah. Sorry. Yes.
So I met with her for an hour, and basically everything was the same that it had been as far as the way she appeared to me.
And at no time did she report any hallucinations or delusions? At no time did she report any memory or concentration issues?
No.
I want to take you to page 19 of 24. This is regarding your psychotherapy notes, that last visit you had with her. And she talked about kind of walking on eggshells consistently while mom's around. And I think you touched on this a little bit. Carly was maybe a little bit codependent on Ashley's feelings and behaviors. Can you tell us kind of what you meant, what that meant about walking on eggshells?
Yeah, but I think I want to say something a little bit before that, if that's all right.
Yes, please.
I honestly kind of had to lead this session with her and try to dig into some of this stuff that she might be feeling, because I was starting to really kind of wonder if I was really serving her the best I can. And, if I can and someone else can, I want to refer someone. I knew that she was a school teacher. Blue Cross state insurance plans aren't real rewarding on that end. And so I really had kind of contemplated, am I really helping her? Because I felt that the sessions were really mostly about school, but I knew that there had been a big event with why she was coming. And so I really kind of honestly did a little bit of soul searching and decided before this session that I wanted to really try to go there to maybe some painful things that she maybe was being hesitant to speak about. And so I did kind of bring that up, and I think that's important to note. Like, she didn't just start talking about her mom. I was trying to really get to some hardcore stuff with her in this session. And she, we talked about how her mom, when her mom was angry, it was really hard for her to really handle that. And so I'm always trying to get a gauge, obviously, let's rule out abuse. I did not have any indication ever before, during, or after that her mother was abusive, but I can't make that assumption as a clinician. I need to really be sensitive to anything that might not be being reported. And so I wanted to get kind of a measure of what does Ashley look like when she's angry. And she described, and it's in this note, that, she raises her voice sometimes, or slams doors, cabinets, speaks in shorter sentences. I think we actually discussed an example that's not noted here of, can you give me an example of her being angry or something at you? And she gave an example of maybe grading some tests of some kids. She's a math teacher, and so they were doing poorly on it, which is not what any teacher wants when she's grading tests that she knows she taught well, which I'm sure Ashley did. And she noticed her mood, and she wanted to be helpful, and she kind of maybe had, and I don't think maybe this event had necessarily recently happened. I was asking her to give me one so we could work through conflict resolution and her emotions and stuff. And she said that she had done, had offered to help her, and then her mother kind of snapped at her in response. And so I try to do a lot of work with okay, well, let's just take that example then. what do we do when we're upset? You know, how can we communicate calmly, clearly? I emphasize the importance of cooling off. You know, your body needs to self-soothe. When it gets flooded and your heart rate gets to a certain degree, you can't think properly. And so we talked about things like that.
And your report actually says you talked about understanding anger and how to respond to it.
Correct.
That anger is a secondary emotion, and how to confront her mom when she's cooled off was explored. Is that what you kind of just described
Yes,
to us? Y'all went through
exactly.
ways for Carly to approach anger.
That's right. Underneath anger is really sadness or fear or a blocked goal of some sort. Yeah.
I know that's the last time that you treated Carly, but there's actually another note that was added to your records May the 16th of 2024. Could you tell us about that?
Yes. Whenever termination of care has occurred, it's customary for clinicians to do a summary note. Either, you know, sometimes very, very rarely, it just, no communication ever happens, but oftentimes it's the joint, you know, agreement or the agreement of one versus the other, and this was a very different case, and so I had to write a summary report on it like I would any other.
I want to talk to you a little bit about that, Rebecca.
Okay.
It talks about within 24 hours, something terrible had happened. And you state in your last session with me, she appeared emotionally stable and she had no suicidal or homicidal feelings suspected by me nor spoken by her. So I want to ask you about that. You said that she didn't tell you about any feelings, but you didn't think that there was anything like that going on either.
No, that's correct.
And then you also noted that she did not indicate that her medication change from the prior week was negatively affecting her.
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
Well, anytime that a person's prescription meds change, you need them to be very concerned about side effects, depressive thoughts, feelings of suicide, things of that sort. And so I wanted to follow up and make sure she wasn't experiencing any negative reactions regarding that.
You also said that, nor did she appear different from any other sessions, nor emotionally unstable or dysregulated. Can you talk about what that means?
Yes, just kind of basically what we said, that was on the first part of each of my sessions. Like, she seemed very oriented to time and space and didn't seem to have erratic speech, loud speech, to be overly angry or overly happy, just, a normal situation, observance of her.
And then you go on to say she did not appear melancholy nor zoned out emotionally. Can you talk about what you meant there?
Yeah, she had reported several times that, at least one time maybe, but I feel like I maybe wrote it more than once, I'm not sure, that with some of the Zoloft, she felt like a zombie. And so, she never really appeared that way to me ever, but she had reported it, so I put it in my notes when that had occurred, but I was saying here that I didn't notice any of it as well.
And you talked about how you had gone through conflict management with Carly on the day before the incident.
Correct.
I think you also talked about kind of what you observed between Carly and Ashley's relationship. Can you talk about why you thought that was important to put in your record?
Yes, sure. Well, ordinarily, termination of care is in a very different manner, and I knew that this one was a very sad act that occurred, and I wanted to be clear that I did not ever observe them together other than in the waiting room, and I never really saw, anything that would allude me to believe that, or hint at any kind of very severe danger or threat.
At any point during your treatment in sessions with Carly, did you think that she was being physically abused by anyone?
No, never. In fact, I asked several times about the stepdad, and I'm very confident in her response, verbally and non-verbally, that that it felt very much to me like that nobody that she was living with had been abusing her. Now her biological father, yes.
And she described some incidents where he had been physical with Ashley as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then what about, I didn't see any note of this, but did she at any point ever report that she had been sexually abused by anyone?
No, she told me she had not.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Kirk.
Good
How are
morning.
you?
Doing well. How about you?
Just fine. My high school English teacher is about to be very proud. I too read Crime and Punishment, and you're right, it was written in 1886 by Dostoevsky. And isn't it true the main protagonist of that novel, Raskolnikov, killed his neighbor? The woman he killed was his neighbor, and he killed her because he hated her.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, could you speak up?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes. And isn't it true, actually, by the end of that novel, Raskolnikov felt so guilty about his action and was so remorseful that he didn't only confess, but he actually, in an act of remorse, bowed to the earth?
That's not the way I interpreted it, but that is the thing about literature. There's a lot of interpretations.
Yeah. And isn't it true, what the book is actually about? The act of murder happens in the first chapter. Isn't it true that the entire book is about how murder is such a horrible act and the weight and consequences that it carries on a person who does that?
Yes and no. You don't want to get me started. I'll go into my literature mode, but I really don't think the point of the book was about how murder is such a horrible act at all. I think it was about the psychological dilemma of someone mentally insane, and honestly, I think that's what that's about. It definitely is talked about, and there are different characters in there, including one that tries to kind of convert him to Christianity and stuff like that. But even when he's in the Russian labor camp at the end, he says that she kind of deserved to die. Like, I remember there being something like that. Don't quote me because it's been a minute.
But again, he hated his neighbor.
Yeah. She was a greedy, she loaned money to people and was very unkind to them, but he didn't know her hardly at all. He just went and borrowed money from her.
And he was poor and she was demanding it back.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
And the main character was poor and she was demanding it back.
It was like a debt type thing. She wasn't, I don't know about the word demanding, but yes, she was greedy. She was definitely greedy.
So he had a motive.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Did Carly hate her mom?
I never got that impression.
What impression did you get from Carly?
I got the impression that she had complex feelings about her mom, because one time we were talking about I tried to talk about the custody case a lot. Mm-hmm. And I knew that it was literally going on, and they were supposed to meet, and I would ask, how are you feeling about that? And I'm fine. And I got the impression, I'm just going to let the adults work it out. She seemed to have a lot of trust in Ashley to care for her and to protect her, as well as her stepdad in that. And but there was one time when we were talking about the bio dad and then her mom, and she said emphatically, like, I know he doesn't love me, but I had to ask, like, do you believe that your mother loves you? And she really was a little unsure on that answer.
Yeah. But did Carly love her mom?
Yeah, I believe that she did. I had nothing to tell me otherwise.
Okay. And you said that Carly was a little codependent on her mom's feelings. Do you mean that Carly's emotions were real tied in to how her mom
that's
felt?
Correct. Mm-hmm. It was probably mutual, yes.
Yeah. And the feeling that, the example about, her mom, the example about being angry Carly gave you was actually about an incident in which Carly's mom got angry with Carly when Carly had tried to help her mom.
Yes,
grading
that's
papers.
correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it really hurt Carly's feelings, her mom snapping at her when Carly was trying to help. It hurt Carly.
That's right.
Didn't make her angry, right?
Well, I can't speak to that. In fact, I would assume it does make one angry from what I know about emotion. again, anger is a secondary emotion, and it is the more safe thing that we feel when we maybe feel threatened or unsafe. And it would be understandable that her environment growing up, she had to deal with a lot of emotions, that she didn't get to maybe express healthily. So that can make one be a little, anyone, and that's a normal thing.
And is it fair to say that Carly felt like she had to walk on eggshells around her mom because she didn't want to make her mom angry or
Yes.
more stressed out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Carly was always very careful. She didn't want to hurt her mom's feelings, right?
I don't know about her always being very careful, but I do know that, and I think that would be impossible for someone to always, but I do know that she seems sensitive to her mother's feelings, yes.
And Carly didn't want to hurt her mom's feelings.
Right.
Is it fair to say that Carly really wanted to please her mom?
Yeah, I think so for sure.
Carly wanted her mom to feel proud of her?
Mm-hmm.
Is it fair to say that Carly didn't ever want to worry her mom?
I don't know about ever, but I do know that probably chiefly, like, no child wants to worry their parent. Yeah.
Is it fair to say that, Carly knew her mom was pretty stressed out and didn't want to add to that stress?
I really can't speak to, like, the level of stress she observed in her mother, but again, just making a basic assumption of any normal person, and she never led me to believe that she was different from any other average person. I would have concluded that, but I can't say that because I didn't observe every situation.
Yeah.
I only know what she reported to me when she came to me.
Okay. And is it fair to say that a person can sometimes, if their feelings get hurt and it makes them mad later, that a person can feel mad without expressing that emotion to others?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And did you in fact know that Carly never got a chance to read Crime and Punishment?
No.
I'm sorry.
No, it was my understanding that she did.
Well, it was your understanding that she was planning to?
No,
right?
I thought that she told me when she came back the Monday after spring break that she had read it, but
Objection, Your Honor, if there's something in evidence to show otherwise.
And is it, and the question that that you had asked Carly about her haircut and her friends teasing her about cutting her hair shorter, and about whether that meant something about her sexuality. Isn't it true that in your notes you reported she actually laughed in answering that question and said
right.
no?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So she found that to be, somewhat humorous.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Not a concern.
Well, what had happened, we were walking out actually with the padlock door, and I said, "Oh, what did your friends think about your haircut the first day back?" And she said, "Oh, they said it makes me look even more gay now." And I said, "Oh," I said, "Is that a true statement?" And she said, "No." And I said, "Oh, well, I'm sorry." And then she replied with, "Oh, it's not a big deal. Like,
yeah, she's
doesn't bother me." Yeah.
Yeah. And on the handwritten initial assessment that Ashley wrote to you, is it true that in that she wrote that Carly had been having intrusive, and she marked the box for intrusive and disruptive thoughts?
Correct.
Okay. Is it true she marked the box that Carly was having thoughts that got stuck?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it true that she reported several different times on this page that Carly had really been experiencing some difficulty sleeping?
Yes.
And in her own handwriting, doesn't Ashley write that Carly was severely unable in the last month to sleep?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And somewhat for the last year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Isn't it also true that she wrote in her own handwriting that at 2 a.m., Carly had a habit of waking up at 2 a.m. and then not being able to go back to sleep?
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it true that Carly also wrote that Ashley had written that Carly seemed to have a poor self-image?
Yes. Wait, where are you referring to? I just
The
want to make
box.
sure. Yes, that's correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And isn't it also true that Ashley had marked the box that Carly had been experiencing panic attacks, and when asked how often, Ashley wrote Carly had at least been having one panic attack per month.
Yes, with the correction of it didn't say at least, it
Or
said
just
one
one per month.
yeah.
And isn't it true that Ashley had marked the box saying that Carly had been having difficulty completing homework or classwork?
Where's that one at? I'm sorry.
That one is, may I approach, Your Honor?
I'm sorry. This is kind of a busy page.
That one is right here.
Okay. Oh no, I don't. No, that wasn't checked.
Are you sure?
I don't think it was checked.
Can you tell if it was checked? If you can't tell,
You know what? Let me look at your page because you're right. Mine is a little bit.
May I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
You need to refer to the original exhibit, please, as far as to making a determination.
Okay.
If you would, please refer to the original, to the exhibit.
I mean, it does seem hard to read because I have written some notes to the left, but that would be surprising to me, but I'm not saying that it may not be checked underneath my handwritten note to the left. I'm really unsure.
it's just hard to read because of the handwriting.
That's right, yeah.
So it could be, might not be.
Yeah.
And isn't it true that what is easy to read is that Ashley had written just a few short places down that Carly had been sad and withdrawn in her mood?
Yes.
Okay. And at the top of that page, and I know it's kind of a little bit messy, but at the top of that page, isn't it true that somebody reported that Carly had made a 30 on the SAT?
Correct.
ACT?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that somebody had written in the response to the first question, what are your goals that you hope to achieve through counseling?
Mm-hmm.
Someone had written, either Ashley or you, she wants to feel better about herself, socially, personally, physically insecure,
Yes.
and had been so since 5th or 6th grade.
That's correct. So she began by writing she wants to feel better about herself, and then I followed up with both of them and added more notes to give more detail to that. That's right.
Isn't it true also on that page, in kind of response to the question number 2, it says father had been emotionally and physically abusive,
Mm-hmm.
and also had bipolar
And drug
ADHD.
addict.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and drug addict.
That's right.
And that there had been times years ago that she had reported he, meaning the father, had been getting high in front of her the whole time during, I guess, visitation periods.
That's correct.
Okay. And then briefly describe your or your child's current difficulty. Can you read for us what's written there?
Yes, it says, this is written by Ashley. Carly has been complaining of sleeping trouble and thoughts of depression, hopelessness. We discovered issues of cutting and taking old sleeping pills. Those issues have been removed and controlled, but also signify the possible level of depressive thoughts.
Okay. So, did Carly's mom, and on this page, there's a box for, hurts animals. That box isn't checked, is it?
There is a box for, no, it's not checked.
Okay. And it's also a box for hurts friends or siblings. That box isn't checked, is it?
Correct.
And during the course of your counseling with Carly, did you ever consider her a psychopath?
Never.
Did you ever consider her a sociopath?
Never.
And again, you've met with her how many times?
9 hours, roughly 9 hours, yes.
So 9 different sessions.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
From January to March.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And were you aware that Carly had written in a journal about hearing auditory hallucinations?
Mm-mm. Unless it was the reference to that iPod. I'm not sure if they're considering that a journal or what.
But the reference.
I was never told about any kind of hallucinations. Just dark thoughts is the way it was described to me in that iPod.
Okay. And did you know that in one of Carly's journal entries, when she was talking about feeling like she was losing control of the auditory hallucinations, that she'd actually written in there that she had considered bringing her journal to you?
No. No, not at all.
Do you think that speaks to the level of trust Carly had in you?
I can't really speak to that. You'd have to ask her.
Were you aware of the fact that Carly has repeatedly told people that you were the first counselor she ever felt like helped her? Were you aware?
No, it's not.
If Carly would have reported to you during one of your sessions that she was experiencing auditory hallucinations, would that have been something you felt like you needed to report to her mom?
Not necessarily. I would have followed up with a lot of questions to determine if she was a threat to herself or others.
Okay. And if Carly would have reported to you that she felt like she was losing control of herself to the auditory hallucinations, was that something you would have felt like you needed to report to her mom?
Again, not necessarily. I would have asked her to clarify with a lot of questions. What does control mean to you? You know, that means 1,000 things to different people. But if I had asked it enough to determine that she was a threat to herself or others, then yes, I would have reported it.
Okay. And is it fair to say that Carly had some fear in regards to her dad?
Her biological father?
Yes.
That was very perplexing for me, honestly. I just could not get her to open up a lot about what I knew had to have been traumatic instances. I mean, she seemed very indifferent and apathetic towards him. But, yeah.
And is it fair to say that Carly saw her father as someone who is not a successful person?
Correct. Yeah, she did not like him.
Yeah.
She was glad she was with her mother.
Yeah. And is it fair to say that if someone is afraid of having a certain mental health diagnosis, that might motivate them to not be fully forthcoming with their therapist about what they're experiencing?
Sure.
And if Carly would have told you that she was smoking marijuana to help her sleep at night, is that something you would have felt the need to tell her mom?
No.
Okay. Would Carly have had any way of knowing, without disclosing that to you, that you wouldn't have reported that to her mom?
Yes, she would, because I told her that on the first session.
Okay. But Carly had seen you talk with her mom before, correct?
Because she's smart enough to know that legally anyone under the age of 18 has to do it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And did Carly or Ashley ever tell you about an incident in which Carly had gotten in trouble for taking a knife to school?
Never.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. And during the time in which you were with Carly, had either Carly or her mom reported to you that Carly had seemed to develop a hypersensitivity to certain sounds?
In that session note regarding the symptoms, she came telling me, you know, she just gave me a lot. It's probably in that one. She kind of came in talking about a lot of symptoms that typically is customary to like an Asperger's or autistic diagnosis.
Yeah. And that these certain sounds, when she heard them, kind of caused her to feel irritated?
Yes, but again, like it was not ever anything, I want to be clear, like a hallucinatory manner. It was all in the context of that person's tapping that pen or tapping their foot or something like that, you know?
Yeah, not furious, but just annoyed,
Yeah,
irritated.
Right.
Yeah. And based on your sessions with Carly, when Carly would mention, you know, having periods of time when she would be questioning the meaning of life, did that seem to be during the time periods in which Carly was experiencing depression?
I need you to repeat that, please. I'm unclear what you're asking.
Yeah. When you talked about that Carly would have these existential times and she'd be questioning, you know, the meaning of life and things like that. Was that also during periods of time in which Carly was experiencing depression?
Well, that's what was kind of problematic about treating her, is that was really the only thing of real emotional conflict that I ever had her report, and it was because of the iPod stuff. And so I kept trying to kind of dig and find out what was troubling her. So, I mean, during that's what I'm talking about with the existential. She didn't really open up a whole lot. The last session we did talk about kind of reality and life and morality and some things like that, but but it wasn't because she said she had been upset about it and needed to discuss it. It was based on something, I think, as I recall, her father is a Jehovah's Witness, her bio dad, and she knew I was a Christian because that's something that I like to tell people so it doesn't blindside them if they're different. And she said, "I'm sorry, I know you're a Christian. He's a Jehovah's Witness, and I believe that that's definitely a cult," you know. So we kind of talked a little bit about it that way thematically, but not in a way that was, you know, like I'm troubled and I need to talk about this kind of thing.
Yeah. And during your sessions with Carly, did she ever strike you as a violent child?
No.
And when you learned about the events that had transpired on March 19th, were you shocked?
It's the most shocking day of my life.
Yeah. And that's based on the 9 sessions you had with Carly and the hours you spent with her.
Yes, because I had no clue that nor had she ever reported that she was severely mentally troubled to any degree like that.
And you just, based on your knowledge of Carly and her relationship with her mom, you were shocked to find out what had occurred on March 19th.
Yes.
Thank you. We tender the witness.
State which degree to rep.
Right here.
Rebecca, as a therapist, how many people do you see that have complaints about depression or anxiety?
Almost every single one of them.
How many of them have gone on to kill their mom?
0. Oh, sorry, her. Before that, none.
Do you have any patients that have ever reported hearing voices?
I have, sometimes, yes.
And how many of them went on to kill their mom?
None.
You were asked about whether or not Ashley being mad at Carly made Carly angry and hurt her feelings. And I think you talked about anger being a second emotion. Did that make Carly angry? Sorry, you got to answer.
Yes, sorry.
You were asked about Carly wanting to please her mom and not worry her. Someone keeping secrets from their mom about a phone mom didn't know about, a secret boyfriend, the fact that someone's using drugs and cutting themselves. Does that sound like somebody who's so worried about hurting mom's feelings to you?
Can you please repeat that question?
Yeah, sorry, it was a bad one. You were asked about Carly not wanting to anger her mom.
Right.
And keeping secrets from your parent, doing things that are dangerous. Does that sound like somebody who's worried about hurting their parents' feelings?
I mean, honestly, it's I can't really speak to that. I mean, I would think that there could be a lot of motivations regarding that, but
Carly never reported having any mental health issues other than depression or anxiety to you, correct?
correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
This witness be finally excused by the state.
Yes, sir.
By the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you're free to leave. If you would hand that to the bailiff.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
After I take care of the jury, give me just a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury is about 10:30 and the lawyers want to talk, so that's a good time for y'all to use the restroom, okay? Everyone remain seated while the jury exits. Just knock on the door and let the bailiff know when we're ready, okay? reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. You had something?
Yes, sir. I was just wondering how many more witnesses
The prosecutors intend to call.
I haven't exactly made that decision yet. I mean, we know 2 for sure.
Okay. At least 2, they say. All right. We'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. defense ready? Is the defense ready? All right, bring them in. All right, state may call us next witness.
State calls Dr. Amanda Guglielmo.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat. Again, you don't have to talk directly in the microphone, but make sure that gentleman up there can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you're now under oath and your answers will be sworn answers under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
All right, you may proceed.
If you would, state your name for the record.
Amanda Guglielmo, Gugliano.
And Dr. Guglielmo, where are you currently employed?
I currently work at Mississippi State Hospital, and I also have a private practice where I do forensic psychological evaluations.
And if you could tell us just a little bit about what it is you do out at the Mississippi State Hospital.
I am the director of the Forensic Evaluation Service. So we are the only forensic service for the entire state. We do some outpatient evaluations, but now things have changed. It's mostly inpatient evaluations. And then, so we do inpatient evaluations for the court regarding competence to stand trial, someone's mental state at the time of the alleged offense, and sometimes some other factors too, such as mitigating circumstances or a violence risk assessment. Then we also provide treatment for individuals who have been found not guilty by reason of insanity, and we provide treatment for people who have been found incompetent to stand trial, and we're attempting to restore them to competence.
And you talked about the fact that you, are a forensic psychologist that do, you also perform private evaluations or do something on the side. Can you talk about that, please?
Yes, I have a private practice where I conduct forensic evaluations for both the state and the federal court. And those are typically related to the similar issues as I do for the state hospital: competence to stand trial, mental state at the time of the alleged offense. I have also done some death penalty evaluations if someone's competent to waive or assert post-conviction appeals, or competence to proceed with post-conviction appeals also.
And when you're doing these evaluations, who are you usually doing those on behalf of?
Most often it's court ordered, so it's, in my opinion, when something's court order, I consider that as the court's expert. My report goes to the court, and then both sides usually get a copy of it. Sometimes I am retained privately by one side, either the defense or the prosecution, and then I'm conducting the evaluation for them. So the person that I'm actually seeing and evaluating is not my client. It's the court or whichever attorney retained me.
And so if they're not your client, you're not actually providing them any type of treatment, right?
That's correct.
Could you give the ladies and gentlemen a little bit of information about your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology and a Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology from Lindenwood University, which is a private liberal arts school in Missouri.
I received my master's in clinical psychology from the Arizona School of Professional Psychology in 2006, and I received my doctorate in clinical psychology from the Arizona School of Professional Psychology in 2008.
And do you have any type of licensure or certifications here in Mississippi?
Yes, I'm a licensed psychologist in Mississippi, and then I'm also certified as a forensic evaluator by the Department of Mental Health.
Tell us a little bit about what that means, evaluator through the Mississippi Department of Mental Health.
Yes, so the Department of Mental Health has a process where they train and credential psychologists or psychiatrists to be forensic evaluators. So they are credentialed to do evaluations of competence to stand trial or mental state at the time of the alleged offense.
Do you know how many of them are approved in the state currently?
I'm not sure our current numbers. There are some that are approved who don't reside in Mississippi. They do telehealth evaluations. I think we have around 20 right now, maybe, but not all of them reside in Mississippi.
And so that's 20 psychologists and psychiatrists that are have meet the qualifications for the Mental Department of Health to do the evaluations?
Yes, that meet the qualifications and have applied to do those.
Do you belong to any sort of national or state level committees, any type of groups regarding psychologists?
Yes, I'm a member of the American Psychological Association. I'm also a member of the American Psychology and Law Society, which focuses on forensic psychology. I am a member of the Mississippi Psychological Association, and I'm also the president-elect for the Mississippi Psychological Association.
And I know we talked about the fact that you perform these types of evaluations for both, most of the time for the court, but also sometimes for the party that asks. How many times would you say that you have evaluated someone either for competency or sanity?
For competency, probably around 1,500 times. For sanity, probably around 500 times.
And have you testified in courts as an expert, as a forensic psychologist previously?
Yes, I have.
And how often would you say you've done that?
Probably about, I don't know exactly, about 45 times.
And you've actually been recognized by this particular court as a forensic psychologist expert, right?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, we would ask that the witness be tendered as an expert witness in forensic psychology.
No objection, Your Honor. I believe her CV has already been entered by stipulation.
All right, she'll be accepted as an expert in the field of forensic psychology.
Dr. Guglielmo, if you could tell the ladies and gentlemen the difference in like a treating physician or therapist and a forensic psychologist.
So it's a pretty different situation. I mentioned before, whenever you are treating someone, whenever you're the clinician, either a psychiatrist or psychologist, therapist, you're more of an advocate for the client, the person that you're treating, and you are treating and assessing them based on what they're telling you usually for the most part. A lot of times treating clinicians don't have much information or records outside of what the client tells them. So they just go off of what they see in front of them and what the client tells them. In doing forensic evaluations, the person that you're actually evaluating and talking to and assessing is not your client. As I mentioned before, it's the court or potentially a lawyer. It could also be one of the parents if there's like a child custody dispute and you're doing that type of evaluation, but typically it's the lawyer or the court. And in that case, you are not an advocate for the person that you're evaluating. You are supposed to be a neutral, objective evaluator who forms opinions based on the information that you have, and you offer those to the court. So there's no guarantee that it will be helpful or not to either side or to the court. it also, when you're a forensic evaluator, it's not confidential because you have to share the information that you gather with the court in a report, or you may end up testifying. I always warn people of that also. So it's also different in that doing a forensic evaluation, because there's legal issues involved, you rely on more than just the person's self-report. It's really important to have collateral sources of information. So you are always trying to corroborate what someone tells you to see if there's evidence in the records to support what they're telling you. Do other people say the same thing? You often interview friends or family, maybe even an employer of the person that you're evaluating. So it's not as clear that you're just taking what the person tells you as the truth. You're wanting to look for corroborating evidence and find where all the data is kind of pointing you. What direction is it all suggesting?
And you spoke earlier, Dr. Gugliano, about competence and maybe somebody's sanity. If you could kind of describe for us what competency is first.
Competency in general can be applied to various different things. It's situation specific. And what it essentially means is that someone has the ability to do something. So it could be competence to make legal decisions, or competence to be over your own medical care, financial situation, things like that. In the realm of criminal cases, competence is typically referred to for competence to stand trial or to proceed with their legal situation. And so that means, does the person have the ability to understand their charges, to understand the basics about the court system and how that works, to be able to appreciate the adversarial nature of the legal system, and that they're able to assist their attorney in their defense. So competence really has to do with someone's mental functioning presently, in the current moment. Sanity, or mental state at the time of an alleged offense, has to do with how someone was doing mentally at the time of an offense sometime in the past. So it's a retrospective evaluation where you're trying to figure out whether someone was so mentally ill that it impaired their ability to know the nature, quality, or wrongfulness of their alleged acts.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about that. Is there a certain standard in the state of Mississippi that forensic psychiatrists and psychologists have to follow when rendering opinions about sanity?
Yes.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen about that? I think you sort of described that, but just want you to talk a little bit more about that.
Yes, the standards is what we often call the McNaughton standard, because that's the criminal case that the standard developed out of. The person who was the defendant was Daniel McNaughton. And so the McNaughton standard is what we refer to as a cognitive test. That means that it's just based on someone's knowledge about something. So it's, do they know the nature and quality? That essentially means, do they understand the basic facts about what they did? Then understanding the wrongfulness is, did they understand that what they were doing was illegal? So some states have different standards. So some states include whether someone had the ability to control their impulses, or whether they appreciated the wrongfulness. But in Mississippi, it's just a knowledge of what they were doing and if it was wrong.
So I want to be clear, you said something about other states allow whether somebody appreciated what they did was right or wrong. Can you describe for us what you meant by that?
Yes. So knowledge is really just understanding the basic facts about something. Appreciating is having a more in-depth understanding to where you can understand the societal and moral implications behind it and reasoning for it. So for example, someone might know that killing someone is wrong, that it's illegal, but they may not really understand why it's wrong to do that. They know that it's bad, they know they're not supposed to, but they really don't understand why. So that would be more the appreciation, where they don't understand the reasoning behind why it's wrong.
And Mississippi doesn't allow us to talk about the appreciation of someone, right?
It doesn't include that in the standard.
I want to talk to you about the defendant, Carly Gregg. How is it that you became, or did you have the opportunity to work on an evaluation involving Carly Gregg?
I did.
And how is it that you became involved in that case?
You contacted me to see if I would be available to do an evaluation of Miss Gregg's competence to stand trial and sanity.
And was it your understanding that you were being court ordered for that?
It was.
And is that how you went about your evaluation?
Yes, it is.
And in fact, we talked a little bit about how that's different, but when you're court ordered to do it, you said you return that report to the court and the defense attorneys, right?
Yes. Actually, in Mississippi, I submit my report to the circuit clerk, and then the circuit clerk distributes it to the judge, defense attorney, and prosecution.
Does the prosecution have any ability to edit the report that you prepare?
No.
Does the prosecution actually really have any input into what you put into your report?
No.
And sometimes those reports actually come back and say that the defendant is incompetent to go forward, right?
Correct.
And sometimes you will render an opinion that the defendant is in fact insane.
Correct.
I want to talk to you about this particular case. Dr. Guglielmo, did you prepare a report regarding your findings?
I did.
And are the opinions that you formulated in that report, are those based upon a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
To a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, because I'm not a medical doctor, so we use psychological certainty for psychologists.
Thank you for that clarification. And what types of items did you review before rendering your opinion in this case?
I reviewed some court orders involving this case. I reviewed some of the discovery materials. I also had some treatment records, not all of the ones that have been talked about so far by other experts. I had the Magnolia counseling records, so Miss Kirk's records from the therapy. I also had precise clinical neurosciences records from the medication that she was being prescribed. I had a few records from the jail from her current incarceration related to some crisis contacts, but I did not have any records regarding the medication that she was being prescribed in jail. Then I also spoke with Ms. Newman about her concerns regarding the case, and I spoke to Ms. Todd, the defense attorney, about any concerns she had regarding the case.
Did you interview anybody besides the defendant in this case?
No, I attempted to interview her stepfather, but he had asked to have his attorney present, which I said was okay, and he was going to call me back where we could set up a time to do that, but he never returned my call.
Why is it important to try to talk to family members before you conduct your evaluation?
I do that because I'm trying to see if there's anything that they say that that will give me an idea of what to follow up on, or there may be something that isn't in the records that they're aware of. And sometimes they can give you a direction to go with your questioning. I do a pretty broad evaluation, but if there are any significant concerns or specific concerns, I want to make sure that I know about them so I can ask about them when I interview the defendant.
And Dr. Gano, you just testified about some of the things that you reviewed, that you had conversations with both my office and the defense. Are those, is that information, facts, and data that you typically rely on in conducting your mental health evaluations?
Yes, it is.
And is that information that is pretty regular for a forensic psychologist to consider when forming their opinions with regards to competency or sanity?
Yes.
Did you actually have the opportunity to speak with Ms. Gregg?
Yes, I did.
Was that interview recorded?
It was.
And do you record all your interviews?
I record most of them. There's a few times that I haven't for the federal courts because the attorneys have not wanted me to.
And why is it that you record those interviews?
I record them in case I need to refer back to my notes. I take notes while I'm interviewing someone, but I like to be as accurate as possible, and I really think that quotes are helpful for either a court or a jury, for either the judge or the jury, whoever's making the decision, to see what people actually say. So I record it for my benefit, and then I also record it in case someone wants to get the recording so they can listen to it. I try to have transparency in my evaluations. I'm not trying to do anything that I wouldn't want recorded. So it's to help just confirm what I'm reporting in my report.
When you're conducting one of these evaluations, Dr. Giuliano, is it your role to favor one side or the other?
No, as a forensic evaluator, your goal is to be as objective and unbiased and neutral as possible.
How often, when you're doing these evaluations, do you actually have mental health records from the day before a crime was committed?
Very rarely.
And how often do you get the opportunity to have a video where part of the crime is committed on the video to consider? It's not unheard of, but it's not in the majority of cases. I want to talk to you about the interview that you did of the defendant. Who was present during that evaluation?
It was myself, Ms. Gregg, and Ms. Todd.
And is it common in your practice for attorneys to be present during the evaluations?
I wouldn't say that it's uncommon. It doesn't happen in the majority of cases, but it's not unusual.
How often, when you have attorneys sit in, is it common for them to make comments during the evaluation?
Most attorneys don't say much during the evaluation unless the defendant asks them a question. I always let both the defendant and the attorney know at the beginning that if the defendant wants to consult with their attorney during the evaluation, we can stop and they can consult in private, or the defendant can even ask their attorney for guidance at any point without us also stopping the interview. So it happens, but most of the time when it happens, it's the defendant who initiates the consult with the attorney in the moment.
And in your training and experience and all the evaluations that you perform, is it unusual for an attorney to be asking their client multiple questions instead of you during an evaluation?
Yes, I would say that's unusual.
Dr. Giuliano, I want to talk to you about the specific findings in your evaluation. Can you tell us when you conducted that evaluation and sort of walk us through what happened?
We met in a room at the detention center, and it was for several hours. I think we were probably meeting for about 5 hours, but we had several brief breaks in that time to where the interview was a little over 4 hours, and we had a break for lunch also. But essentially it was me asking the majority of the questions to Ms. Gregg, and Ms. Todd interjected at some points, but that was pretty much it.
Were there things that Ms. Todd shared with you that were not provided to you in discovery?
Yes.
Is that typical in cases when you have evaluations?
It's not unheard of. Ms. Todd shared some things with me on the phone. I talked to her before I met with Ms. Gregg to do the interview. So she had shared some things with me on the phone that I was not aware of at that point. And that's one of the reasons that I call attorneys, is to see if they have any information that may be helpful.
And when they give you that information, you then try to follow up, get some sort of confirmation about those statements or what that information was?
Yes.
What, if anything, did Ms. Gregg tell you during your evaluation about the use of illegal drugs?
She told me that she was smoking marijuana through a vape pen, and she denied any other illicit or illegal substance use.
What did she tell you about abusing any other prescription medication?
She didn't answer that question.
And was that important to you?
It's a regular question that I ask when doing an evaluation. Both illegal drugs and prescription drugs, or even over-the-counter medications, can have impacts on someone's mental health or in their functioning. So I routinely ask those questions.
And if someone were to have been on a prescription drug at the time of the crime, it would have been important for you to be able to explore that a little bit further, right?
I would definitely want to know if they were on medications at the time, or if they were taking anything that wasn't prescribed to them.
And if so somebody wasn't truthful or didn't provide you an answer about that, that would impair your ability to make a decision about anything regarding medication. Is that correct?
It might not impair my ability. I'm limited in what I can say about medications. I don't prescribe medications. So I'm limited in what I can say about that, but it could limit things such as, it might be a consideration that someone's actions, feelings, behaviors could have potentially been due to a drug or medication. And so if you don't know that they were using that, then you wouldn't know that that's a potential factor.
I want to back up just a little bit. The defendant told you that she'd been using marijuana. You have the opportunity to review prior medical records in this case. Did you see anywhere in her prior records where she had reported the use of marijuana?
I believe she had reported it to the jail, maybe, after she was arrested.
Prior to March 19th of 2024, had she told any of her treaters that she was using marijuana?
From the records that I reviewed, she had not.
From the records that you reviewed prior to March the 19th, 2024, had she ever reported to anyone that she was having voices in her head?
No, she did not.
Prior to March 19th of 2024, in the records you reviewed, had she reported to anyone that she was having lapses in time?
She did not.
And did you find anything that was provided to you by either side to corroborate that Ms. Gregg was having lapses in time?
Ms. Todd told me during our telephone conversation that Ms. Gregg's stepfather had mentioned that Ms. Gregg was having lapses in time and kind of spacing out. And so I asked Ms. Gregg about that during my interview of her.
But you weren't able to corroborate that with him?
No, I wasn't able to speak with Mr. Smiley.
I want to talk to you about the use of marijuana. In your experience, can the use of drugs alone cause some sort of psychosis?
It can.
And what about marijuana or THC alone?
It can. We thought previously there was a common believed that marijuana was fairly benign, but there are higher levels of THC in most marijuana now, or a lot of marijuana now. And so with the more potent marijuana, it is possible that people can experience symptoms of psychosis just from marijuana use.
When we're talking about symptoms of psychosis, can you describe for us what you mean by that?
That could be hallucinations, such as seeing things or hearing things that aren't really there and that other people don't see. It could be delusional beliefs, which are beliefs that are untrue, but the person staunchly believes that regardless of the facts or evidence presented to them that dispute those beliefs. It could also be mood symptoms, like an emotional flattening to where they don't seem to have the normal range of emotions that most people experience. It could even be slowed thinking or slowed body movements.
During your interview with Ms. Gregg, did you talk to her about some things that might have been bothering her at the current time?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, may I refer to my...
Absolutely.
reference? I always ask people that I'm evaluating, if you had to pick the one thing that was bothering you the most lately, what would that be? Because it's a pretty open-ended question, and it can kind of give you a good idea of what is, on that person's mind maybe the most. And Miss Gregg reported that she was bothered that she knew school was getting ready to start up or had just started back, and she missed school because she said she really enjoyed school and that had been a main focus of her life. She also discussed feelings of sadness, difficulty sleeping. She reported having mood swings.
What did she say about her mood swings?
She said that they could occur minute by minute or could happen over the course of weeks or days or months. She said, when I asked her to provide some additional clarification, she said, quote, "I'll be really happy one minute, then I'll be desolate the next," close quote. So she was describing, it seemed to me, pretty quickly fluctuating mood states that appeared at least somewhat dependent on her situation and what was going on with her in her life.
Dr. Gano, you were in the courtroom during the testimony earlier where somebody had mentioned that Ms. Gregg's father potentially had bipolar disorder. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen what bipolar disorder, I think it's type 2, is?
Yes, there's two different types. I'm not sure which one Mr. Gregg has been diagnosed with. Type 1 involves episodes of mania, which you guys had heard about previously. It's whenever someone has the really high emotional experiences, they have a lot of energy, they may feel like they're on top of the world, really happy, feel invincible, have trouble focusing. They may start a whole bunch of tasks but never finish anything. They can be more irritable. And it's so severe that it impairs their everyday functioning. Then bipolar 2 disorder is kind of a less extreme version of mania that we refer to as hypomania, where they're elevated more than what is normal, but it's not quite to what we consider a manic episode.
And when you're talking about a hypomanic or an episode in bipolar, is that consistent with somebody whose mood can change minute to minute?
No.
Could you describe for us why not?
Yes, for bipolar disorder, it's something that isn't based on someone's situation. They really have no control over their emotions. It's not due to something good happening in their life or something bad that's happened in their life. And for a diagnosis of bipolar disorder, they have to experience either the manic episode for 1 week, where from every day, more days than not, that they're in this hyper aroused state. For hypomania, they have to experience it for at least 4 days in a row. And so that's not something where you would see fluctuations within the same day or hours.
In your evaluation with Carly and your review of the medical records, was it ever disclosed that she had these periods of time that were 4 days or more?
She didn't specify an exact number of days. As I mentioned before, she said, it could be hours, days, weeks.
You spoke with Ms. Gregg about mood swings, and then she described for you at some point during your interview, I'm very detached, and I think you asked her to elaborate on that. Do you recall what Ms. Gregg told you regarding feeling detached?
Yes. So I was asking her questions that can sometimes be commonly found in people who have experienced traumatic experiences. So symptoms that sometimes indicate someone may have post-traumatic stress disorder. And we were talking about anxiety also, and how she didn't feel as bothered as she thought she should have felt by being in jail. And so I was asking her more about that, and Miss Todd offered that Miss Gregg appeared to be detached, and that Miss Todd thought that might have been due to Miss Gregg being in solitary confinement. She'd been housed by herself in the jail since she's a minor, so she has little interaction with other people other than the guards when they interact with her. And so I asked Carly about that, and she said, I'm very detached. And she said, and when I asked her to describe that a little further, she said, quote, I think when my mom would get on me, I would kind of slip away and not be in the room. I just kind of feel like it wasn't real. I think that's how I am now because all this doesn't feel real. I mean, logically it is, it just doesn't feel that way, close quote.
And then you went on, Dr. Gugliano, to ask her about blackouts. Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, what y'all's conversation about blackouts was?
Yes.
For reference, I think that's on the same page we were just looking at, same paragraph.
Okay. I had asked her if she ever experienced a blackout, and she said that's kind of what happened with the incident, the alleged offense. She discussed further about the blackout, saying that she would just kind of space out, and I believe she said in particular whenever, like if her mom was yelling at her, or she was in trouble with her mom or something like that.
Did she ever use the words derealized?
She did not.
What about the word disassociation or disassociated?
No, she did not use those words.
Did she reveal to you that she was having intrusive memories regarding the crimes committed in this case?
Yes, she did.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen about that?
Yes, so intrusive memories are just memories that someone is doing something else. They're not purposely thinking about something, and the memories just pop into their head. And once they get in their head and once they're thinking about them, it's really hard to stop thinking about them. It's hard to let go of those memories. And so I don't think at that point that I asked her for details about the intrusive memories regarding the offenses, because I had not yet determined whether she was competent to stand trial, and talking about that could have potentially revealed incriminating information. So I was waiting until later to ask that, and we never ended up circling back to that.
And Dr. Giuliani, was there anything about your conversation where somebody said something about feeling queasy when they were thinking about the event?
Yes.
Tell me about that, if you would.
Carly reported that sometimes when she thought about the alleged offenses that she would feel queasy.
And what else did she say about being paranoid?
She described having thoughts that bad things were going to happen, such as that someone would jump on her in the jail or things like that. And in my experience and opinion, that's more consistent with anxiety than delusional paranoia. Whenever people kind of have those thoughts where they just worry about all these things that could potentially happen, that is symptomatic. You know, they often say that I'm paranoid that these things are going to happen, but they're not using it in the clinical sense of paranoia, and it's not what I would think of in the clinical sense as paranoia, as like psychotic paranoia.
I want to take a step back, Dr. Gano. The word queasy, and you talked about that Carly said she felt queasy when thinking about the event. Can you elaborate on what that meant?
I didn't ask her, but I was assuming that it meant sick to her stomach.
About the crimes that have been committed?
About something in relation to them. I didn't ask for any specifics.
At some point, Dr. Giuliano, did you have a discussion with Carly about whether or not she was hearing voices?
Yes, I did.
And what did she say about the voices?
She said that she had been hearing one voice, a male voice, since she was young. I think she said maybe around like 5 or 6 years old, which is unusual. And she said that she heard the voice every day and that it was always kind of there in the background, but she could usually ignore it and tune it out.
You said that it was unusual that somebody would start hearing a voice at 5 or 6. Can you tell us why?
Yeah, that's not really consistent with a psychotic disorder. Typically, people start having symptoms of psychosis for women in their early to mid 20s. For men, it's late teens, early 20s. It's very unusual for a young child, to have what are actually hallucinations. And it's possible that it wasn't what we would clinically consider a hallucination. It could be, you know, as a kid, it could be something like their own inner thoughts or their inner dialogue, and they don't recognize that as what that is.
She described those voices that she was hearing them every single day.
Yes.
Is that common in people in that age group?
No.
What did she say about whether or not these voices ever told her to do anything?
She said the voices never told her to do anything. She said that they made snide comments about other people and just really rude comments, kind of talking down about other people. I specifically asked her if the voices ever told her or said anything about her mom or her stepdad, and she said no.
You were present in the courtroom yesterday during Dr. Clark's testimony, right?
Yes.
And you heard mention that Carly had disclosed to an employee through Vital Court that in fact her mom, she heard voices that told her to harm her mom.
Yes, that's what Dr. Clark said.
So there's records saying Carly said, the voices told me to hurt mom, but that's not what she reported to you.
Correct.
Dr. Guglielmo, as part of your evaluation regarding competency, one of the things you consider is the defendant's ability to recall facts. Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen why that's important?
That is a requirement specifically for Mississippi. Most other states don't have that as part of their competence to stand trial requirement. There's not a clear definition of what is specifically meant by that in the standard. The general interpretation that I have for it is that it means that someone can recall basic information about their case. If they have a discussion with their attorney, are they able to remember what they talked about? What do they remember about the alleged offenses? If they don't have a good memory or don't remember the alleged offenses, are they able to go over the evidence and remember the evidence enough to be able to help their attorney prepare their defense?
And in this case, what did you find regarding Ms. Gregg's ability to remember relevant facts about the alleged offense?
It was my opinion that she had the ability to recall relevant facts. We talked about the month leading up to the alleged offenses and what all was going on with her then, and her report was fairly consistent with the records that I had available. She also did not demonstrate any current memory deficits that would have been concerning. So I didn't talk to her about that day in particular because I didn't end up evaluating her sanity at the time of the alleged offense. So I don't know exactly what all she recalls from that particular day.
With regards to your evaluation, did you in fact find a forensic opinion regarding Carly's ability to proceed to trial and competency?
Yes, it was my opinion that she had the ability to do so.
And is that to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty?
It is.
And again, just to kind of go through those factors with us, the ability to understand the nature and the proceedings against her.
Yes.
And then what else is that?
The ability to rationally communicate with her attorney about her case, the ability to recall relevant facts, and the ability to testify in her own defense if she chose to do so.
And in fact, you found that Carly was competent.
That was my opinion. I don't decide that. That's up to the court to decide.
And in this particular case, Dr. Giuliano, did you send your report to the clerk's office like you do when you're court ordered to perform an evaluation?
I did.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Lunch is here and set up and ready for y'all, so we're going to take a recess till at least 12:30. Remember not to discuss anything about the case at this point. Everyone, just whenever you're done, around 12:30 or thereafter, it's y'all's lunch, knock on the door and let the bailiffs know you're ready. Okay, everyone, please remain seated while the jury exits. All right, the record will reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. Dr. Giuliano, you'll be free to leave during lunch. Be back no later than 12:30. No later, I mean 12:20.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll be in recess till. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody. Okay. The court will be in recess till at least 12:20. All right. See y'all then. Defense ready.
Your Honor, before we bring the jury back in,
Okay.
there's an issue that we need to take out.
All right, I hear you.
Your Honor, just now, the defense received exculpatory evidence from one of the minors, BG's, whose phone had been turned over to law enforcement, and law enforcement downloaded contents of his phone. However, these text messages were not provided to us until BG himself provided them to us earlier today. This was a phone that was taken into custody by Zach Cotton on March 19th. If you look at the state's Bates numbered document 283 is actually his arrest, the search warrant for that phone. Now, while they did provide us text messages from the day of March 19th, they did not provide us any of the other text messages. BG found these text messages on his phone and texted them to myself earlier today. I printed them out on the lunch break, and according to both the United States Supreme Court case law, Brady v. Maryland, Mississippi, King v. State, and also Arizona v. Virginia, which is a U.S. Supreme Court state, the failure of law enforcement to disclose exculpatory evidence is imputed to the state, and such disclosure mandates either a continuance until the defense has had time to review this documentation or dismissal of the charges themselves for the failure to provide exculpatory evidence in discovery.
You want to mark?
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to mark on Friday.
All right, I'll be marked Friday purposes only.
Can we look at it? Yeah, got your copy right here.
I mean, I have a response in general without looking at them.
Hang on. Take a look at them. Where are they marked? 23 ID only.
Your Honor. The date is on the top text message. It's the one in general that we believe goes to the exculpatory evidence. It
Okay.
is on this page. So it would be this page. BG is in blue, Carly is the black.
Where's do it back? Is that the first text message?
Yes.
All right. So the defendant says, do it back. Mr. Bennett, Germany, says, I don't know what that is. What's going on? She responds, I don't know. I called Anthony because I wanted to talk to him, and then I saw him and I couldn't breathe, and I couldn't say anything because I didn't know what to say, and I can't remember anything that happened today. I zoned out for most of it, and I don't know what's wrong with me. That's what
Yes,
you're
Your
showing
Honor.
is the exculpatory part.
Yes, Your Honor. And that this text thread is dated as of November 22nd of 2023.
All right, anything further from the defendant? By way of motion.
No, Your Honor, just that the U.S. Supreme Court and also the Mississippi State Supreme Court is clear about the failure of the fact that it was in the possession of law enforcement. Law enforcement downloaded the contents of this phone, had it by search warrant, and failed to produce it. And that the failure, and according to the U.S. Supreme Court in Arizona v. Youngblood, the failure of law enforcement is imputed to the failure of the state for discovery purposes.
Okay. Response by the state, or do you need a few moments?
I'm prepared, Your Honor. First of all, I don't believe
Well,
that text message.
Let's step up to the podium.
I may have to go upstairs at some point and get a signed piece of paper from Ms. Todd, but I think that I have it here. Your Honor, first let me address the fact that this is not, in fact, exculpatory material. This is a text message between Bennett, Germany, and the defendant from back in November. Bennett, Germany took the stand. He could have provided this at any point. He actually, in fact, spoke to the defense attorneys previously. This is not new information that they had. It's not exculpatory information. However, in order for it to be a Brady violation, the state would, in fact, not have had to produce the material that they had. On June the 4th, 2024, the state of Mississippi provided to the defense attorneys one jump drive containing digital evidence media files, witness interviews of minor friends, the indictment, discovery bait stamps 1 through 349, supplemental discovery bait stamps 350, 351. Third Snapchat report, 352, 356. 2 CDs labeled Heath Smiley hospital interview and Deputy Allison Dufour body cam, and 1 hard drive containing phone dumps. Your Honor, they were in fact provided the phone extraction from Bennett Germany's phone. It is not the state's fault that they did not review those messages. Everything that was on Bennett's phone that was taken from law enforcement was produced to the defense attorney on June the 4th, 2024. Since there had been issues with the state of Mississippi and the defense attorneys claiming that they had not in fact received items, the state went ahead and had them sign something stating that they had received discovery, and also the entire jump drive, now not the external hard drive, but the jump drive that was provided that had the media and electronic data on it was screenshotted. Ms. Todd signed off on April the 20th, 2024 that she had received all those items, including through bait stamps number 798. When Mr. Camp reached out to me the day before the defense attorneys had provided their expert discovery, I believe it's by email, I can go back and look, Your Honor, I believe responding to him around 5 o'clock, he said something to the effect of, where are the text messages between the kids? And my response was, well, there's 2 places. There's screenshots that you guys were provided, and then there's messages within the actual phone extractions. Your Honor, they had this material, they knew this material existed, and for them to try to claim now that they were not provided that information is disingenuous. And again, this witness took the stand. If they knew this, if he knew this, if they had this information, they met with him previously, why on earth would they be producing it now? We do not believe this is exculpatory. This is something that happened back in November. We're here because the state has charged Carly Gregg with murdering her mother on March the 19th, 2024. We are here because the state has charged Carly Gregg with attempting to murder her stepfather, Heath Smiley, on March the 19th, 2024. And we are here because the state has charged Carly Gregg with tampering with physical evidence for removing the surveillance footage that captured a portion of the incident and hid it in the refrigerator. There is nothing about this text message that would indicate that it is anything other than messages between the defendant and one of her friends who on the stand said he was her best friend. This has not been authenticated. I don't know, Your Honor, without going and putting the phone extraction into my computer whether or not this message is actually there. But if it is, they've had it since June.
Hold on a second. In a second. I'm going to give you a chance to reply. All right. What documentation do you have to prove that you turned this over to the defense? I believe you said there was a jump drive that contained the phone extract, and I'm familiar with phone extractions. There's no way to extract part of a phone on Celebrite.
That's right, Your Honor.
Okay. So did you show me what you got to prove that you turned over a jump drive? And if you need a few minutes to go grab your paperwork,
I do not, Judge.
Show it to counsel opposite.
We've had this issue come up previously, so now we have the defense attorney sign saying they picked up material.
All right. Do you have a copy of that we can mark for identification
This
purposes?
is the only one I have, Your Honor. I can rip it out of the file and make a copy if necessary.
You showed it to counsel opposite, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mark it for identification purposes for the state.
Your Honor, for the record, that bears Ms. Todd's signature and date.
Okay. Let's mark it so I can see it. And what you're saying is this jump drive contained digital discovery. Is that correct?
Your Honor, there was a jump drive that the defense brought to our office. That jump drive contained the digital discovery, the physical file, the PDFs, the 2 CDs that we had in our file, as well as we had an external hard drive that had these phone extractions on them. They were put onto the jump drive that Ms. Todd picked up on June the 4th, 2024, as indicated by a hard drive containing phone dumps. Your Honor, there are multiple emails between myself and Ms. Todd that if I need to, I can run upstairs and print off, where I've said, let me know if you can't open a file. Let me know if you don't have something. I said, in fact, hey, I screenshotted 800 pages and scanned it in. Let me know if a single file doesn't open. Mr. Camp and Ms. Todd were attached to all those messages. At no point did they ever say, hey, we don't have Bennett's phone extraction. Again, just because they don't know how to access something, they didn't ask our office for something, or they didn't take the time to review that material, Judge, does not put that burden on the state.
Is there anything else the state wants to move in for the court to look at?
Your Honor, I'd like an opportunity to go upstairs and print all those emails I've talked about, if that would assist the court in any way.
Can you do it within 10 minutes?
I believe so.
All right, we'll be in recess 10 minutes.
In fact,
I'm going to give you a chance to reply, but I want to see her. It's going to go motion, response, reply, I rule, we're done.
This is not reply was cleared up, Your Honor.
Nope, not till I see her documents. I want to complete the state's response. That way you can have a reply. We're not going to have a reply, response, or reply. It's going to be motion, response, reply, I rule, and the rest of it's up to the appellate courts. All right, y'all got 10 minutes.
Your Honor, I believe that I could probably just make a copy of all of this, and that would entail my emails back and forth with Ms. Todd regarding discovery. I kept them because I assumed that there at some point would be some sort of argument that we hadn't produced something. But I do not have a copy of this. This is just the one copy I kept for my file.
Well, I saw Mr. McDivitt stand up back there. He can make himself useful and cut down on the jury's time. I think everybody in the courtroom knows I don't have a problem abusing lawyers and their staff. So give him the email, the email. Mr. McDivitt, you go copy it.
I think that should be everything. I'm going to make sure that's all of it.
And please bear in mind, I got a jury waiting.
The problem is there's a bunch of staples in it, but I don't know what I got. But I'll keep them. Thanks, sir.
All right. Ms. Gugliano, still don't discuss your testimony with anybody. Well, let me ask this. While he's making copies, would there be some objection to us going on ahead and hearing her testimony? I mean, you're asking me to dismiss the charges, basically, Ms. Todd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, if I don't decide to dismiss the charges, we're going to hear Ms. Gugliano's testimony anyway. So rather than wasting the jury's time, I'm going to bring the jury in, let you cross-examine her, let them redirect, and then I can take another break, and maybe copies will be done by then. I'll hear objections to that procedure by the state.
No objection.
Objections to that procedure by the defense.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring in the jury. Ms. Newman, get your notes. Have a seat. And everybody take a deep breath. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, every day after lunch hour, things get slow, people get a little tired. If you get tired at any point in time, just stand up, okay? Stand up, try to shake off the afternoon sleepies. All right. Dr. Gugliano, do you understand you're still under oath and your answers are still sworn answers?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you discuss your testimony with anyone during the break?
No, I did not.
All right, you may proceed to cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. G.
Good afternoon.
If you recall during your direct examination, Ms. Newman asked you about information you received from me. Is it correct in my understanding that you called me?
Yes.
Okay. And I provided information upon your request?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And during an evaluation, when you're evaluating a minor or any person, who's in control of that evaluation?
I am.
And if you felt for any reason that your evaluation was being hindered, either by something with the location or anything else, what would you do?
I would try to take steps if I could to correct it.
Okay. And Dr. G, you mentioned on direct examination with Ms. Newman that there was an occasion in which I interjected or interrupted during your evaluation of Carly.
Yes.
And was that because there was a time or two in which I was aware that Carly was trying to answer a question for you that she didn't know the answer to?
There were a few times where you interjected to tell Carly not to answer if she didn't know, or to just say she did not know. And then there were times that you interjected to prompt Carly.
Yeah, to make sure you had all the information, correct?
I can't say what your intentions were. I'm just saying you prompted her by giving her, a word or something like that, or mentioning, remember this.
Okay. And Dr. G, you were originally there to do an evaluation on Carly's competency to stand trial and to determine whether or not she was competent at the time of the incident on March 19th. Is that correct?
Yes, her competence at the time to stand trial and her sanity at the time of the alleged offenses.
Okay. And can you, explain, but in the course of your evaluation, you ended up just evaluating whether or not Carly was competent to stand trial, correct?
That's correct.
And that's very different than whether or not she was actually competent at the time of the incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have testified for this court once before at a competency hearing. Do you recall that?
In this specific case? Or?
Yes, in this case. Yes. And do you recall your testimony in that case that you informed the court that you stopped your evaluation because you became aware that medication might be an issue in Carly's competency at the time on March 19th, and you felt like there was someone else who could evaluate that?
Yes, it was my opinion that it appeared we had started talking, as I mentioned before, about what was going on with Ms. Gregg in the month leading up to the alleged offenses, and she mentioned her psychiatric medications and how she stopped one medication and started another a week before the alleged offenses, and that she had some reactions to those medications. So I recommended that a psychiatrist, a forensic psychiatrist, do the evaluation because I could not address whether any side effects or withdrawal symptoms may have been present due to medication, since that's not a specialty area of mine.
Thank you. I tender the witness, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Dr. Giuliano, in fact, you did try to question Ms. Gregg about whether or not she abused prescription medication, didn't you?
I did.
And she refused to provide an answer.
She declined to answer the question.
And are you able to go forward with any evaluation about medication when somebody fails to provide you information about it? Their abuse of medication.
If their abuse, no. No. If you're asking specifically about abuse, no. But there are other questions that I would have asked later in the interview about medications if I was evaluating her sanity.
And I believe you shared earlier that you did, in fact, render an opinion regarding her competency and her ability to recall facts, and that was that she is competent. Is that correct?
Yes, it was my opinion that she was competent to recall facts in relation to being competent to stand trial. I'm not saying how much she may or may not be able to recall of the alleged offenses.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused by the state?
Yes, sir.
By the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, y'all approach. You can stand in.
Thank you.
Apologize. This is my fault, okay? We have some things that we have to take up outside your presence. I'm going to ask you to go ahead, step back to the jury room for just hopefully a few minutes. When I say a few, 20, maybe 30, and I apologize. This is my fault, okay? So I know it's in and out, but nonetheless, just take a breather. Give us about 30 minutes, all right? Everyone remain seated while the jury exits. I'm going to take about a 10-minute recess, and hopefully the emails will be back before then. All right?
Your Honor, and I found some more. I'm going to go upstairs and get them to add those to this file.
All right. We'll be in recess till 1:05. wishes to the court to review?
I do, Your Honor, and we'll mark them and then.
Mark them all as a deposit next to number.
Your Honor, for the record, while we were out, the state went upstairs and grabbed a copy of our external hard drive that had the phone extractions on them. We opened that extraction. It was dated April the 30th. It included Bennett Germany's cell phone. We found the messages that Ms. Todd showed the court are in fact on that external hard drive found within the phone extraction that was turned over to them on June the 4th. Ms. Todd is currently in the process. She initially told me she did not have Cellbrite on that file. I showed her on her jump drive where she had it, and she's currently in the process of opening up Bennett Germany's cell phone extraction that was produced on June the 4th.
Your Honor, I have it open right now if I can respond.
All right. Hold on, time out. Where's the stuff you wanted to mark for ID? Is there any further response from the state?
Well, Your Honor, the fact that the witness took the stand already.
Okay. So let's finish up the response.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Again, motion, response, reply, I rule. Okay?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, they were provided the information. This witness has taken the stand already. He could have been asked anything that they wanted to about these text messages. Their motion was that it was exculpatory and that it wasn't turned over. In fact, it was turned over. Your Honor, that I don't know any other way to say that they have it.
Okay. All right. You see. Reply by the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. If you will recall at our hearing on June 4th of 2023, which I have a transcript of, at that day this court told the defense the state to provide all discovery to the state. By 5 o'clock that day, the court then asked me if I, in fact, on page 65 of that, 66 of that transcript, the court says, Ms. Todd, do you have an external hard drive you can turn over to the state? And I said, yes, Your Honor, I do. And it said, you owe that to them by 4 o'clock today. And at that point, Your Honor, I did provide an external hard drive to the state before 4 p.m. that day. The state, I think Catherine was just a little mistaken when she said the state gave me these files in digital on the thumb drive. They weren't on the thumb drive. They were on a hard drive, and on the hard drive it contained specific screenshots from March 19th with Bennett, and then in a different section of it, it contained like a summary on the external hard drive of like sort of looks like this of text messages. They're not in chronological order. There doesn't really even seem to be a date order, but I did type in one of the words from Bennett's text message that I gave you on March 28th, which was zoned out, and it's not pulling anything up.
Your permission to assist her?
Do you know how to use the Cellbrite extraction? Do you know how to use the Cellbrite tool, Ms. Todd?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you've looked for it in the reader.
Yes, in fact, it even says here, select the current words, and when Ms. Newman typed it in on her computer, she typed in zone, and it pulled up that particular text message, but it's not pulling it up on this one.
Your Honor, maybe assist her and see if it's in fact on her file.
Sure. Did you find it, Miss Todd?
Yes, Your Honor, I did provide it.
So you did in fact receive it.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Todd, I'm going to say this. When you accuse a prosecutor of a Brady violation, if she had in fact committed a Brady violation, it should be terminated. That's a very serious allegation. Now, As far as Brady versus Maryland, this is the court's ruling. First, the court finds that the defendant did receive it. As such, there is no Brady violation. Second of all, the first prong is that the state possessed evidence favorable to the defendant, including impeachment evidence. In fact, what I've read in this does contain impeachment evidence, but it impeaches Mr. Bennett Germany and your client. This talks about drug usage back to November of 2023, when their testimony is she didn't begin using drugs in any form till January. Second, that the defendant does not possess the evidence, nor could she obtain it with any reasonable diligence. As this court, in fact, the defendant did have it, and obtaining it with any reasonable diligence, as I recall, Mr. Bennett Germany testified that he was her best friend and that he got on a bike and rode several miles to come see her on the day she said she needed help. I think Mr. Bennett Germany has been more than available to Mr. Gregg. Third prong is that the prosecution suppressed the favorable evidence. In fact, they turned it over. And finally, that had the evidence been disclosed to the defense, a reasonable probability exists that the outcome of the proceedings would have been different. If I'm being frank, this reads more like she has some crush on some boy named Anthony, and there's a talk of a whole bunch of use of taking drugs and sleeping pills. I don't see where that would create a reasonable probability of a different outcome. And finally, the court would note that the state has no duty to search out and discover all possible exculpatory evidence. For those reasons, the motion to dismiss the case for a Brady violation will be denied. All right. I'll give these back to the court reporter. All right, anything further from the state before we bring in the jury?
No, sir.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, bring it in. State, get its next witness on the front row, please. Oh, he was already here. I'm sorry. All right, thank y'all for bearing with me. I apologize, that was my fault, but I think we're ready to proceed now, okay? State may call its next witness.
State calls Dr. Jason Picket.
microphone, so I speak directly into it. Make sure you speak loud enough that lady on the back row can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
You understand you're down under oath, your answers are sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
I do, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Dr. Pickett, if you would introduce yourself, please.
Hey, my name is Jason Pickett, Pickett. I am a board-certified psychiatrist. I am a board-certified emergency physician and a board-certified forensic psychiatrist.
So I want to break that down one at a time. Tell us about you are a board-certified psychiatrist, what that means.
That means I did a residency in psychiatry. I did it at the University of Virginia, and I treat patients with mental illness, anxiety, depression, OCD, PTSD. I work at the North Mississippi State Hospital where I see patients who've been committed to the state hospital. Most of my patients have a serious mental illness, which is typically schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, schizoaffective disorder, things like that.
As a emergency medicine physician, can you describe for us what that is?
Yes, as an emergency physician, I work in the emergency department and I treat emergencies. So stroke, heart attack, car wrecks, psychosis, acute, altered mental state. Patients are brought in by police, paramedics, family, so whatever can walk in the front door.
And we heard from Dr. Gugliano earlier about what a forensic psychologist does, but what is it that a forensic psychiatrist does?
So a forensic psychiatrist, we do a lot of the things that a forensic psychologist does, but we also have the expert experience from residency dealing with and prescribing medications. So we're better qualified to consider medications and how they may benefit or harm somebody related to, in a forensic realm, it's related to maybe a crime or competency to stand trial, sanity at the time of their mental state at the time of the offense, and such. So
I want to talk about, kind of back up before you got your certification and talk about if you could give us the benefit of your educational history.
Yes, so I went to Mississippi College and have a bachelor's from there, a master's degree from there. Then I went to the University of Mississippi Medical Center for medical school. Then I stayed at the University of Mississippi Medical Center where I did a 3-year emergency medicine residency, completed that, and immediately after finishing that, I went to Virginia and started a second residency in psychiatry. Completed that, worked as an emergency physician throughout that training, periodically here and there as much as I could. And then I did a 1-year fellowship after completing the psychiatry residency in forensic psychiatry where I stayed in Virginia. And that included 2 days a week I would go to the state hospital in Virginia where I would see patients pertaining to competency and sanity. And then 2 days I was at the ILPPP, it's the Institute of Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy, where there's a lot of forensic psychologists, and we work on forensic cases together. And then 1 day a week, I would go down to the women's prison and see patients there as typically a general psychiatrist, but it's in a correctional setting. So.
And when you're doing this fellowship, you're actually already licensed to practice medicine.
Yeah. To some degree, I have my MD. You get that when you graduate medical school. So I had that throughout my ER residency and my psychiatry residency and my forensic fellowship. And I was moonlighting as an ER doctor while I'm doing the second residency and fellowship just to pay some bills. But so yeah, I was able to practice medicine throughout all that.
Do you have to take a test or get any kind of certification before you can be a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes, you have to do a 1-year fellowship, which you have to apply for. In the state of Virginia, they only take one applicant a year, and fortunately I was blessed enough to receive that position, which was an honor, and I was very thankful for my training there. Then after completing that, you have to take a board certification, which is expensive and takes a lot of time and money, but I did it and passed, and I'm happy.
And where is it that you're licensed?
We would accept him as, I think they're wanting to have him as an expert in general psychiatry, forensic psychiatry, and emergency
Medicine.
medicine. We don't object to that.
All right, he'll be admitted as an expert in the area of general psychiatry, forensic psychiatry, and emergency medicine. You can continue with your questioning about the witness's qualifications if you wish.
No, sir. No need for that. Dr. Pickett, have you? I do want to ask about this. Prior to being involved in this case, have you had the opportunity to perform mental evaluations of defendants?
Yes. In my fellowship, I had on the forensic unit at the state hospital. By definition, with the forensics, most of them had some kind of criminal or some kind of crime related to their mental health. And so I would evaluate their competency to stand trial to see, do they understand? Do they meet all the qualifications and such? So yes.
And we heard Dr. Gugliano talk about there's a list in the state of Mississippi of forensic either psychologists or psychiatrists that are certified to perform these types of evaluations through the Department of Health. Do you know, are you one of those?
Yes, I am.
And how many forensic psychiatrists are there in the state of Mississippi that have gone through the qualification to perform the mental evaluations through the Department of Health?
I don't know how many have gone through the process, because you do have to apply and go through those credentials. In my opinion, would be qualified if they wanted to do the process. I don't know how many did the process, but there's only about, I think, 6 in the state of Mississippi. And as far as forensic psychiatrists go, not all of them are practicing, and many of the forensic psychologists are actually out of state. Some of them are out of state that we have, and the list is not very long.
When you are asked to do, in your previous evaluations, when you're asked to determine whether somebody is either mentally competent or insane for trial purposes, who usually hires you, or who are you doing that on behalf of?
To date, I'd say 99% has been the defense. This is my first case being retained for the prosecution. But I do want to make it clear that I remember when we first talked, regardless of whoever brings me into the case, my opinion is my own, and I take great pride and responsibility in that. And regardless of who gets me involved, I let them know from the beginning that my report may fall on your side or it may not, and that's that.
And when you were retained by the state, we agreed to that, right?
We did.
Can you explain, and I know you were present for Dr. Clark's testimony and that you were in the courtroom for Dr. Gugliano's testimony, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same insanity standard. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen what the McNaughton standard is in the state of Mississippi?
Sure. So the McNaughton standard for insanity, it does vary from state to state. In Mississippi, it is named after Daniel McNaughton, a guy in 1843 who he thought he was killing the prime minister, and he actually killed like a secretary, and he was found insane. And so at that time they came up with a law, again this was 1843 I believe, where you have to have a threshold mental illness just to consider insanity. If you want to move forward, you have to have at least a mental illness. Once you have that mental illness, that's like your ticket. That's like you cannot pass go without that ticket. So you get that diagnosis, and then we can consider the other prongs of this standard. And for McNaughton, it is, did the individual understand the nature and the quality of what they were doing at the time of the offense? That's one. The next one is, did the individual understand the wrongfulness of what they were doing? And so you may have a mental illness, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, PTSD, whatever it is, but that does not equal insanity. by the McNaughton standard. You have to meet the other prongs.
I want to talk about those prongs, Dr. Pickett. You said to know the nature and quality of the acts you were doing. Can you kind of break that down and explain that for us?
Yeah. So, nature, to understand is, from my understanding, is a relatively low bar. It's a knowledge. You know what you're doing. It's a fact-based knowledge. An appreciation, in my opinion, would be a higher standard of you. I think, as Dr. Gugliano testified to earlier, you would also understand the social implications and the ramifications. It's a higher standard. But in Mississippi, according to the Mississippi Rules 12 of Criminal Procedures, which talks about the standard and such, there's simply an understanding. Did this individual know what they were doing? Did they understand the nature? For example, understanding the nature. Let's say somebody is really psychotic. They are out of their mind. They are squeezing a lemon. Or they think they're squeezing a lemon. And they're squeezing, and then in reality, instead of squeezing a lemon, they're choking somebody to death. They would not, in that instance, understand or have an appreciation or an understanding of the nature and quality of what they're doing. They think they're squeezing a lemon, when in reality, they're choking somebody to death. Or, so that's basically that.
And as far as the second part of that prong, did they know right from wrong? Did they know wrongfulness? I think we all kind of are taught as children right from wrong, but can you describe for us in a legal sense what that means?
Yes, so in Mississippi, the second prong is, did they know, have an understanding of the wrongfulness of their acts? And in Mississippi, it's a legal wrongfulness, just simply knowing that it's illegal, not even necessarily morally wrong. In other states, it's a moral, like, yes, I know it's illegal to do that, but it might not be morally wrong. I have to, let's say, yes, I know murder is illegal, but I have to kill this alien to save America. So they wouldn't understand the nature because they're psychotic and delusional, and they wouldn't understand the wrongfulness morally because they think it's an alien and they have to kill this alien to save America. So morally, they might not think that was wrong in that example. But in the state of Mississippi, it's simply a knowing legally that it is wrong.
And so just to clarify, even if they didn't morally know it was wrong to kill that alien, they thought it was an alien, in Mississippi, you still don't get to insanity.
Correct.
In this particular case, who was the defendant?
Miss Carly Madison Gregg.
And did you have the opportunity to interview Miss Carly Madison Gregg?
I did.
What other information, let me take a step back, Dr. Pickett, I apologize. Did you perform an evaluation and prepare a report in this case?
I did.
And did you render opinions regarding Carly Madison Gregg in that report?
I did. I met with Miss Carly Gregg on August 30th for about 4.5 hours here with Attorney Todd, and I rendered a decision that was based on my interview with Carly, my extensive review of a lot of discovery, my training, education, experience, and knowledge. I pulled on all of that to surmise a opinion.
And was that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it was.
And the items that you're talking about that you reviewed, the interview with the defendant, the mountain of discovery, talks with my office.
Mm-hmm.
Did you also talk with Ms. Todd?
Yes, to some degree. I talked to her, I think, mostly during the evaluation and occasionally via email correspondence.
In relying on those things, is that something that a similar situated forensic psychiatrist would rely upon in rendering his opinions?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about, well, I want to talk to you first. Let's talk about what your opinion is regarding Carly Gregg's sanity, and then I want to back up to how we got there.
Okay.
So what was your ultimate opinion as to whether or not Carly Gregg was insane at the time of the murder, attempted murder, and tampering with physical evidence on March the 19th, 2024?
I'm happy to discuss my opinion, but I do want to say the ultimate opinion is for the fact finders to decide, and I would just offer my opinion. So I do not want to speak to the ultimate decision, but I just want to lay out my opinion based on everything that I have researched and written and read and done. So my opinion is that Carly does not meet Mississippi's standard for insanity at the time of the offense, and that she knew the nature, quality, and wrongfulness of her actions during that day.
So, Dr. Pickett, I want to take you back to the things that you reviewed. You talked about a mountain of discovery. We've seen in the courtroom, we've seen some videos from that day. Did you have the opportunity to review those?
Yes, I did.
Did you consider those in rendering your opinion?
Yes. When you say those, I've seen the garage video footage. I've seen the Wise video camera footage from the dining room. I've seen body camera from the officers. I reviewed several of those. So I have seen a lot of video.
I want to take you back to your interview of Carly Gregg. When did you say that happened?
August 30th of 2024.
And who was present during that interview?
Me, Attorney Todd, and Miss Carly Gregg.
In your practice, is it common for a attorney or a defense attorney to be present during your evaluation?
It's not common. Most of the time I do my evaluations for the defense, and so most of the time they don't come, and they know that I'm there most of the time. But no, they can be there. It's not standard that they are, but they can, and it's not a problem if they are.
In this particular case, in your report, you noted that Ms. Todd was present, but there was something that stood out to you about the participation in this evaluation. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen about that?
Yes. So at the beginning of the evaluation, Attorney Todd told me that, hey, there's some things that Carly doesn't like to talk about, so I will have to prompt her. And I told her, that's fine, especially in adolescence and a 15-year-old. When I see patients outside here, parents are often involved. That's not unheard of. They have to prompt them. That's totally okay. As the evaluation went on, though, it seemed to be significantly more than just simple prompting. It seemed to become very leading questions, close-ended questions, interjecting particular things and redirecting the conversation at specific times. And in my report, which is 85 pages, I do list examples of this, and I can go through that if that's desired. But it did seem excessive, and it seemed like I was being led somewhere in some of the examples.
And what was your, what was your opinion as to why you were being led?
I really don't want to speculate as to why a defense attorney might, interject so much. It did seem calculated to me, and like there may be some secondary gain in trying to fool me into believing something. In my experience, most of the time when patients are experiencing these things, they do not really need a lot of prompting. Most of the time, if they're suffering with severe mental illness, auditory hallucinations, these scary dissociative spells, they will volunteer that information usually and be able to tell me very vividly and without prompting what they're suffering with.
And just to be clear, Dr. Pickett, it was not your intention to pick on Attorney Todd, right?
No.
You simply noted that in your report because you found it unusual.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about, during your evaluation and your review of the discovery materials, did you ever find any evidence of drug use by Carly?
Yes. There's a lot of mention from her friends, and which, you know, I try not to put too much weight into that because that can be hearsay, opinion, text messages here and there about substances, but there was a lot of it, which made me think there could be more involved here with substances. And it seems like that was the trigger or the impetus for the conversation on the 19th between her and her mother. So I do think substance abuse is relevant.
Did you also review the results of a drug screen of Ms. Gregg?
I did.
Could you tell us what a little bit about that?
Yes. There was a drug screen that was obtained, I believe, at the juvenile center after she was detained, and it tested positive for cannabinoids.
Did you have the opportunity to review the vital core records also?
I got some records from Region 8 afterwards. I did not get the vital records afterwards. Only it may have been in discovery, but by that time I think I had already written my report, and what was in the records, medical records, mental health records after the fact, to me is highly skeptical. And so I don't necessarily put a lot of weight on what was said after the fact, given the very large suspected secondary gain.
Dr. Pickett, if there were another drug screen in the vital core records that showed the presence of marijuana, what would that indicate to you?
It would indicate that she had used marijuana at some point in the recent history of that drug test.
I want to talk to you about some of the other things, Dr. Pickett, that you relied on in your evaluation of Carly Gregg. May I approach the witness room?
Yes. Show it to counsel officer. It's not happening.
I'm giving you what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 11, and it does not appear these pages are numbered, so I just kind of want to go through them in order.
Okay.
Does that look like something that you reviewed previously?
Yes.
If you could, tell the ladies and gentlemen, what's on the very first page of one of the journals and or sketchbooks or scratch pads from Ms. Gregg's room?
It says water, fire, earth, air. Water, fire, earth, air. Water, fire, earth, air. Fire is circled, and it says, I choose fire. It is powerful, beautiful, and deadly. These are the traits I desire, so I choose fire! Exclamation mark.
And did you consider that whenever you were rendering your ultimate opinion?
I take everything into consideration that I have, that I can. When I look at this in these journals, there's a lot of things in these journals. And I took the time to look through them, and some of them are concerning. Some of them I question the truthfulness of it. Is it more theatrical? Is it truthful? I think it's hard to know, but I try to use my judgment as I'm reading it in the context. This one seems to me that she writes down in her journal that she desires powerful, beautiful, and deadly.
What were some of the other journal entries that stood out to you, Dr. Pickett?
Can I look at my report, please?
Sure.
Okay. So one of the journals, I think this is the Brown Journal, it says in the beginning...
If he's going to refer back, can you just tell us what page he's referring to?
This would be, this says entry January, it would be the first, I think it's the first one on January 2023, 2024, the Brown.
Yeah, if you can tell me what page.
You didn't base stamp.
They're not bait stamped. That's what I said. It's hard to tell because they're not bait stamped.
No, I think, weren't you saying you were...
Approach. Y'all approach. Page 20. He's on page 20 of his report.
Yeah, page 20 under the subsection regarding Carly's journal.
If you would proceed, Dr. Pickett.
Okay, thank you. So it says in the first entry of this journal, I know one of y'all is going to read this eventually, which I guess I have no control over. So to me, the very first entry of this journal, she acknowledges that there's going to be an audience. Somebody's going to read this journal, and she suggests that she has no control over that. And so as I think about that, I ask myself, is this a personal journal where somebody puts things that they are really trying to keep secret? Or is this a budding, articulate author that describes things for theatrical reasons? And so as I go on, there's other things that make me say that. For instance, she talks about various movie reviews. One of them was Pinocchio, the still life. It's a new one that came out, and she talks about her favorite scenes were when the bomb was dropped on the church that killed Carlo. Mussolini, and Mussolini, he's like, he was an imperialist that was associated with Hitler, believed in xenophobia and imperialism, and so I believe signed a pact with Hitler at some point. And so her favorite parts of the movie were the war crimes, Carlo getting killed, and then there's other things where she talks about Harley Quinn, which is some of this stuff is childish, but it shows us into her mind. And so she's right, Harley Quinn is the Joker's girlfriend, and she's crazed and psychotic and does these violent crimes. Then one instance in her journal, there's a little pin mark where she says, it looks like you just poked the paper. And then she writes beside it, look what I did right here. I stabbed my journal like it was Tom Riddle's. Tom Riddle is from Harry Potter series, and he turns into Lord Voldemort, and he's evil. And so in her journal, she talked about Harley Quinn, war crimes, Tom Riddle. There was another page where I can find where she says, what do I believe? And she writes these tenets down, and one of them says, it's okay to be evil. There is no God. And if I can have a minute, can find others.
Judge, may I approach?
Yeah. So this one in the journal also, what do I believe? There is no God, heaven and hell are fake, love is important, you don't need family, writing your own destiny with a check mark beside it, loving yourself, having friends is important, don't belong to anything, never be alone, go to your place of comfort often, sometimes you must blend in, but never forget it's okay to be evil, sometimes you must jump into the dark to truly see the light, privacy is not loneliness, death is inevitable.
Were there other portions of the journal that you found concerning?
Another part where she talks about her reported auditory hallucinations, she says on March 12th, 2024, this is on page 21 in my report, she mentions enjoying books about crazy people. And then she adds that she had a psychotic break, but calls the incident quite silly. And she goes on to say, I actually spoke with one of the voices in my head. Well, I didn't hear them until earlier today, but only then. My particular friends and I were practically screaming bloodthirstily and ravenously. Thank God physical confrontation was not fruitively possible. I sound crazy. And then she continues on. In other sections of her journal, she talks about all the dishonesty.
The dishonesty with what, Dr. Pickett?
I believe she was referencing to after the iPod that she was using as a burner phone had been found in early January, she wrote in her journal at some point, I'm kind of relieved, thanks, because of all the dishonesty. I'm glad it's just over with, so to speak, was my impression. So there were a lot of things. Yes, sir. There were also text messages that I had seen between her and friends that were concerning. When I'm trying to understand somebody's psychiatric mental state, all of this is important. Text messages with friends, conversations with friends, parents, what's going on at school, what's going on at home, drug use, medical history, psychiatric history, all of this is important. And so there's a lot of detail here. And so as I was looking through text messages, one of them she says to, this is on page 22, she's talking to Thad on February 7th, 2024. She says, you don't understand how fucking psycho I was that day. I almost murdered my parents. And so as I am preparing to come and evaluate her, given the context of what's going on, I take extreme time to go through the mountain of text messages between teenagers, diaries, journals. Some of it seems theatrical and to almost entertain a would-be reader. And some of it is very concerning.
Dr. Pickett, were there also some, I want to come back to the text messages in just a minute, were there also some notes that you looked at of Carly's about gaslighting?
There was a folder that was found, and it goes into a lot of detail about emotional manipulation and gaslighting. And it says at the top, emotional manipulation, gaslighting, and it would define kind of what that is and the setup and how you set this up, how you do it, and then, at the end of it, it signs off with a valediction that says, take advantage, happy hurting.
There were also, I guess, what had been labeled as a dream journal. Do you remember looking through anything where she described some of her dreams?
I do remember one of her writings where she talks about her dreams and kind of leaves the reader with like a cliffhanger of, I had something along the lines, I'm paraphrasing, of I had a really good dream last night. I hope I have another one tonight. Should I write my dreams down? In other words, to like share them with whoever might read it in the future.
Do you recall also seeing Dr. Picket something where she said back in April in one of her notebooks, I have depression and anger issues, but no one gives a shit?
Yeah, I think she used the word rage.
And before I move on, I think there was another one. There was actually something that was produced in Discovery, and you were present when Dr. Clark testified. It was like a piece of paper that was in green, like a green marker handwriting. Is it your understanding, and from the testimony yesterday from Dr. Clark, that Carly denied ever writing that or knowing who wrote that? Is that right?
I don't know that I asked her specifically about that page during our evaluation.
Have you reviewed his report?
I have.
And he asked her about that. And,
he did?
And then,
I believe he did.
When you were present when he testified yesterday
Yes.
about that?
Yes.
What did Carly say in one of her journals or notebooks about innocence?
There was a quote in one of the areas that said, let's see if I can find it. I think I'm on page 46. It says, life's greatest illusion, innocence.
So, Dr. Pickett, you talked about some of the text messages that you reviewed. Were those messages from the day of the incident, March the 19th, 2024?
Yes. Some of them were. I reviewed text messages for a long time, various people. But yes, I did review text messages from the time, very close to the time of the offense.
So I want to walk you through that. So the messages that you reviewed, can you kind of tell the ladies and gentlemen about why that was important in rendering your ultimate opinion?
Yes. So the text messages at the time of the offense are a window into her mind at that time. And having her words that close to the time of the offense is a pretty good window into her mind and what she was thinking and how she was doing at that time, in my opinion.
And I asked Dr. Gugliano, I believe you're present in the courtroom, it's not very common that we actually have like medical records from a defendant the day before they commit a violent crime, is it?
In experience, I'll have medical records related to somebody who's had a crime, but having somebody do a exam the day before is pretty unusual, rare, not the typical norm. If I have that, I'm very thankful for it.
I want to talk, when we get to your what you relied upon on the day of the incident, I want to talk a little bit more about the text messages and things too. I want to call your attention to something in your report where you talked about that Carly's responses seemed almost textbook perfect. Tell us what you meant by that.
Well, when I would ask her to tell me about some of her reported dissociative spells, she would give me the cliche answer of, well, I just felt like I was outside my body, like I was right here. She kind of did that hand motion like that and said, it's like a dream, like I was just watching myself. And that was another example was when we were talking about racing thoughts. I asked her to, can you elaborate on that? Tell me more about your racing thoughts. I think she said it's like the ocean. And sometimes from experience, people who may not actually have a diagnosis will have trouble going beyond the simple textbook cliche answers. Whereas when I see people who legitimately suffer from schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or even I've seen a few rare that actually had a dissociative disorder. It is rare. They usually can vividly describe these things to me. And oftentimes I see them objectively. They can't hide it. Sometimes they don't even have insight into it. And when somebody comes to me at the state hospital, I mean, it's hard to give a impression of racing thoughts, but these patients, they go from 0 to 100 and their thoughts are one after another, boom, 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 boom. And they may or may not connect, and their pressured speech, it's hard to get them to stop. It's very obvious when they're to that degree. If they're psychotic, it's even more obvious. In my opinion, you don't have to be a psychiatrist to recognize some of these things. Their cousin or their mother or their brother will say, Johnny's not doing good, doc, and they'll drop him off in the ER or they'll drop him off at the state hospital. Well, they'll get committed and come to the state hospital. But it'll be very obvious.
Dr. Pickett, at some point in your report, you talked about the DSM-5-TR. And we heard Dr. Clark talk a little bit about the DSM-5 yesterday. Can you tell us what the difference in the 5 and the TR is?
Every few years, the American Psychiatric Association councils get together and revise, do a text revision, so they update the DSM-5 criteria with various things and criteria. And so every few years there'll be a new revision come out, and the DSM-5-TR is the latest version and the one that I depended on while I rendered my opinion.
Part of your report talks about Carly's thought process, that it was linear, logical, I think reality-based and goal-directed. Could you explain to us what you mean by that?
So linear, so as a psychiatrist, our physical exam is a lot of observation. Kind of start at the head, eye contact, their blink rate, are they slow? Their speech rate, their speech content. We get into their thought content, their thought process. Is it linear, A, B, C, D, ideas seem to connect, or is it, very disorganized and they don't connect? And so linear means we're having a conversation, it's going from A to B, and they connect. Logical means it's reasonable and it's real. It makes sense. You understand. Reality-based is it's not delusional. So somebody that I see at the state hospital who's psychotic, they may come in with delusions and they'll say, the FBI's after me, and I know it because I saw a gas can at the gas station, and I knew that gas can was a sign that the FBI's following me. Or they'll come in and they'll talk about revelations and the black horses and the white horses and the orange horses and the 6-point stars. I mean, it is very disorganized. It's hard to give you an example, but when you see it, it's pretty obvious.
We've heard testimony, Dr. Clark described a manic state and a hypomanic state. During the course of your evaluation with Carly, did it ever appear that she was having any sort of manic state?
Not during my exam, certainly not.
In your review of the medical records, Did it ever appear that Carly had reported any type of manic state?
No. I reviewed, I think the therapy notes started with Annette Bryant back in 2015. At least those were the oldest that I had to look at. I looked through those, did not see any mention of dissociation, no mention of auditory hallucinations, no mention of mania or hypomania. So that was from 2015 to 2019. Then I reviewed the LPC Kirk, the counselor, her charts from January of 2024 through March of 2024, the day before the event. There was no mention of auditory hallucinations, dissociative spells, hypomania or mania, or disorganized thoughts, or anything consistent with psychosis. And then I reviewed the mental health nurse practitioner Liber. I read all of her notes, January, February, March, and none of those mentioned it either. I also found some medical records from UMMC. I think she would have been about 11 years old. There's a Dr. Vaughn and another doctor. Those were well child visits, but you know, a lot of times, commonly, if a general practitioner recognizes that somebody has bipolar or schizophrenia or whatever, they'll put it in there, and I didn't see anything in those either.
I want to come back to the talk about disassociation, but I want to talk a little bit about Dr. Clark said that Mr. Gregg, Carly's dad, had been diagnosed with bipolar. Did you see medical records that had him listed as a diagnosis of bipolar?
I saw very sparse records that listed him as bipolar.
Based off your training and experience, if someone also suffers from a substance abuse addiction, would it be hard to diagnose them as being bipolar?
It is hard. It's not impossible. But can I elaborate about his notes? So I reviewed and I asked for any records, any psychological records pertaining to Mr. Gregg's mental health. And the only thing I got were the 3 records from Dr. Hardy. And there was some mention of his bipolar disorder in some of the therapy notes, like I believe LPC Kirk's, but that was secondhand. That had been given to her from Ashley. The only ones I could see to confirm, supposedly confirm, is from a Dr. Hardy. And so as an emergency doctor, as a psychiatrist, anytime a patient is brought to me, whether they're in the ER or whether they're in the state hospital, I do my best to go back and review these diagnoses, because I do not like to just simply accept them, because it is common for people to be misdiagnosed with some mental illnesses, especially if they abuse substances heavily, which, according to my review, Mr. Kevin Gregg was well known for his substance abuse, and for many years, and I talk about that in my report if you want me to go into that.
Sure.
So, let me see if I can So I started from the beginning. There's tweets from Mr. Kevin Gregg that start in 2012. Oh, 15. So there's tweets from Mr. Kevin Gregg on March 6, 2012. DMT, psilocybin, lysergic acid, diethylamide 25, that's LSD. Mescaline, which comes from the peyote cactus, I believe. It's a hallucinogen. MDMA, which is ecstasy. Good when used responsibly. Salvia, opium, coca, which are like plant, natural things that you can make opium and cocaine out of. Good naturals. He says that in 2012. And then he continues on. I mean, there's like 50 or almost 50 tweets. He tweets at Obama, legalize marijuana. You're ignoring this huge campaign because there's no funding. Bomb the Middle East with cannabis. They'll think they'll want to fight or eat. And he goes on. Actually, in her journal that I read, it has 334 entries in it, approximately, that I read through. Ashley, she wrote in her journal of 334 entries a lot about her problem issues with Kevin. And she basically described him as, to paraphrase, abused a lot of drugs, had a lot of mood lability, up and down, substances, and he was an awful father to Carly. He was verbally, emotionally, and even occasionally physically abusive to Carly and Ashley. I believe there's one incident she talks about in there where Carly had a black eye from her, and it was assumed it was from Kevin. Kevin's parents had mentioned his temper and were real kind of awkward around her after the incident related to it. But it goes on to talk about Kevin wants pain medicines. Janet will get pain medicine and give it to him. It just goes on and on and on about that.
I want to talk a little bit about bipolar because it's my understanding that that's one of the diagnoses that Dr. Clark gave to Carly Gregg. Can you talk about whether or not you believe that Carly Gregg actually has either bipolar 1 or bipolar 2?
Okay. Yes, I can. Can I finish my thought about
yes,
the dad, Kevin?
Yes,
There's
yes.
one more important thing, and I'll drop it. When I was talking to Carly during the evaluation about her biological father, Kevin Gregg, I mentioned benzodiazepines. I was talking about drug use. Did she have? Can we talk about that? And I mentioned benzodiazepines, and she said she knows what benzodiazepines are. And I said, okay. And she explained, I know what benzos are. My dad took them. My dad had this drug cabinet. It was this cabinet full of drugs, like he had prescription pills from like everybody. Again, then I went on, I said, and I'm on page 12. I said, talking about LSD and hallucinogens and mushrooms, I brought those up. She said, again, that's my dad. He took all of that, but I did not. He once bragged to me about taking 10 caps of dried mushrooms, which apparently is a lot because most people only take 2, I think, because that's what he once told me. And so it was emphasized from everybody, Ashley's journal, Carly, and then as I was even watching the body cam footage, I think it's of Deputy Zetterholm, some of the other family, Ashley's parents, I think Bob and Vicky, were there talking to the office of the deputy and had mentioned Kevin and started talking about some of his drug use. I think he mentioned marijuana in the video. And so it seemed by all accounts, going back as far as 2012, with his tweets saying this stuff, family describing him as this, and Ashley even mentioned that he would get Janet to give him pills. To me, it made the diagnosis very skeptical of Mr. Gregg to have bipolar disorder. The very limited and sparse records from Dr. Hardy made it very questionable. And then, lastly, Dr. Hardy, who supposedly are the records that support this diagnosis, saw him 3 times, totaling 1 hour, and he ultimately prescribed, along with other things, Adderall, Ambien, and Klonopin, which are 3 highly addictive, highly abused neurostimulator and neurosedatives to a person that, by all accounts, everybody knows him as somebody who habitually uses drugs. And to me, prescribing 3 controlled substances to a known person who uses drugs is not what a responsible physician would do if they knew the truth about an individual's substance abuse. And lastly, if you have bipolar disorder, I would hesitate to put you on Adderall, because if anything's going to push you into maybe a manic state or a hypomanic state in bipolar 2, Adderall is a lot more likely to do it than an SSRI.
So I want to talk to you about the bipolar diagnosis, and then we'll come back to a SSRI, which nurse practitioner Liber told us a little bit about this morning. So the bipolar, Dr. Clark testified that Carly had these desolate, I believe, I don't recall his exact word for using that, but very specific times of mania, kind of discrete, thank you. Some ups and downs, discrete periods of ups and downs. In the medical world, what does that mean?
So the DSM-5-TR has specific criteria for bipolar disorder. What makes that? We all have a mood. Let's say this is neutral. And there's a zone that is considered normal variation, where we can go up, we can have a good day, we can have a bad day. We can have a good day, we can have a bad day. People with depression, unipolar, that's one pole. Bipolar means there's two poles. They're opposite ends. Unipolar depression, they have the downs, and it goes below that normal area, way down here, where they start to have depressed mood, loss of interest. We call it anhedonia. They don't enjoy the things they used to enjoy. Maybe feelings of guilt, hopelessness, worthlessness, concentration difficulties, appetite issues, psychomotor slowing, which is like a sloth. Like they don't want to get out of bed. They don't go shower. They don't bathe. They don't brush their teeth. They're so depressed. They don't cut their toenails. I could tell you some stories. Or they go the other end. They're manic and they have too much energy. They are restless. They have pressured thoughts. Their thoughts are racing. They may start one task, but they can't finish it. They may be very easily distractible. Little noises, things will distract them. They may have a grandiose view of themselves. They may have flight of ideas, so their ideas are bouncing all around. It's really hard for them to go A, B, C, D, E. There can be activity increase where they don't want to sit still. They're restless. They're moving around. There can be sleep disturbances, and there can be very talkative, pressured speech. And so those are the differences. You have the unipolar depression, you're down here, or in bipolar, you not only have the depressive periods, but you have the manic periods. In bipolar 1, you have mania. It's the most severe form. It can be so severe that you even develop psychotic symptoms. So you're so manic, pressured speech, racing thoughts, restlessness, not sleeping. And interestingly, these patients who don't sleep, they feel great. They may have only gotten 1 or 2 hours of sleep last night, but they feel really good. They're not tired after that. And you oscillate between these two periods. For bipolar 1, mania, really high, it's 7 days of a persistently elevated mood. All day, every day, to the point that it interferes with you socially, occupationally, or interpersonally. It is obvious to people around you, and it is causing significant troubles for you, one way or another. But you feel great. You're not sleeping, racing thoughts, pressured speech. That's 7 days for bipolar 1. Then you go down, you will oscillate. Eventually you'll come down, and you may be depressed for 2 weeks or 2 months. It doesn't know. And then you'll come back at some point, and you'll have another manic episode. And you'll go up and down, up and down. That's bipolar 1. Bipolar 2 is called hypomania. It's a little less than mania. I've seen patients and treated patients who have this, and they can live pretty functional lives. I can remember specific patients that they had more energy, a little bit more talkative than usual, wasn't sleeping as much. They'd had periods of depression, and they qualified for bipolar 2. But they were functional individuals. They were not. It wasn't to the point where they're psychotic, usually, from my experience, at least in hypomania. And you can live a pretty good life, and especially if you're put on medications, can help you. Typically a mood stabilizer.
So Dr. Clark diagnosed Carly as being bipolar 2. Do you agree with that diagnosis based off your evaluation and the review of all of her medical records?
No, I do not.
And why is that?
Well, politely and respectfully to Dr. Clark, providers can review different things and we can draw different conclusions. Looking at our reports, my sources are about 8 pages long. I stopped once I got to about 100 because I couldn't keep listing my sources that I reviewed. It was exhaustive. And when I looked at his report, it doesn't, at least that he wrote, I didn't see that he reviewed that much. And so I suspect that we came to different conclusions because we may have reviewed different material. My opinion is that, based on reading his report, that some of his opinion of diagnosing Carly with bipolar disorder was that he took Dr. Hardy's notes for face value. And when I read Dr. Hardy's records, importantly, he never said, Kevin has bipolar disorder and I reviewed the records from his recent hospitalization, or he has bipolar disorder because he met these criteria. He essentially just says he has bipolar disorder and he used to drink and maybe do a little bit of drugs, but doesn't do any of that now. And so I really, only having 3 visits for 1 hour with no collateral records, minimizing his substance abuse and then prescribing him the controlled substances he did, I just wonder, did he have all the facts? And if Kevin doesn't legitimately have bipolar disorder, well then Carly, it's a lot less likely that she would. And then I go back and I look at Annette Bryant's records from 2015 through 2019 when she's young. There was no mention of manic episodes or hypomania. Then I look at LPC Kirk's records from January through March. There was no mention of hypomania or mania. Then I look at nurse practitioner Liber's medical records, and there's no mention of hypomania. And then I looked at the UMMC records with the well child visit, and there was no mention. And so, given all of that, and given the fact that Carly acknowledged using marijuana, and there's discussion of when that started, text message conversations between her and I think Thad, he talks, it's not a text message, I think it's a really, really long Snapchat message. I mean, the Snapchat message was this long. It was pages and pages of a Snapchat. So he talks about, thank God, she stopped using marijuana, all these substances. He mentions that around Christmas. So she would have been doing it at that time. So long story short, given all of that, I highly doubt and do not believe that Carly has bipolar disorder.
I want to walk you through the second diagnosis that Dr. Clark gave to Carly. Was based on her, it says, several-year history of auditory hallucinations occurring quite frequently. Dr. Pickett, I want to know, in your review of the records, was there anything to indicate before Carly was arrested on March the 19th, 2024, that there were any auditory hallucinations?
I believe in her journal, she did write one time about the voices, as I spoke to earlier, about hearing them ravenously, and thank goodness, physical confrontation was not realistic. So yes, she did mention it there. I was highly skeptical of that because it seemed more theatrical and making light of something that, as I've seen patients who really suffer from this, they are haunted by it. It is torturous to them, and they do not describe it as quite silly, and they do not trivialize it.
You were present in the courtroom when Dr. Gugliano testified earlier, right?
Yes.
And she said it was actually quite rare for someone Carly had reported hearing these voices all the way back to 5 or 6 years old, and it was quite rare for a child that young to experience voices. Is that your opinion as well?
Yes, it is.
And what about the fact that she was claiming that she started hearing these voices every single day from a young 5 or 6 years old?
From my experience, talking with patients who have schizophrenia and have auditory hallucinations, they're not usually continuous all day, every day. They're usually here and there, occasionally they're command. At one point during my evaluation, I did not write this in my report, but it's somewhere in the audio, I'm sure. She talks about, we're talking about the voices, and she was asked, I hope it's on the audio, it may have been during a break, but I do remember she said, I think Attorney Todd asked her, did you listen to that voice? And she said, no, it's a voice in your head, you don't listen to that. And I couldn't find it, but I remember it now. It was there, and that to me says, when I see people who have schizophrenia and they're disorganized, and they hear these voices, you're more likely to do what they say if you recognize the voice, if it's like, yes, my dead grandmother, and you trust the voice, and you've been hearing it for a long time, then you might actually listen to it. But interestingly, when we were talking during that, she said, no, it's a voice in your head, you don't listen to that. And I thought, that makes sense.
I want to take just a little step back to the bipolar. Dr. Picket, we talked about that there were no periods of 7 days or more for bipolar 1 mania. And I believe the testimony is that for hypomania, you're looking at like a 4-day period. Was there anything that was provided to you, either through Carly's evaluation or prior medical history, that showed that she had had a 4-day period of hypomania?
Not that I could definitively find in anybody's medical records. And what she described to me more on the day of the evaluation was up and down throughout the day, and that it was highly susceptible or related to whatever was going on in her life at that time. It was highly related to her circumstances. At one point, I think when I'm asking her this, I'm kind of pushing her, I'm kind of probing, like, all right, now tell me more about that, and I can find it in my report if I can, but I asked her that, and she kind of gave me all the answers. At one point she said, like, it could be minutes, it could be hours, it could be days, it could be weeks, which sometimes people will do if they don't know the right answer. If I'm asking them, or they're not legitimately having them, they will give me all the answers as if they're hedging, and so I'm skeptical of that. But ultimately, I mean, it was a 4.5 hour interview, so I mean, evaluation. So she's kind of said it different ways at different times. The main theme that I picked up from her was that it was up and down within one day, like a roller coaster, and highly susceptible to what was going on around her, which is not consistent with bipolar disorder.
And I believe we heard testimony earlier that she had been diagnosed with more something akin to like situational responses, and that's why she was given a depression diagnosis.
Yeah. My understanding from reviewing their records is even Annette Bryant, the first therapist that saw her, mentioned anxiety and adjustment disorder. So she was acknowledged that she's anxious and she's having trouble adjusting to something, her life circumstances. And then I think LPC Kirk also said adjustment disorder with mixed anxiety and depressed mood. And then I think nurse practitioner Liber said adjustment disorder, and she said single episode of a major depressive episode.
Indicating that this was not a manic or hypermanic situation.
No, if anything, it would have been the opposite. She would have been depressed and down on that spectrum, not up.
Dr. Clark also diagnosed Carly with a other specified feeding or eating disorder. I don't know that that would have much relevance in sanity, but have you ever seen where an eating disorder caused someone to commit murder?
No, I have not.
And without diving into it too far, I mean, there were notes in the records where Carly had either binged or restricted her eating at some point.
Yeah. I think even we talked about, I believe, that I know Ashley, certainly Carly told me that Ashley had issues with food and would purge. I believe that I've heard that Carly may have at some point purged. I can't remember who told me that or whether that's true or not, but I think, like her mother, there were some issues with food and restriction of that. I didn't think it particularly pertinent to sanity. I didn't necessarily dive into that in depth. And my thoughts were, if she's taking a medicine and she's vomiting, if anything, it's going to be less medication in her system, not more. Depending on when she vomits and when she takes the pill, but it's not going to be more medicine in her system. So I didn't put a whole lot of weight on it.
So you brought up medicine, Dr. Pickett. I want to talk about that now. And we mentioned the SSRIs earlier. It's been the testimony that Carly was, back in January, put on 25 milligrams of Zoloft. And that she didn't feel like it was doing anything, and then was up to 50 milligrams of Zoloft. Is that what you found to be true in the medical records you reviewed?
Yes.
And then we heard from nurse practitioner Olivia Liber this morning that she told Carly, I want you to kind of taper off the Zoloft while also taking the Lexapro. Based off your evaluation with Carly and Dr. Clark's evaluation, is that what Carly did with the medication?
No, according to what she told me, no. I think I was told that she stopped the Zoloft cold turkey abruptly on the 12th, the same day she was prescribed the Lexapro, and she started the Lexapro, 5 milligrams.
And is Lexapro, we heard earlier that Zoloft is an SSRI. Can you tell us again what that SSRI stands for?
Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor.
Is Lexapro also a SSRI?
Yes, it is.
And so that would affect serotonin levels of the brain?
Yes. That process takes time, though. Typically, you would expect 4 to 6 weeks before you see symptoms. According to UpToDate, which is a worldwide database, it is the doctor's Bible if there is one. It's backed by multi-million-dollar clinical trials, pharmaceutical trials. It is one of, I like it, and I depend on it a lot. It says 2 weeks. Maybe you might see something at 2 weeks. And if I can I get into Lexapro?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, before you do that, Dr. Pickett, 2 weeks, do you mean it would take 2 weeks for side effects to show up, or it takes 2 weeks for the medication to kind of get in your system?
So side effects can happen more quickly than the benefits. I tell patients that all the time. I'll say, look, I'll give you this SSRI, and you may have experienced some side effects before we get to the benefits, but you got to recognize that that's going to happen, because serotonin is not just in your brain, it's also in your gut. So a lot of times there's GI symptoms, upset stomach, diarrhea. It's involved in sex, and so there's, decreased libido, difficulty having an orgasm, things like that. I don't know how pertinent that is, but anyways, the side effects can come before. Typically, it's not drastic side effects that make you lose your mind or become psychotic, but it's, headache, diarrhea, sexual side effects, typically with SSRIs. As far as the Lexapro, so according to UpToDate, the typical dose for an adolescent between 12 and 17 years old is 10 milligrams. That's the starting dose. Maximum dose is 20 milligrams. She was started on 5 milligrams, which is half of the starting dose, And if she was prescribed it on the 12th and the offense happened on the 19th, that'd be 7 days. Depending on when she was taking her prescription would depend on, did she get 6 or 7 doses. Without getting too technical here, what's called pharmacokinetics, it gets into how, when you take a medicine, it doesn't just go in your stomach and 100% of it gets put into your body instantly. It takes time to kind of build up in your system. And so depending on what's called the half-life of a medication, which I looked it up for Lexapro, is 19 hours. It takes 5 half-lives of a medication to get up to about 99% in your bloodstream. So 19-hour half-life times 5 doses would be about 4 days. So it would have taken about 4 days for the 5 milligrams, which is half of the starting dose, to get up to 100% in her bloodstream at that. And then the bioavailability. So is another thing of any drug you take, bioavailability. How much of it is available to your biological system? I looked it up for Lexapro. It's 80%. So even when you take this pill, it goes into your stomach, it gets absorbed through the GI tract, it goes through the liver through what's called first pass phenomenon, and your liver tries to say, what is this? And try to decontaminate it, kind of thing, if it's a toxin. So about 80% gets absorbed. So if she was on 5 milligrams, which is half the starting dose, it would have taken 4 days to reach her steady state. I think she would have only had 6 or 7 doses in her system. And it was prescribed at 5 milligrams, but because of the bioavailability only being 80%, she probably would have been getting about 4 milligrams. Either way, even if we say it was the 5 milligrams, that's still a quarter of the maximum dose. And if somebody was going to be pushed into a drug-induced hypomania, and again, people in hypomania still can appreciate right and wrong from my experience, it would have been more likely to have happened if she had stayed on the Zoloft. If she had been on Zoloft plus Lexapro, there would have been more SSRI in her system. And if she was purging, there's even less. So it's a very low dose, a very short amount of time. I do not believe she has bipolar disorder, and so it really does not make sense to me that such a low dose pushed her into a state where she could not appreciate the nature, understand the nature, quality, and wrongfulness of her actions. And then when I got into the footage that I watched myself and the text messages, those affirmed my belief.
And I do want to talk about the footage and the text messages. I wanted to cover everything that Dr. Clark gave his testimony about first. I believe he stated that he could not relate Carly's use of Lexapro to have caused her to commit these crimes. Would you agree with Lexapro did not cause her to commit murder?
Yeah, I agree with that.
He stated that Carly was in active psychosis at the time of the crime. And I'm assuming that meant some combination of these things. What's your opinion on whether she was in active psychosis?
I do not believe she was in psychosis at the time of the offense. Based on my review of the video, her actions, these text messages, and before, how she was reported to have been before, and how I observed her to be based on video footage afterwards. Psychosis, in my experience, it does not just turn on and off. Mania, hypomania, does not just turn on and off. If a patient comes to the state hospital and they're committed there and they're manic, which is worse than hypomania, it doesn't just turn off. And psychosis doesn't either. They will be delusional, disorganized in their thinking, and very illogical until we start them on a medication that can help. And maybe it helps. It doesn't always. Sometimes it doesn't, even though we try.
So now I want to talk about, he diagnosed Carly as having disassociation. And we heard from Dr. Clark kind of what his explanation of that is, but I want you to please educate me on kind of what disassociation means.
So disassociation, and I'm not the nation's leading expert on dissociation. I am a board-certified psychiatrist, and we get trained in it. I do not see it a whole lot in my practice. It is relatively rare, from my understanding. I think the literature is relatively sparse on it. I think we're realizing that it's more common than we thought, and there's more growing literature on it, but it's still not a widely accepted common explanation for violence. Especially, it can be associated with violence, and I read one of the articles that Dr. Clark had mentioned, and in that report it talks about that.
I think that's on page 50.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, that's on the SSRI.
I'm not sure if that's the article. Let me see. It would take me a minute to find it.
You'll look back. I apologize, actually, because that one was about the SSRIs.
Yeah, that one's SSRIs and violence, if I can.
Your diagnosis regarding the possibility of disassociation starts on page 52 of your report.
Gotcha, thank you. While I was on the subject of the SSRIs and violence, some of the literature actually suggests that it's lower levels of serotonin that are commonly associated with aggressive behaviors. And they go into animal studies with monkeys and how it's the lower levels of serotonin that are more associated with violence. And then as far as the dissociation, I believe the literature talks about, yes, there can be violence, but my understanding is it's not a specific violence. Like if you're in a dissociative state and you can't control yourself, you may accidentally hurt an unintended target. You're cleaning your gun and you have a dissociative spell and there's somebody in the house and you accidentally pull the trigger and it shoots them in the leg. Maybe. Unlikely? Maybe. It's possible. But having a dissociative spell and then doing a lot of specific things, going and retrieving a gun or an item, an object from a specific location that requires memory, hand-eye coordination, going to get that's, in my opinion, inconsistent with a dissociative spell. Yes, if you're in a dissociative spell, you may accidentally, unintentionally hurt a random person. But I do not believe there's a lot of literature out there that supports you have a dissociative spell and you go and hunt down a particular target. I just don't believe that.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Picket, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I wanted to continue on a little bit about the dissociation if I can, or you
yes,
can.
Yes, please.
So when I was considering the dissociative spell, one of the books that I was using to read and talk about is on page 53, The Principles and Practice of Forensic Psychiatry, 2nd edition. It says, quote, on page 643, it says, quote, malingered amnesia is also seen frequently in forensic settings, as well as being the arguably most common manifestation of malingering in specific clinical situations such as homicide. And the literature goes on to talk about how we as providers have an obligation to consider malingering when there's a huge secondary gain of having decreased culpability by being able to blame it on that. And so I took all of that into consideration. Continuing on, as when I was considering the dissociative stuff, Carly never mentioned these spells to any of her providers over decades. You know, her trauma that she experienced. So the DSM talks about this, the DSM-5-TR talks about this. The chapters related to trauma, PTSD, stuff like that, and dissociative disorders are put right next to each other intentionally to show their relationship. In my understanding, at a basic level, there are some dissociative disorders that you dissociate uncontrollably, with no prompt, with no stimuli. Dissociative identity disorder, which used to be called multiple personality disorder, the dissociative fugue that Dr. Clark talked about, where these patients will just randomly and in a very general, unintentional way get up and travel somewhere. But it's random. It's disorganized. They don't know where they're going. They're not in control of their faculties. They just end up in Dallas, Texas, and who am I? Where am I? Where's my credit cards? You know, that. It's an unintentional thing. And so, as I was looking through this, Carly never mentioned it to any of her previous providers. Ashley, who was very involved, never mentioned it. She did mention some zoning out, I believe, and Heath did call me, and we did not get out of this, but he did say she had some periods of kind of forgetting things, having to use a calendar to remember some things, which was unusual what he said. Also, voluntary intoxication. If she's smoking marijuana to, I don't know how often, at some point, I think she even may have drank Germ-X per like one of her colleagues that said that. I don't know if that's true or just hearsay. But if there was some substances that she may have been abusing, it's hard to say. Was that related to substances, which she acknowledges the marijuana, or was that a real dissociative spell?
And Dr. Pickett, I'm sorry to interrupt you. There was actually a point where Carly related either in her journal or to a provider that she had smoked marijuana on the 16th of March, and she had something come over her body that she had never felt before. Do you remember seeing that?
I don't recall seeing that. I may
Okay.
have missed it. I did want to say, I remember my thought, is that none of the dissociative spells, because trauma and dissociative spells are so closely related, she saw Annette Bryant monthly for years, from 2015 to 2019, when she was really young. And that was closer to the proximate trauma, the abuse from her dad, the death of her sister prematurely. And so I would have expected, if she were legitimately having dissociative spells, I would have expected them to have been closer to the proximate trauma. Doesn't necessarily have to be, but typically I would have expected that. Also, dissociative spells I've never experienced one, but from the few people that I've talked to that say they have, they're not pleasant, and they're scary, and you're not in control of your body. I just find it very hard to believe that an adolescent who was experiencing these, that was so close to her mother, who was very involved in her life, would not have mentioned it. That's hard for me to believe. And then, lastly, the malingering and the secondary gain, just the convenience of, I don't remember anything from when I took the dogs out to when I woke up in the sewer. But, in block is what it's called, in block dissociative spells, where it's a big finite period, those are rare. As Dr. Clark said, the patchy dissociation is more common. And so to say that you don't remember anything from these periods, given all of this, is just really hard for me to believe.
You were here yesterday when Dr. Clark testified, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think he talked about that that it's more common, that it's patchy, and Ms. Todd kind of attempted to clear that up, and he was saying that still wouldn't change, even if she remembered certain things, that wouldn't change his diagnosis. But Carly had reported to him in his evaluation that she was having, and I don't think flashbacks is the right word, but that she was hearing gunshots in her dreams, that she was having, she told Dr. Giuliano that she was queasy thinking about the incident. Is that in line with somebody who does not remember an event happening?
If she were having patchy amnesia, I could say maybe. But if you're reporting in block amnesia from a period, I would find it very hard to believe that you have those symptoms related to an incident that you don't remember.
I want to ask this too. This may seem like a silly question. You've used the word malingering a couple times. For somebody that's not a psychiatrist or even in the medical field, is malingering just kind of faking?
In very basic terms, they're similar. It's deceptive. It's lying for a secondary gain. You have a reason. Maybe, you have a reason to lie, and you do. Or you exaggerate your symptoms for a secondary gain. That's what malingering is.
And in this case, you consider that Carly, now talking about these dissociative spells, is in fact her malingering because she has a secondary gain.
In my opinion, that's a very high probability, yes.
And Dr. Clark actually testified yesterday that there are times, quite frequently, that people that commit the crime of murder claim that they were in a dissociative state because they have huge secondary gains.
Yeah. According to some of the literature I quoted, yes, that's very common. It's one of the most common.
I want to talk a little bit more about this dissociation. We know from all the testimony of her providers and the medical records that there was no history of this noted in any of her records prior to March 19. Did Carly report to you that she had had any additional spells of disassociation after March 19?
Yes, while we were talking, I cited in my report the time. I asked her, I said, have any of these spells, and I'm paraphrasing, have any of these spells where you do not remember things or dissociative spells, have any of those happened since the incident? And she said, yes, actually I'm having one right now as we were doing the evaluation. And that was a 4.5 hour evaluation in which I did many tests that tested her intelligence and ability to complete tasks and recall and spatial awareness and language and all these things. And she said that she was having one then, and she also said, well, back Tuesday in court I had one, and Attorney Todd agreed with her and said, yes, I could see it on your face. And so when I asked Carly about these spells, she said they happened every time her mother yelled at her. But she did say that she seemed to remember those incidents, was my impression, and yet this one she said she did not remember it. That's my understanding from talking with her. And so it was very inconsistent. And there's one thing I do think is important. I think we need to distinguish between zoning out and inattention, which happens to all of us, and dissociative spells. As I was saying earlier, there's some disorders that you legitimately have where you don't have control over and you dissociate. And what you do during that period, we can talk about and discuss. But there's disorders that it happens sporadically, and then there's kind of peri-traumatic dissociative spells. And what Carly seemed to be describing to me were peri-traumatic dissociative spells. When her mother would yell at her, she would dissociate because that triggered her. That's a trauma in her eyes. The DSM-5-TR gives examples of a prisoner of war who's being tortured, and their body cannot take it anymore, and so their brain essentially hits, for lack of a better word, the ejection button. And the brain says, I cannot take this anymore. I'm under so much stress. I'm out here. And it dissociates. Or another example that the DSM-5 TR gives is human sex trafficking. Somebody who's being repeatedly raped over and over. Their bodies cannot take the trauma that they are experiencing anymore, and their brain hits the ejection button, which, to my knowledge, the brain does not do this half-heartedly. It leaves the body in a very vulnerable state, being dissociated. You are vulnerable to everything around you. If you cannot control your body, you're vulnerable to predators, attack, anything. The brain, it doesn't make sense that the brain would do this half-heartedly. Again, there are disorders where it happens sporadically and you cannot control them. Dissociative identity disorder, the dissociative fugue, the dissociative amnesia, but the peri-traumatic dissociative spells, to my understanding, you are being traumatized and therefore your brain hits the ejection button. But you do not dissociate and then go traumatize other people, is my understanding. And that's from my training, my research, things that I've read about this, preparing, and the articles, and my training and knowledge and experience and seeing patients.
Dr. Picket, I want to put you to page 31 of your report quickly when you were talking about your conversation with Carly regarding her dissociative spells. Was there a time that she actually said, like, she called it derealization?
I believe so, yes.
And what is that a medical term?
Yes, it is.
In treating any of your other patients, have they ever used the term, I was derealized?
No.
Do they call it themselves before getting a diagnosis, I disassociated?
No.
And prior to your evaluation with Carly, she actually had not received any diagnoses of dissociation. Isn't that true?
Correct.
But in fact, the defense told you that was going to be their argument for insanity, right?
Yes.
Tell me about
one haven't.
Tell me about that, because that was on the day of your evaluation before, I think 5 or 6 days before we got their expert report.
Can you clarify exactly which part so I make sure I'm following you?
Yeah, so in your interview, you asked about making sure that you kind of covered all the right things. You kind of wanted to know what is it, why is it that you're claiming Carly was insane?
Yeah, I do remember that. At one point, and it is on the audio, you can hear, I think Carly may have stepped away just to go to the bathroom, and I asked Attorney Todd, I said, hey, I want to make sure I cover the right stuff. Can you tell me, can you clarify exactly what, as far as insanity? And she said that, I think she said the medications worsened an underlying unrecognized diagnosis. And I said, okay, all right, I'm just making sure I'm following. And that was, I think Dr. Clark had done his evaluation the day before.
And do you recall what Carly said as she walked back into the room for the evaluation?
I cannot remember.
Would it refresh your memory? She said something about, like, what mental condition do I have?
I'd have to listen to the audio. I can't remember.
But to that point, she had not been diagnosed by any physician or psychiatrist with dissociation.
Not that I was able to find in reviewing the medical records, psychiatric records.
When you asked Carly to describe the events of March the 19th, how did she describe her mom's demeanor when she found out about the vape pens and the burner phones?
I think, if my memory serves me correctly, she described her as frustrated, and they didn't talk on the ride home. She was upset, and her mom searched her backpack, and they didn't talk on the ride home, and that was it.
So Carly acknowledged that mom was very upset about finding out these things. So you asked Carly to describe for you kind of what she could remember from that day, March the 19th, 2024. If you would walk us through what she told you.
I remember her telling me that she hadn't slept well the night before, went to school that morning, was irritable, cussed out a friend, went through the rest of her day. I believe she was doing okay. And then she went to, I remember her explaining that she remembered going from her room, down the hall, up the stairs, and to her mother's room. And then when she got there...
And to be clear, I'm sorry to interrupt you, she's talking about at the school still,
At the school, yes, because her mother was a teacher. And after that, it seemed like, according to what I've gathered, that her mother was upset and searched her backpack. They drove home. They did not talk, and they were upset.
And then did Carly tell you she remembers letting the dogs outside?
Yep. She told me that she remembers letting the dogs out, and then she doesn't remember anything from then until when she awoke in the sewer.
And when you asked her about the sewer, do you recall her saying, "I knew I did something wrong because I wouldn't have been running away"?
I remember her saying something along the lines of that she said that she did something wrong to the police officer because it seemed like the logical thing to do, was kind of how she described it.
And then she said something to the effect of, when he asked her if you're the girl that shot, she said, yeah. And that's what she talked about because it was the logical thing to do.
I believe so, yes.
In your audio recording, you're talking to her about that time, about after she came out of the sewer and when we know to be Tony Shack, we watched the video of that yesterday, takes her into custody. And she said something to the effect of, "I thought Heath was dead." Do you remember her saying that?
I remember watching the police, the deputy's audio, his video camera, and she asked about Heath, and then the officer, the deputy, mentioned the mother, but then yesterday in his testimony he said it wasn't the mother, it was just Heath. And that's that.
What, if anything, do you remember about Carly describing for you seeing Bennett and his mom on the scene?
Yes, I believe in my audio it talks about how she was worried. She remembers seeing Bennett and Bennett's mother and was worried that they would hate her.
And did she tell you why she thought they would hate her at that moment?
She didn't elaborate that. I had my presumptions, but I did not force her to say why.
Because based upon what she told you, she only remembered letting the dogs out and coming to in the sewer, right?
Right.
So they'd be mad at her about something to do with letting the dogs out?
I don't know.
Dr. Pickett, I want to talk to you a little more about your opinion regarding the McNaughton standard in this case, right? So we, unfortunately, people had to see these videos where Carly goes into a room, we hear 3 gunshots, and then she comes out. I want you to walk me through the reasons that you believe that she had specific intent to commit these crimes and that she knew right from wrong at the time.
Okay. Well, backing up a little bit, just knowing the context from what I was told, or from what I gathered from reviewing Discovery, was that Bennett and a friend were really concerned about her substance abuse. That's what I saw in text messages with Discovery, reading that. So they approached her mom, and Carly went there after school. They rode home but did not talk. This is per Carly. She was frustrated. Ashley was frustrated, per Carly. And then when they get home, I start in the garage video footage. I see Carly, what looks like she kind of jerks the door open, looks frustrated. Then they go inside, and they're at the kitchen. They put everything down, and they make eye contact, and Carly looks her in the eyes and kind of rolls her neck like this, which is kind of, to me, seems like a tense situation. They're not talking. And then Ashley goes straight to Carly's side of the house, presumably Carly's room. So knowing the context, seeing that, it seems like a tense situation where Ashley being as involved, and her, according to Carly, one of her greatest fears was that Carly would one day turn into her dad, who constantly used substances and had a lot of mood lability. And so Mom, Ashley, seems to go straight to Carly's room, or Carly's side of the house. I don't know that it was her room. And Carly can be seen on the Wise video footage kind of moving back and forth, touching her face, touching her hair, seems a little frustrated, anxious. And so I go through all that video, I watch it, and then after Carly walks back in the house, so at one point you see in the video, Carly takes the dogs out. Ashley comes back, she kind of looks through the window. At one point she has what looks like a little black cylinder-shaped small object in her hand. I don't know what it is. I presume, based on the context and knowing what about it, that it is maybe a vape pen. I don't know for sure. And so then Ashley goes back towards, I think, her room and then Carly's room or area, side of the house. Carly comes in the house, and at this time Ashley is on Carly's side of the house. Carly kind of comes up to the entryway. She's leaning forward. She's got both of her hands, not in fists, I don't want to say fists, but down by her side. She's leaning forward. She pauses as if she's thinking something, and then slowly turns towards her room. And then she quickly, briskly walks directly across the screen from Carly's side of the house to Ashley's side of the house. So given the context and seeing her walk so briskly, seemingly purposefully, directly to where the object is that could kill her mother or kill somebody, to me shows an intact memory, it shows an intact motor function, it shows coordination, and it suggests a specific intent. She did not walk to the kitchen and grab a banana. She did not walk in a disorganized state of mind. She did not walk to the living room and grab a remote control in a confused, dissociative spell. She walked directly to where the sole object that could kill her mother was, and she retrieved it. To me, that says that this person shows a very specific intent on what they plan to do, and that suggests that she understands the nature and the quality of what she's about to do. That's why she went specifically to where the gun was, not to the kitchen or to anywhere else. Continuing on, and it gets even more convincing to me as I watch the video, at 16, 14, 15 on that video, she peeks around the corner and she's hiding something, concealing something behind her back. To me, this shows a spatial awareness. So Ashley could have moved. Ashley could have moved to the kitchen. You've got to look around and see, because if that person has moved, your intended target has moved, you don't want to just walk straight across to your room with this object. They could intervene. They could see you. They could stop you. Instead, in a very methodical manner, she peeks around the corner with the object behind her back. To me, that shows spatial awareness, and these are high-functioning executive skills that your brain has to, different areas, the frontal lobe, the parietal lobe, the occipital lobe, all of these different areas of the brain have to do this for you to do such intricate things. This was done, in my opinion, as a forensic psychiatrist reviewing this video, to locate the intended victim, to ensure Ashley had not moved so that she could not intervene, and so that she could, and she did it in a very, just her head around the corner, hiding the object. That suggests, that's almost predatory in my opinion. That is looking, that is intentional, that's not accidental, that's not dissociative, that's not psychotic. Then, after she does that, she clears the kitchen, she sidesteps with the object still behind her back, and this object is still directly where the Wise camera cannot see it. And it's an awkward sidestep, and I wouldn't expect somebody to do that unless they were intentionally trying to conceal or avoid detection from the surveillance camera. And that to me suggests strongly that she appreciated the nature, quality, and wrongfulness of what she was doing at that time. Then she goes into her side of the house, I presume her room, and we hear the gunshots. And then we hear some screams. And as I know from reviewing the autopsy pictures, there were at least 2 shots in Ashley's head. That takes that marksmanship of landing those shots on a relatively small target that if you shoot it once, I presume with gravity and whatnot, it might move. So to stay on it and shoot it again shows a high level of brain functioning. Motor centers, the cerebellum with coordination, the occipital lobe with the visual centers. This is a high level of functioning. So then, continuing on, then Carly comes, a little time passes, Carly comes into the dining area and she gets Ashley's phone. I believe it's Ashley's phone from what I've been told. And there's a passcode on it and she unlocks it, which that to me shows that she has some degree of intact memory, hand-eye coordination, and that this was calculated and specific. You have to type in a specific code to unlock the phone. It's not a disorganized, unintentional, random numbers. It's a specific code. And then she texts Heath, her stepfather, which is a specific target. It's not a disorganized, confused, psychotic, random numbers. It's Heath's phone that she dials. And then she texts him and says, "You almost home, comma, honey, question mark." In my report, I used some very strong language just to describe this one aspect. I used the word diabolical. And I stand by that word. I do not believe Carly is a diabolical person. I do not believe she's an evil person. I believe all of us have the potential for good and evil, and in us, it's human nature. As a psychiatrist, I study human nature. Anger, lust, greed. These are things I study. And so we all have the potential to do that. But when Carly on that day went and unlocked the phone, texted a specific target, her stepfather, who she told me was more of a father figure to her than Kevin was, and said, "When are you almost home, honey?" Using that honey is an enduring term. I might use it for my family, a loved one. I wouldn't use it for a stranger. When she did that, to me, that was very specific and diabolical. And that, to me, is not consistent with a dissociative spell. That is not consistent with psychosis. That is not consistent with mania. And it's definitely not consistent with hypomania. To me, that was deceitful. And so the fact that she did it from Ashley's phone instead of her own phone, I asked myself, why would she do that? If I don't know the norms of their family, I don't know if it's normal for Carly to text Heath and say, hey, when are you going to be home? That might have, if that's not normal, that might have been a warning, or like, something wrong? Why are you texting me? Why are you texting me when I'm going to be home? So to me, the fact that she did it from Ashley's phone, posing as her mother who's in the other room dead or dying, really suggests a specific intent, that she understood the nature, the quality of what she was doing, and I would suggest even the wrongfulness by, she didn't use her own phone because she didn't want to raise alarm, in my opinion. Then, at one point in that video, right about that same time, she lets out this like hymn. Look, the camera's right there. She knows the camera's there. She sidestepped earlier with the gun behind her back, which tells me she is aware that that camera is there. When she came back into the dining room, she had something behind her back that she laid on the stool. She kept it on the stool behind her. At one point, the dog walks behind her. She kind of looks behind to make sure there's not going to fall off in front of the camera. So all of that suggests to me that she was very aware of the camera. And I think that she was trying to, for lack of better words, play cool. And just, she's interested in music. She plays the guitar. She plays the mandolin. She built a mandolin with her grandfather. She's a musical person. And I think she naturally let out this hymn as almost a play cool. I know the camera's on me. But it was not disorganized. It was not in some weird, disorganized fashion. It was not weird language. It was not a demonic voice. It was a short hymn. And I think she was trying to play cool. And I think to me, that was callous. And so I also think it was related to some nervous adrenaline. Like she's and she lets out this hymn. Continuing on, as I watched the video, at one point she goes back, after that, she goes back to her room, or her side of the house. I don't know there's room. And the dogs are in the dining room and they make some noise. And she yells out, Heath, Heath, Heath. That was a very specific name. That was not a disorganized name. It was not a random stranger. It was not in some strange voice. It was very controlled. Not like a pressured mania, disorganized, or psychotic and disorganized. To me, that shows that she knew exactly who was going to come home. It was not disorganized. It was not illogical. It was logical. And I believe after that, she recognized the dogs keep making noise. I got to get rid of them because I don't know if Heath's coming home. Heath, is that you? Because she is in the room with her dead mother. That to me suggests that she strongly understood the nature and the quality of what she was doing at that time. That's why she called out his name. That's why she let the dogs out, because they were making noise. She doesn't know, is that the dogs making that noise or is that Heath coming in? So she lets the dogs out. And this conveniently puts her right beside the camera footage that then turns off and is later found hidden behind some water bottles in the refrigerator. I presume it's hidden. There were water bottles and it was behind it in the corner. To me, that strongly suggests somebody who's trying to hide evidence and avoid detection because they appreciated the wrongfulness of what they were doing. A psychotic person who's disorganized and doesn't know who they are or what just happened or where they're at, I do not believe would put the camera, take it down and put it in the refrigerator behind water bottles. This also, when she came back out, gives her a second opportunity in front of the camera to play cool And she said to the dog, she kind of whistles and she says to the dogs, "It's okay, it's okay." And I have dogs myself, and I thought, why would I tell my dogs it's okay unless it wasn't okay? Unless even seemingly the dogs might have appreciated that it wasn't okay. I'm not a dog psychiatrist, but some things seem to transcend species. And at this point I saw the dogs were down, their ears were down, they were running around, and she lets them out, and she even comforts them and says, "It's okay, it's okay," and whistles. And to me, that was kind of self-incriminating. It's a small thing, but a guilty conscience. If you're aware of what you've done, you might try and comfort the dogs and say, "It's okay, it's okay." Then, so that's from the video footage. Then I get into the text messages. Do you want me to continue on?
Yes, please.
So with S.K. Riley, she texts and says, Carly says, "I need help," which tells me she understood the situation to some degree. Then she capitalizes it, emphasizing, "I need help," which tells me she's serious. She knows, she understands the nature and the quality of what just happened. Then she replies, "I can't tell you," which again tells me she understood the wrongfulness, because why couldn't she tell one of her best friends unless she couldn't tell her because she understood that it was wrong? And then she said, I'm not going to KMS. That stands for kill myself or anything. She even appreciated that her friend was concerned that she was going to harm herself. And she recognized that and was able to tell her friend and comfort her friend, I'm not going to kill myself. That showed me an awareness of her situation and even an appreciation of her friend's concern. Continuing on, she referenced, "I'm glad you met Raymond." So I found out through discovery and things and talking, and that Raymond, I believe, is a boyfriend of Sarah's or a friend or a lover or something. And she references this Raymond. And S.K. Riley even thanked her for that. To me, if you're in a dissociative spell where you are so out of your mind and so psychotic that you don't understand the nature, quality of what you're doing, I find it very hard to believe that you would be able to recall a relationship that your friend has with somebody and reference that to them.
Your Honor, maybe approach for just a second. Yes.
Rayleigh text messages, were there other messages that indicated to you, because the jury has heard some of those messages from Sarah Catherine Rayleigh and Bennett Germany, were there other messages or other things that you relied upon in determining that she did in fact know right from wrong on that day?
There's other text messages. There's one with Bennett and there's one with Thad, and then there's also some things from Brooks' statement that I read that were, but see, that's her statement, but these are actually Carly's words at the time. And so I think they're important because to me they speak volumes about her understanding of the nature and the quality at the time. So I know those witnesses have spoken, but the text messages do speak to her understanding of the nature and the quality of what was going on.
And included in some of those messages, I think Sarah Catherine read out something to the effect of, last message was, "I'll tell you tomorrow if I see you." Did you consider that one?
Yeah. That to me suggested that she had a more than an understanding, even an appreciation that there might be some consequences coming my way for this, and I may not see you tomorrow.
And similarly, when she told Thad, excuse my language, I've fucked up. I mean, that would indicate that she knew that she had done something wrong.
In my opinion, yes.
She was able to tell Bennett what her address was and where she was. Is that your understanding of the text messages between them as well?
Yes, which I did not believe that would be consistent with a dissociative spell or somebody who was disorganized or psychotic, or even having a dissociative amnesia, that they would be able to recall their address and state it in a text message, which again requires the language centers of the brain, the visual centers, the hand-eye coordination, and the recall memory to do that.
And then I believe that you referenced in your report some of the messages with Thad, and the jury's had the benefit of hearing him testify, but he actually offered to call 911, and at some point she tells him, no, you can't do that.
Yeah. To me, that would strongly suggest that she understood the nature and quality of what happened, and that she understood the wrongfulness, because if he were to call 911 and paramedics show up, then she would be seen with a dead body there. And
I want to talk about Brooks' statement just a little bit regarding Carly shooting and attempting to kill Heath. What particularly about Brooks' statement led you to believe that Carly knew right from wrong and had specific intent for that crime?
Yes, I will answer. I do want to clarify that the video footage and the text messages, that's all my opinion off of my observations of all this. When we get into Brooks' statements, that is my opinion based on somebody else's statement, so it has to be taken with a grain of salt there. But if what Brooks says is true, suppose reportedly, per her statement, Carly asked her, are you squeamish around dead bodies? Which certainly, if that is true, suggests that Carly understood at the time the nature and the quality of what she had done, and even that somebody else may have different feelings about it, which shows a higher level of appreciation, that I can not only know my feelings, but I can understand how you might feel. And then, do you want me to continue on as far as
Yes,
Brooks?
please.
Reportedly, if what Brooks says is true, Carly assured Brooke not to worry about the cameras, that they had already been taken care of. And so that would suggest to me that Carly appreciated, understood the wrongfulness of what she had done, and therefore was trying to avoid detection.
And then she also made some comment to Brooke about, I put 3 in my mom and I got 3 more waiting for my stepdad when he gets home.
Yeah. If that is true, that would strongly suggest that Carly, at the time of the offense, understood the nature, quality, and wrongfulness of what she had done.
I want to back up just a little bit to Dr. Clark's diagnoses of Carly. I diagnosed her as being bipolar, schizophrenic tendencies, disassociation, and eating disorder. So we've gone through, Dr. Picket, how you, other than the eating disorder, you do not agree with his diagnoses. But for argument's sake, let's say that all of his diagnoses are proper. That Carly did suffer from bipolar, some form or symptoms of a schizophrenic-like situation and possibly a disassociation. That does not mean that she is insane, correct?
Correct. As I was explaining earlier, having a threshold diagnosis is just your ticket to even consider insanity. Without a diagnosis, you cannot even consider the other prongs of the standard. You have to have that just to even be considered. That in and of itself does not equal insanity. in my opinion, from what I know, based on the state standard. I have, from experience, I have patients who have schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, and they know when we talk, hey, all right, you're going home soon, you know you don't need to do this or that, you take your meds, they know right from wrong. Just because they have the diagnosis does not mean they're insane. I do have my diagnoses.
Yes, I was about to ask you if you could tell the ladies and gentlemen kind of what you diagnosed Carly with, and then kind of your overall conclusion regarding those diagnoses and how that might have affected her on that day.
Yes. So based on record review, she was diagnosed with adjustment disorder with mixed anxiety and depressed mood and a single major depressive episode. I agree with those based on the records and what I've reviewed at the time. I think those were reasonable. I also, in addition, felt like she met criteria for generalized anxiety disorder, which includes according to the DSM-5-TR, excessive anxiety or worry occurring more days than not for at least 6 months. The individual finds it difficult to control, and they have at least 3 of the following symptoms. Restlessness, or feeling keyed up or on edge, so they're antsy, they're on edge, they feel restless. Being easily fatigued, I did not think that one applied. Difficulty concentrating or mind going blank. I feel like that could apply to her zoning out. Her irritability, it says, muscle tension and sleep disturbances. And then it says, these cannot be better attributed to a substance or another mental disorder. So for generalized anxiety disorder, she seemed on edge. That's one of the reasons she explained to me that she smoked marijuana, was if she was going to have if she couldn't sleep at night, or if she was going to have a bad day that day, she didn't want to have a nervous breakdown at school, she might smoke marijuana to help with her anxiety and nervousness. The mind going blank, that may explain her zoning out. In psychiatry, we kind of try to find diagnoses that explain most of the symptoms, and the generalized anxiety disorder is pervasive. I mean, it goes back to when she was a child talking with Annette Bryant about adjustment and anxiety and the issues she was having with her dad. So on edge, hence she used marijuana, mind going blank, the zoning out spells, irritability, and the sleep disturbances. All of those are included in generalized anxiety disorder. So I felt like, based on the DSM-5-TR, she met criteria for that, and it would explain a lot of her symptoms. Also, cluster B traits. So people are typically hesitant to diagnose a personality disorder in an adolescent because the brain is still developing, there's hormones involved, and it can be stigmatizing, and it takes time to really get to know that person. They have to have a pervasive pattern. I looked through years and years and years of records, decade of record, back to 2011, so 2011 to 2024, so yeah, over a decade. I felt like that gave me the ability to look at things over a long period of time. Again, I'm not going to diagnose her with a personality disorder, but she does show some emerging cluster B traits. In personality disorders, which are common, there's different clusters that get grouped together based on different things. She shows some what's called cluster B, which includes borderline personality, antisocial personality, narcissistic personality, and histrionic personality. I think her narcissistic personality shows, especially when she talks to her therapist about, I get tired of these students who they sleep through this good teaching, and it's in a derogatory tone. When she talked about this voice that's condescending towards other people, it did not come across to me as a legitimate auditory hallucination, but more so maybe some narcissistic traits and condescension towards others. In her journal, she talks about, well, when you read this one day, maybe I'll make the nuclear bomb. Not that I plan to, but she saw herself as this child genius that she described in her, based on her school records, which I agree with. She might be. You'd need intellectual testing to formally prove that, but her grades certainly suggest that she's very talented and gifted. But the cluster B traits, the most important one is the borderline. So borderline personality and bipolar disorder commonly get confused. Commonly. This, because both of them have the mood lability, the ups, the downs, the ups, the downs. Both of them have that, but they have a different cadence. And bipolar disorder, like I said earlier, bipolar 1, 7 days, bipolar 2, 4 days, and then depressed for 2 weeks. Importantly, in borderline personality, your mood lability can be minute to minute, hour to hour, and it's often related to the circumstances around you, and it's often seen in people who've, some of these personality disorders are often seen in people who have experienced childhood trauma. Borderline personality disorder also traits shows cutting or self-harm. Relationships are also usually very intense with your friends. I love them. I can't live without them. And in her journal, she does talk about couldn't go a day without them. Some of her friends. I'm so lucky to have them. There's also some devaluation. There's idolization and devaluation in your relationship. So one person you idolize, one person you can't stand. As a clinician, a provider, I often see this where they'll say, Dr. Picket, you're the best doctor that I've ever seen. You're the only doctor who ever listens to me. But then they'll go see another doctor, or they'll come see me and I'll say, Dr. Picket, you're the worst doctor. I hate you. I can't stand you. But this other doctor, he's the only doctor. So there's idolization. And with Carly, I believe there may have been some idolization of Ashley and devaluation of Kevin. Then borderline personality also deals with abandonment. Now, when I asked Carly about abandonment, whether that was an issue, she did not make it a big deal. But the way she describes her friendships, I would be skeptical if one of her friends were to abandon her, how she would take that. Would she start cutting more? A lot of patients will trade emotional pain for physical pain. So they'll cut. It's not an attempt to kill themselves, but it's an exchange. And so borderline traits, again, even though she has, and rage, anger, difficulty controlling your anger is another characteristic of a borderline personality. And so their relationships are often up and down, hot and cold, rocky. They can have trouble with their rage. And that was the last theme when I reviewed Dr. LPC Kirk's notes, was they had talked about anger as a secondary emotion, how to appropriately manage that. That was the day before. And so, generalized anxiety disorder, which can explain a lot of her nervousness, the restlessness, the zoning out, the sleep disturbances, and anxiety is a overwhelming theme throughout all of her, most of her psychiatric records. The borderline personality disorder is much more consistent with traits. I'm not going to label an adolescent with a disorder. And the DSM-5 says, the DSM-5 TR says, all of the traits can become present as early as 12 to 13 years old. They can be present. So even though I'm reluctant, the DSM-5 TR recognizes that you can call them out, you can address them when you see them in unusual cases, which I think this is. Then I also said some psychopathic traits. And I don't use that word lightly, especially in an adolescent. But as I was reviewing her journal, where she says it's okay to be evil, when I see the callous nature in which she left her dead mother to text her next intended victim, and then even used the word honey, that is callous. And it is very concerning to me. In her journal, she often talked about, there were violent themes. I think she may have some, with her friends, as I was reviewing Discovery, there's memes about violence. There's often this mix of fantasy, dark humor, and violence. I've seen a lot of memes. I won't go into them, but the callousness of which she did that. She has this superficial charm. She's charming. She's very likable. I liked her when I did the interview. I don't like saying any of these things, but I truly believe them. And so she's very charming. Manipulation. She took extensive notes about how to manipulate, and I have somewhere in here, and I can find it, it's 85 pages of some manipulative behaviors that I document. Okay, here we are. I can find that if we really need to. I'm happy
That's
to
right,
find it.
Dr. Pickett. I mean, based off of the evidence that you reviewed and her journals and sketchbooks,
Yeah.
And the interviews with the other children, family, and friends, you determined that she exhibited some manipulative behavior.
I did. Real quickly, and I'll move on, I thought there was a lack of remorse. I think she has shown some remorse now.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Tell you what, ladies and y'all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we've been going for a little while. I'm going to let y'all go ahead and take your afternoon restroom break. Okay? All right, record reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. You asked to approach. I'll hear any objection.
Do you want us to come?
You can object from there.
Both, I just wanted to make people aware that both SK's parents and BG's parents have texted me during this witness's exam to say that their children's names are being used. And
I didn't associate their children with this case. I've done everything I can do to prevent their names from being used. But at some point, the law does not prohibit the witnesses from using their names. That's not the law.
No, Your Honor, but it was in your court order that it wasn't to be put on the media.
I think the media is doing their best with this. That they're doing their best. I mean, the most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury. last question was, that's all right, Dr. Pickett, based off the evidence that you reviewed her journals and scratchbooks and interview with other children, family, and friends, you determined that she exhibited some manipulative behavior. Next question.
Dr. Pickett, we were discussing the diagnoses that you had rendered about Carly, and we left off, you were talking about manipulative behavior. Were there any other diagnoses that you attributed to Carly?
Yes. I didn't finish my thoughts on the psychopathic traits. There's a few other characteristics I'd like to just say real quickly.
Sure.
About the manipulative behavior, I found one example. There's others, but I thought, her journal that talked about the emotional manipulation and the happy hurting, I thought that was, concerning. She describes herself in the journal as melodramatic, and she asked herself at one point, am I just pretending just so my friends will feel obligated to comfort and care for me? About her emotional state, I thought that was manipulative. I thought about the fact that she didn't tell some of her, like LPC Kirk, about some of her marijuana use and such. I thought that was hiding and manipulative. And then when we were talking, sometimes she kind of de-emphasized certain things, and I kind of felt like I was being, pushed, not pushed towards a certain diagnosis, or I thought it was manipulative. So that's where I got that. Another psychopathic trait is like poor behavioral control. So I looked through a lot of things. I mean, obviously, the incident is a poor behavioral control, and doing the there's other things. The knife incident with the school, where she initially said it was for somebody told her to. She told me that a friend told her to bring it, but then after reviewing the discovery, it said that she had told them it was for protection, and mentioned some high school students. And then some promiscuous sexual behavior. There was a sex toy found at the scene. There was the nipple piercings. And so I'm certainly not diagnosing a 15-year-old as a psychopath. I'm just saying there are some concerning traits. And given me trying to rationalize why did this happen, that played a factor to some degree. And then lastly, I agreed with some other specified trauma and stress-related disorder, like an adjustment disorder with prolonged duration of more than 6 months without prolonged duration of the stressor, which basically adjustment disorder, which is a type of trauma-related disorder.
And considering all of those diagnoses, what was your final conclusion? We talked about it kind of in the beginning. I want to come back to it. Your final conclusion about whether or not Carly meets the standard of McNaughton insane in the state of Mississippi.
So all of those diagnoses gets me to consider McNaughton. So she's got the ticket. She meets the threshold to consider it. So I considered it, but her actions, for which I observed on the video and reading on the text messages and reading all the discovery and understanding what seems to be the context, in my opinion, her actions strongly demonstrate that she understood the nature, quality, and wrongfulness of her actions on that day, and therefore, in my opinion, the ultimate decision is for the fact finders, but my opinion, is that she does not meet Mississippi's standard for insanity.
And is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it is.
Attorney witness, Your Honor.
Cross. Thank you, Your Honor. May beg the court's indulgence for just a second to get organized, Your Honor. Yes. Good afternoon, Dr. Picket, or may it please the court?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have a few questions for you, I guess, regarding your report and everything that you've just testified.
Yes,
First of all, I know you're a forensic psychiatrist, and I know you're, I think you're qualified in emergency room technique, or as an emergency room doctor, as a psychiatrist and as a forensic psychiatrist.
Yes, sir.
My understanding is, when did you become a psychiatrist? I guess when you become a forensic, or when I say psychiatrist, a forensic psychiatrist, that's when you become board certified? Is that sort of, or do you just take the classes and then you get board certified?
So you complete your psychiatry residency first. You graduate from that. You get a degree that you're a psychiatrist, but at that time you're just a general psychiatrist. You still have to take whatever state boards to be licensed. Then you apply for a fellowship. It's a very competitive process. You get selected, and then you are a fellow. You're not on your own, but you are seeing forensic related cases under the supervision of your supervisor.
And when did you become, become an official forensic, board certified forensic psychologist or psychiatrist?
So I graduated from my fellowship in forensic psychiatry in June of 2023, and then I believe I took my boards around September. No, what was that? Yeah. That would have been September 2023 when I got my board certification. But you're doing forensic cases, that would have started in July of 2022.
Okay, so you've been doing forensic cases since July of 22, which is approximately 2 years.
Approximately, yes, sir.
Okay, and you actually became board certified in, I guess you said October?
I'm estimating September of 2023.
Okay, so it'd be about a year from now, right around about a year. Okay.
Approximately, since I was board certified, yes, sir.
Okay, and you don't have a specialty in child or adolescent psychiatry, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, and wouldn't you agree that anytime you're dealing with kids, adolescents, there's little nuances and differences in those situations, correct?
I think there's certainly subtle, little, as you said, little nuances, but as a general psychiatrist, we do have experience with pediatric and adolescents. We do at least a year in our residency of exclusively child and adolescent. So we do get trained on it in residency, and as a general psychiatrist, you commonly can see whatever age you feel comfortable with. You don't have to be board certified to see it, is what I'm trying to say.
Not saying you don't. I guess my question is, I'm sort of getting into there's an actual, I guess, board certification, which is for children and adolescents.
Yes, sir.
And so, how many more years of school would you have to go to get to that point?
That's 2 years, I believe.
Okay. And that sort of, you get all the specialties and everything, so you know the nuances and how everything works. Is that correct?
I think they could have more training in it. I agree with that.
And Dr. Clark, who you watched testify yesterday, he's board certified in children and adolescent psychiatry, correct?
According to what he said, yes, sir.
Yes. And you haven't, are you doubting what Dr. Clark said about his qualifications?
No.
Okay. So he would have more, I guess, training and stuff in as far as, I guess, in with children and adolescents, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he's also, I think, been practicing for, I think it was 25 or 30 years, correct?
I think that's what he said, yes, sir.
And so he would have a lot more experience than you do, because you're, I guess, where you're at for forensic psychiatry just started about a year ago. Would that be correct?
What part of that are you asking is correct? That my training was just a year ago, or that he has a lot more experience than me?
He has a lot more experience than you.
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And in fact, he's even taught psychiatry, correct?
That's what he said.
Okay. Now, Les, I want to go through this. It seems like, have you ever heard of the term confirmational bias?
To some degree, yeah.
Okay. And isn't it true that what confirmational bias is you get something in your head and then you go out and you start trying to prove it, as opposed to figuring out what the big picture is, you sort of narrow it down and you try to get a specific result. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I think that would be the definition of confirmation bias.
Now, do we have a little bit of confirmational bias in this situation?
Honestly, I do not believe so. I told the prosecutors that I'm going to be as objective as I can, but once I start reviewing discovery and learning about this case, depending on what those point me to, will determine my opinion. And once my opinion falls on the side, then I'm going to, advocate my opinion.
Well, there's some things that I guess where and I'm not going to go through everything as far as your report and everything, because I'm not a psychiatrist, and you know a whole lot more about psychiatry than I can ever ask you questions about. But you would agree with me, Dr. Clark testified that he had diagnoses that were very different from the ones that you had today.
Yes, sir.
And you would also agree that Dr. Clark has a lot more experience, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there's some things that I wanted to go over, because you talked about, I guess, that there wasn't really anything that led you, that could be used, that would lead you to believe that she was suffering from, I guess what Dr. Clark called wasn't delusional. What was it? What did he term it? What was her condition?
He said many things.
Yeah, wasn't it dissociative or something? What was it? What was he saying that she was suffering from?
I don't want to speak for Dr. Clark, but I believe he was saying something along the lines.
Disassociation, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, is that what he was saying, that she was in a state of disassociation?
I think he said that.
Okay. And so you don't believe that, well, one, let me back up. You said you're not really familiar with that, correct?
I said I'm not the nation's leading expert on it, but we get trained on it in residency. I've read about it in the DSM-5 TR. I've read various articles about it preparing for this. So.
Have you had people that have been under this affliction before?
Very few.
Very few. And it's not something that's common.
It's not.
And I think something that's important is you said this is a very unusual case. This is a rare case. Wouldn't you agree on that?
I think it's unusual for a 15-year-old to shoot and kill their mother, and it's unusual in that aspect. It is not unusual as far as the psychiatric diagnoses and mental health based on review of her records, in my opinion. That's actually very common.
So the situation is very unusual. You don't see this very often. And the fact pattern is really unusual in this, isn't it?
Can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean by fact pattern?
Did you ever see any violent tendencies at any time? Were you able, in your, I guess, review of everything, were you able to see any violent tendencies that she had? And I'm talking about Carly.
I'm simply trying to recall some of the journal entries. Some of them had negative themes, that I would say, and they idolized characters who were violent. And so did she have some predilection towards that, or based on her personal journal? Yes, but did I see any from her? No, I did not.
And the journal was what that you saw that she talked about movies, different things like that. That's what that led you to believe that she has violent tendencies.
In her journals, she talks about happy hurting with her emotional manipulation. She talks about she really liked the Pinocchio movie, and her favorite parts were when the bomb dropped on the church that killed Carlo and Mussolini, and she referred to that she might one day be famous for making a nuclear bomb. Not that she had in plans to do that, and it's okay to be evil, and she chooses fire because it is powerful, beautiful, and deadly. So no, I did not see her do violent acts from the offense, but I did see a theme of concerning things, and many of them had violent themes.
And that's it. That what you just read off, that was it.
I do not believe that's it. That's what I could find as a needle in a haystack of an 85-page report, but there were themes of that.
Now, you said, you brought this up, and you said life's greatest, what is it, illusion is innocence? Mm-hmm. And you made a big deal of that, right? And you said that you thought that was, I don't say inappropriate, but her putting it in her journal caused you concern.
To some degree, yes, especially given the context of where we're at now.
Do you know where that comes from? It comes from a video game. That's it. It's a video game. It's called Skyrim. Yeah. No clue, did you? You had no clue that that's where it's coming from. Did you think she made it up?
I am familiar with the game Skyrim as a gamer myself. Her screen name was Lazy Assassin. That was her online screen name too. If we're going to talk about video games and violence and Skyrim. And Skyrim is an adult game, and there are some things in there that I don't think are appropriate for a 14-year-old, but that's just my personal opinion.
And kids play that all the time, and I agree with you, there's probably things that are inappropriate. But that's the game. Did you not recognize it?
No.
Now, there's also, I think you would agree with me, that there's a lot of, in her journal, there's a lot of, I guess, quotes from songs or lyrics from songs and things like that. And that's all pretty benign, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the one thing, and this is where I get into this confrontational bias a little bit, every time there's something that points to a different position or for what Dr. Clark brings up, you say you're discounting the journal, that where she says that she's hearing voices and all this kind of stuff, and she's hearing voices before this incident. You're like, I'm going to discount that. That doesn't really count. But then you turn around and want to use stuff like this and say, yeah, I'm taking these little statements, and it's violent tendencies. So why is it that you're sort of, how you say, cherry picking the different parts of it that suit you?
I would have to disagree with that. I'm bring up a few highlights that are concerning to me. But also in my report, I mentioned that in her sketchbook, she has some sketches of little ponies. That wouldn't support that she's violent. That's included in my report. And also, some of the journal stuff is inconsistent in that she mentions, feeling numb and things like that in January in her journal. But then come February, she tells that to the nurse practitioner and they attribute it to her Zoloft. And so some of the things in her journal, are conflicting with what I'm hearing from other sources. So I don't put a whole lot into it. I'm certainly not basing my decision about her insanity on those things. But to even consider insanity, you have to have the prerequisite threshold diagnosis. And therefore, I did a deep dive into an adolescent's journal. But that was only one piece.
Now, the biggest thing that you said led you to believe that, caused you concern was that you were not seeing, I guess, any reporting from either of the two. I guess it's Kirk and the other therapist, and that caused you some concern because you were saying that normally, individuals are going to confide in that person. Would you agree?
Generally, most people would confide in their mental health professional about things that they were concerned about regarding their mental health.
Yeah, now we had some testimony from one of the therapists today, and she said that it had taken her, I guess, a year and a half before Carly had opened up about issues. And I think with these people that she started seeing in January, that would have only been about 3 months of seeing people, correct? So there wasn't a lot of history with therapists between, I guess, when she went in January 15th to when the incident happened. Would you agree on that?
I agree that there was only those two within that period, but there are older records from a therapist that were also reviewed in my report.
And she wasn't having these issues back then, or correct?
No, and that was actually closer to the traumatic event.
Now, are you sure that's the traumatic event? Because that's one of the things you go to the traumatic event. You can have other things that cause you to have a traumatic event, correct?
You can.
Yeah. So when you're saying that there's a traumatic event in her life and it's whatever happened, it's 5 years ago, we really don't even know if that's what it was, correct?
We don't, but by talking to her and asking about her history, it does seem like when she's talking that was a significant trauma. The Kevin, the neglect, the abuse, and her sister dying at a young age, and her parents divorcing. Those were big, and she hasn't mentioned anything bigger than that to me, or that I have seen in the records.
Now, she was diagnosed with, I guess it would be a major, psychological issue in January. Was that correct?
I believe LPC Kirk diagnosed her with adjustment disorder, with mixed anxiety and depressed mood, and the mental health nurse practitioner Liber agreed with that, also diagnosed her with adjustment disorder and said that she met criteria for a single episode of major depressive disorder.
Yes, and medication was prescribed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was never discontinued, correct?
No, sir.
And when we're saying discontinued, I'm not trying to, play loose and fast with my question. It is, she's continued to have medication to this day since January of January of this year until currently, as far as you know, correct?
I know she had it up until the incident. I have heard some of the things that she's been on in jail or being detained. I don't know the specifics of all that.
Now, in jail, she was diagnosed with a psychological disorder and treated with high doses of antipsychotics, correct?
I would say it's a moderate dose. I think it's 10 of Abilify, Dr. Clark said. I mean, when I'm at the state hospital, now these are adults, I do go up much higher doses, 20 milligrams even, maybe even 30 at times. So 10 milligrams, adolescent, seems moderate. One of the current is, I believe she was on Celexa in jail. So Celexa, that one's a little concerning to me because Lexapro and Celexa has Lexapro in it, essentially, in a very basic term. Citalopram is two mirror images, the R citalopram and the S citalopram. They're mirror images. It gets into biochemistry, blah, blah, blah. But it has both in it. The Lexapro is just the S-citalopram portion. So to me, if you're really concerned that the medication was causing some issues, having her on citalopram, Celexa, which is still Lexapro, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Now, the Abilify, we use that for many things. And that could explain some of the,
Well, and this is one thing, Dr. Clark had explained it yesterday. And he said that, yeah, your Celexa has the Lexapro, but it has the other, whatever the other qualities, and it affects the brain a little bit different. So some people that don't do well on Lexapro do well on Celexa. Would you agree on that?
I would recommend if somebody had reportedly a bad experience on Lexapro, then you shouldn't use the SSRI that is as close as possible to it and literally contains the same medicine. I think that would be a bad idea.
And so again, that's where you differ with Dr. Clark.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about, I think you were talking about Dr. Hardy's evaluation of Kevin Gregg.
Yes, sir.
And that's a person you have never, ever seen. You have seen 3 pages of, was it medical records I think you testified to?
Yes, sir.
And you're wanting to basically say that the doctor that has seen him is wrong on his diagnosis, that actually saw him. I know you said it was only for a few hours according to the records. 1 hour for the records that you saw.
Total for all 3 visits was 1 hour.
And so you're saying that he got it wrong, and you don't know if there's even more medical records, do you?
I've asked for the other medical records. I wanted the other medical records because I really wanted to confirm or deny whether Mr. Kevin Gregg actually legitimately has one of these mental disorders or whether it's just substance abuse.
So the way I got it and the way your testimony was, and maybe I could be wrong, but it seemed like you were saying you don't want to say, or you, first of all, we were dealing with bipolar, and evidently there's a heredity issue with bipolar.
Yes, sir.
And so you were wanting to say that Kevin Gregg really doesn't have bipolar, therefore the heredity part of the prong that would go towards Carly doesn't exist.
I would say yes, if he doesn't legitimately have bipolar disorder, then it makes it less likely that Carly has it.
And so your reasoning is that you want to make another diagnosis over a doctor that actually saw the individual and diagnosed them with bipolar.
I don't want to, but as my job entails, I have to look at the details. And people are misdiagnosed frequently. I know this because I work at the state hospital and these patients come to me and reportedly they have a diagnosis of this or that, and we kind of go through their history and we're like, no, it actually seems more consistent with this. So it is standard to question previous doctors on their records, especially when they're so sparse. especially when there's a big history of drug abuse that can make you look manic, that can make you look psychotic. I wouldn't be doing my job if I just accepted any piece of paper that says somebody has a diagnosis.
So even though there is a diagnosis, a valid diagnosis from a doctor, and you don't have anything to overturn it, you're like, I'm not accepting it. It's basically my understanding.
I disagree with the diagnosis based on extensive review of Mr. Kevin Gregg per all the records, Ashley's description of him, Carly's description of him, grandparents' description of him to the deputy as I was watching the video. Anybody that knew him knew he was addicted to many substances, and he was prescribed Adderall, Klonopin, and Ambien. If I have somebody with bipolar disorder, I'm not going to prescribe them Adderall because that can really push them into a manic episode. And when I reviewed Dr. Hardy's records, he did not justify. If I have a patient that comes to me and this is our first interview, I will say, according to the records I've reviewed, Mr. Johnny has schizophrenia because he had delusional thoughts, he had disorganized thinking, he had auditory hallucinations, and here's the records I based that off of. And Dr. Hardy did not do any of that. And actually, his substance abuse was minimized in those records. And so I just don't believe that Kevin may have been as forthcoming with Dr. Hardy, and he may not have had all the records.
Now, what is Thorazine?
It's an antipsychotic.
And that would be something that that was prescribed to Kevin Gregg by Dr. Hardy.
I don't know everything Dr. Hardy may have prescribed him. I know the ones that were very concerning.
And you didn't see that one? You didn't see that?
I don't remember.
What about, I guess it's Respira?
Risperdal?
Yeah, what's that?
That's an antipsychotic.
Okay, that was prescribed to Kevin Gregg by Dr. Hardy, which would be consistent with what's that treating?
We use antipsychotics for behavior. So if somebody comes in and they are acting erratic, violent, aggressive, yelling, screaming, throwing fits, hurting people, we often use mood stabilizers and antipsychotics. So just because somebody's on an antipsychotic does not mean they have a psychotic illness or bipolar disorder.
Now, did you never looked at the medical records from the jail, correct?
I looked at the ones that were sent to me from Region 8, and I glanced over them. I didn't necessarily put a lot of weight on them, only because I am evaluating her sanity at the time of the offense, and what she says to people now that cannot be objectively confirmed. I can't see it and do it in myself and really see that I see this without such giant secondary gain. I'm real skeptical of those things, and so I didn't put a lot of weight into them.
Because the way I understand it is, she gets diagnosed in January with with a major situation, however you want to call it. It was a one-time kind of deal.
Yes, sir.
And then you were in here when one of the witnesses disclosed that Carly and her talked about Carly hearing voices. Remember that?
I do.
Okay. And so that happened before the situation happened on the 19th. And then you had, in the journal, it talked about hearing voices. And I think that was on the 12th of March, which was right before the situation, correct?
Well, a few things I'm skeptical about is the friend. I believe they're still friends, is what was said yesterday, and that they still communicate to some degree, and sometimes ideas can be implanted after the fact and people don't know. So I'm real skeptical of that because of the large secondary gain and the things that have been consistent with malingering. The journal article for the 12th, when I see people that have schizophrenia and they are suffering with these auditory hallucinations that they do not want, they do not like, that bother them, they usually do not describe them as quite silly, and they do not describe them as ravenously screaming at each other, and thankfully physical altercation is not fruitful. That's not how they describe it.
How would a 14-year-old describe it?
I think she would go to her mother and say, "Mom, I'm hearing voices." And the mother, especially if she was as involved as Ashley, would have taken her and made sure that the mental health providers knew about it.
Well, I think all the testimony is that she didn't want her mother to know about that. Correct? Isn't that what all the testimony is?
I have heard all of the testimony. I've heard the last 2 days.
I mean, you've been for the last 2 days. I think the testimony has been, especially you heard everything that Dr. Clark said. Everything was that the mother did not want to, or Carly didn't want the mother to know about her I guess, issues. Did you? I think you even talked to her in jail about this very thing, didn't you?
I never talked to her in jail. I talked to her here in the courtroom doing my evaluation.
I'm
she
sorry,
did talk.
It's connected.
Okay, yeah. My impression was that she wanted to hide, especially some of the more negative things from her mother, the burner phone, the marijuana, talking to the boy. It's not my impression that she was trying to hide her mental health from her mom. I think her mother, from everything I could gather, was very aware of her mental health, and therefore her mother insisted on taking her to seek help.
Now, you did bring up a good point, and you brought it up a couple times, the individual, like clients, patients, however you want to characterize it, a lot of times they're not forthcoming with everything to people like psychiatrists, psychologists, individuals that are therapists, people like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you heard from one of her therapists today that she was having to drag stuff out, that she was almost about to, say, hey, we need to switch to another person because I'm not getting a lot of, I'm not pulling stuff out of you. I'm not helping a whole bunch. Do you remember that?
My impression was that Dr. Kirk thought that she was doing fairly well and was considering discharging her, or referring her elsewhere if necessary, but at that last visit pried her, kind of pushed to talk about the stuff with her mother, and that's when the rage and the anger came up.
Now, at one point, Carly, and this is stuff, again, put in her journal, and said that she had a psychological or psychotic break. Do you remember that part in the journal?
Yes, sir.
And you said you just didn't put a lot of credence into it because it was something that she wrote, and I think you said the journal was, she was using as sort of like theatrical and things of that nature. Is that sort of your take on it?
Yeah, I said there's a mixture, seems like, of what might be truth and what seems theatrical.
Now, the disassociation, which we were just talking about, you're not really, you said you know about it, but you're not an expert, and you said you have seen it in rare cases. We agreed that this was a rare case, correct? Or your words, I can't remember.
It's an unusual case in that a 14-year-old killed her mother. It's not unusual in that her mental health, as well as anxiety and depression, those are common.
And Dr. Clark had gone through and spelled out exactly how disassociation works and how it could work with her, how it was working that on the 19th, correct?
Yes, and I enjoyed the academic exercise of talking about dissociative spells, but in my opinion, what Carly did that day was not consistent with dissociative spells at all because of so much specific intent.
And just getting into the specific intent that you're talking about, if you're in the dissociative, I guess, situation, you wouldn't be knowing what you're doing with all that. You can be doing that, and I think the research shows that you can do that, correct?
I think the literature is very sparse on this. I think the literature talks, there are case reports or examples of violence being completed in a dissociative state, but again, based on my review of the video and Carly's text messages at the time, it, in my opinion, shows way too much intentional, high-level executive functioning to be in this unknown dissociative spell and yet do so many specific things.
Right, and it sort of goes back, you're talking about, I think what the literature says is that happens. It's rare. This is a rare case to begin with. And then you have more, I guess, rarity in a lot of the facts. So, I mean, it's possible that happened, correct?
It's in the realm of possibility.
Yes.
But I have to say that what's a lot more common and the literature supports is arguably the most commonly malingered thing is malingering amnesia, particularly after homicide. And that's much more common than what you might be able to possibly do in a rare dissociative state.
Right, and that's where you go back in and you start looking at sort of different things that had happened as far as you're looking in the journals, you're talking to the friends, you're seeing things like that. One thing that on the jail records that was very important was it showed that she had said that she was having hallucinations. I think more than, I think she did that in at least a couple months, and they gave her Abilify. I think you remember that.
Were they visual or auditory hallucinations?
Auditory hallucinations, I believe. Yeah, auditory hallucinations.
That she reports?
She reports to the medical staff at the jail. They give her Abilify, and then after a few months, it gets better.
That's all per Carly.
Yeah. But that would also be consistent that, because you can have a I guess a episode, a psychiatric episode, and it doesn't all start at one time. It builds, correct?
Cases vary. Some people, it shows subtly and then progresses. Other people may do a substance and then it causes a break or something like that. So it can vary.
It can vary, and you can, in this situation, there was stuff that was out there before this happened. And then we have the 19th of March, and that's when the situation happens. And then right on the back end is where you have, I guess, she's telling the person in jail, this is what's going on, and they prescribe her this medication, and then it gets better. Did you talk to her about that, about the hallucinations no longer being present?
I don't remember us getting into that too much. Sometimes I try not to interject or implant. I don't want to say, hey, are you having this? Are you having that? I want them to voluntarily tell me, because I don't want to implant ideas in people's heads. And so most of the time, if they're really experiencing these things, when I see my patients with schizophrenia at the hospital, they gladly tell me and eagerly tell me and beg for me to help them.
Well, you keep saying when you see your clients at the hospital who have schizophrenia, you didn't diagnose her with schizophrenia, correct?
No, sir. I'm just using schizophrenia as a standard psychotic illness.
Well, when you saw her, I guess it was on the 30th of August, not too long ago.
Yes, sir.
She's competent. She answered all your questions, all that kind of stuff. There wasn't any problems, correct?
Correct.
She's lucid. I mean, she was on the 30th. She was 100% fine.
Yes, sir.
The big question is how she was back on the 19th of March, correct? That's what you're here for.
Yes, sir.
And so right after that, there's records at the jail where she's saying she's having these hallucinations. They're giving her medications. And then it seems that that works because she no longer, I think there's some notes that she's no longer having them. So wouldn't that be something that you would want to look at?
It's not necessarily pertinent to how her mind frame was at the time that she killed her mother, especially when I have video footage of her at that time, and I have text messages of her conversations at that time. I know I have all the statements of everybody who knows her way better than me. I have medical records from years. Hearing exactly what she says afterwards when there's a big secondary gain.
Well, what about the victim in the case, her stepfather? Her stepfather describes her as, that's not Carly. That's what his testimony was. And he's the person that actually saw her. And I know you haven't said anything about that, and that would seem that would be something that's very, very important when he's saying she was not in her right mind. And that's when it's happening.
I tried to call him and interview him, and he didn't want to talk to me. But later he called me for about 6 minutes on the phone at the request of Attorney Todd, and we talked, but it was very limited to Carly's been forgetting things and zoning out. I wanted to talk to him and hear his side.
Did you not hear the testimony?
I didn't hear his. I was only here for yesterday and today's.
Okay. Because he said that would this have any impact is if he's saying that she did not look like she knew who he was.
Well, she called his name 3 times when she knew he was coming home, and she texted him and said, hey, when are you coming home? So I find it hard to believe that she didn't know who he was. Now, him being in a shocked state, looking in her eyes, if she's in a shocked state too, because she's about to shoot him or attempting, I don't know how much he could decipher accurately at that time.
So his opinion on her state and how she looked and things like that really doesn't play with you very well.
I would take it into consideration. I do not think it would change my opinion.
And I mean, I just so the jury knows, there's nothing that I can say up here when I'm asking you questions that's going to change your opinion, correct?
If you were to give me some objective evidence of things, I would certainly take that into consideration.
You wouldn't just go like what we did with he's Smiley and just say, no, I don't think that he can make a good determination.
No, I've based my opinion off of the mountain of evidence that I have reviewed, my clinical evaluation of 4.5 hours with Miss Carly, reviewing all the medical records. I have based my opinion on that, and if there was new information that was relevant, I would certainly consider it.
May I beg the court's indulgence?
Yes.
I know you're a psychiatrist, forensic psychiatrist. Do you treat many kids at all?
Not as a general psychiatrist, not as a forensic psychiatrist. As an emergency physician, I frequently treat kids.
And just dealing with, I guess, your role as a forensic psychiatrist in this situation, how many evaluations on adolescents and kids have you done?
As a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
Probably my first.
Okay. How many times have you been qualified as an expert to come in and give opinions?
I did have to testify in another case on a patient who was bipolar, and the ex-wife was trying to say just because he has bipolar he couldn't see his kids, and I said he's doing great, he's taking his med, he could see his kid. I was an expert in that. It wasn't, I mean, it was mental health in the legal system, so I think that would qualify, but that's my only other time.
Okay, so this is your first time in a criminal case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is your first time doing an evaluation on a 14-year-old?
I'd like to clarify my last answer. This is my first time testifying in a criminal case. I have done competency evaluations and sanity evaluations for patients regarding criminal cases. I just haven't testified in those cases.
Gotcha. Have you done many evaluations of children and adolescents?
No, sir.
May I beg the court's indulgence for a moment again? Okay. And this is one thing. There were two other evaluations that were done, and that's Dr. Clark and I think Giuliano.
Yeah.
Okay. Neither one of them came to the conclusion that there was malingering, correct?
Not that I recall.
Okay. We would tender, Your Honor.
Dr. Picket, you've done more than, or close to over 100 evaluations regarding competency and insanity, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Camp asked you about if Dr. Clark had more experience than you. I guess that means he's been practicing longer?
I guess.
I submit to you, there's attorneys that are quite older than I am and have practiced a lot longer than I have that have been disbarred. Does more experience always mean that you're a better doctor?
Not necessarily.
Does more experience mean that you always get the diagnoses right?
No, and I would like to just clarify quickly, even if she has all of these diagnoses, what matters is that just lets you start to consider insanity. Even if she has all of them, and I'm completely wrong about all my diagnoses, and she has all the diagnoses that Dr. Clark says. In my opinion, based on reviewing the video footage, the text messages, the extensive discovery review, her actions at the time strongly suggest that she understood the nature, the quality, and the wrongfulness of what she was doing. And
just one more follow-up, Dr. Pickett, to that. Mr. Camp mentioned that when you evaluated the defendant, I think he said that she was competent and 100% fine. But she actually was claiming to you that at that very moment she was in one of these disassociated spells, right?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
State have any further witnesses?
The state rests.
All right. This witness may be released by the state, correct?
Yes, sir.
By the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can stand down. And the state finally rests, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's 5:05. I'd ask y'all to be back in the jury room 8:45 tomorrow, ready to go, okay? Everyone remain seated while the jury exits. or reflector outside the presence of the jury. Does the defendant wish to re-urge its motion for its motion for directed verdict?
Yes, we would, Your Honor.
Any further grounds? State, have any further arguments?
None other than we've already made, Your Honor.
All right, the court will again deny the motion for directed verdict. Y'all need a few minutes to gather your stuff for jury instructions.
Briefly, restroom break, and then if we can have about 5 minutes or so.
10-minute recess. We'll do jury instructions. Be back 5. I'll tell you what, be back 5:20. Copy of the court's instructions. Does the state have a copy of the court's instructions?
The state does, Your Honor.
Defense?
We do, Your Honor.
All right. Does the defense have a copy of the state's instructions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the state have a copy of the defense instructions?
Yes.
All right. C1, C2, C3, C4 will be given. Objections for the record by the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
By the defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to withdraw C5. Just for the attorney's knowledge, this was an old set of pattern instructions. That one hasn't been given in this district. Long time. All right, C6 will be given. Objections for the record by the state.
No objection.
Objections for the record by the defense.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
C6, defendant's right not to testify.
Yeah.
No objection.
All right. Let's move to S1. Any objection by the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
S1 given without objection. S2, any objection by the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
S2 will be given. S3, any objection by the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
S3 will be given. S4, any objection by the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
S5, any objection by the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
S5 will be given. S6.
No objection, Your Honor.
S6 will be given. S7.
Your Honor, I don't think this one, I don't think this was an issue in this case. It wasn't about being safe.
Response.
Sir, I believe that there was quite a lengthy bit of testimony regarding the fact that the defendant had used drugs at or near the time of the crime, and we do believe that it certainly goes to assisting the jury in understanding that if they believe that she was impaired by her own doings, intoxicated by smoking weed, that is not a defense to a specific intent crime such as murder or attempted murder.
All right, can you reply?
Yes, Your Honor. The testimony in this case was very, how do I say it? It was very straightforward. She wasn't intoxicated at the time that it happened. This is not an issue in this case by any witness.
The objection will be overruled. It will be given over objection. All right. Now, D1 is a peremptory instruction. The court's going to refuse that without argument, so to preserve the appeal.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Yes.
We've already heard the motion for directed verdict. I'm marking that refused. All right. D2 will be given. Objections by the state for the record.
All right, none other than they've already been instructed of that.
Be given over objection. All right. D3, objections by the state.
I think it's probably covered in the court's instructions.
Be given over the state's objection. All right. D4,
State objects. They're attempting to find reasonable doubt.
response.
And Your Honor, I think we've had this given multiple times in just about every case. This is not an attempt to define reasonable doubt.
Any reply?
All right, very clearly is attempting to define reasonable doubt when it says there's always a reasonable doubt, and then it goes on to give examples and then talks further about that.
D4 will be refused based on Simmons versus State, August 6, 2024 Court of Appeals case deals with this exact instruction, citing Fulgen versus State, 46 Southern 3rd, 315, as an attempt to define reasonable doubt. All right, D5, objections by the state.
Same argument, Your Honor. I think that the first part of that is a correct statement of the law and was already included in our instruction, and the rest of that is an attempt to define reasonable doubt.
Response.
This is a McNaughton, or is this a McNaughton one for us?
This is your McNaughton instruction.
Yeah, this is from the. That's what I thought. This comes from the. I guess the. What do you call it? The Mississippi rules.
The pattern
Yeah,
instructions.
pattern.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the pattern instructions have been
Modified?
have been denied. So, court's going to rely on Jackson versus State. It's 2024 unpublished opinion. Westlaw 228-2840, particular paragraph 60 to 61, and Hearn versus State, cited 3 Southern 3rd 722, page 739, paragraph 51. In particular, what the court's looking at is there is already a complete statement of the law as to McNaughton in the jury instructions. And for that reason, in the cases cited, we have there is a complete McNaughton instruction that makes it very clear it is the state's burden to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. All right. That'll be the basis of the court's ruling. D6, objection by the state.
State objects again, attempt to find reasonable doubt.
Your Honor, I think we've had this one given. I don't know if there's another 24 case that overturns it.
No. So this particular instruction, the court's going to deny this instruction. This particular instruction is routinely given in federal court. However, in state court, Vaden, Jones, Barnes, Boutwell, Simmons versus State, as recently as a few weeks ago, have upheld that this is an attempt to define reasonable doubt under our state law. I'm aware that they're, for appellate review, understand that this is given by federal courts. However, this court would urge the state of Mississippi to maintain its almost century-old practice of not defining reasonable doubt. And I'm going to be frank, I'm not being ugly to anybody on the appellate courts. I have put as many juries in the box as anybody else. Juries don't need a definition of reasonable doubt. They know what it is. For that reason, and the cases that are cited, that will be refused under that long line of cases. All right. I'm not putting the cart before the horse. However, I want to at least look at the sentencing instructions tonight if they become necessary. The only reason I want to do that tonight, this will be the first case tried since the legislature took a whack at the Miller problem. So, we're on new ground here. Now, with that being said, is there an objection to state sentencing 1?
And Your Honor, I saw the state's, ours is different, and I think it's this Miller issue.
Miller and Thompson, right.
Yeah, so my question is, we did one that is a little different because we weren't sure which one is correct.
So let's take it one by one. I'm not sure anybody knows what's correct yet, Mr. Camp. We're in brave new water, okay? So that is no fault of yours. The Supreme Court of the United States handed down Miller versus Alabama. All Miller versus Alabama says is that a juvenile cannot be automatically sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. Automatically sentenced. The Mississippi Supreme Court then said it is a jury question post-Miller. I agree that is absolutely the law. What complicates this case, this is a murder case, not a capital murder case. However, in the state of Mississippi, life imprisonment under current law means life imprisonment. There is no parole. Now, give the legislature a moment, that'll change. Okay, I mean, just give them a year, and that'll change. But nonetheless, that's where we are. So I believe we have to have the Miller factors heard by the jury. So is there any objection to these Miller factors in state sentencing 1?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Is there any objection to the sentencing schematic that the state lays out? So in other words, just to count 1, if they can affix 3 possible sentences. They can say, we sentence her to life imprisonment. They can say, we sentence her to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole. Now, all the cases in the past have been notwithstanding Section 99-19-101. However, this is technically Section 47-7-3. I can't remember code sections very well. But basically, the way the law in the state of Mississippi works is we have this huge section that gives all the reasons to parole folks. One thing in there says, shall not be eligible for parole. Capital murder or murder. Those are the 2 that are not eligible for parole. So, any objection to that, to this instruction, if we get there, Mr. King?
And Your Honor, I think we're talking about...
SS1 and SS2 are identical.
Yeah, no objection.
All right. Now let's go to DS1 and DS2. Do you wish to withdraw those?
We would withdraw those, Your Honor. We did them because we weren't... It's the opposite of if we didn't need the language, we had one.
You technically followed the statute verbatim, Mr. Camp. Okay, you were correct in following the statute. However, I think the state is correct, and there's no need for us to hide the ball from the jury, even though I'm saying this on the record, and I'm sure they'll take a whack at me, and I deserve it. We'll get the question, how long before she's eligible for parole? And the short answer to that is as quick as possible. I can't tell the jury that, though.
Right.
I can't tell the jury what the parole board will do. And the appellate courts have chastised me already for any comment I've made on the parole board, so we'll shut my mouth there. But the bottom line is, nobody can tell us when she would be eligible for parole. The best guess right now, I think, is 10 years. I mean, that's kind of the dartboard guess, right? I don't know. I mean, that's the closest I've come to. So, DS1 and DS2 marked withdrawn, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Let me put these instructions in order. While I'm doing that, I'm going to begin all that were withdrawn or refused. I'm going to hand to Ms. Eaton, have you mark those as courts next for ID. You need your think about this. Would the defendant believe they need to flow? And take a moment to think about that.
Your Honor, and we'd like to split that 20 minutes apiece.
Okay, what kind of warning would you like? Well, before we do that, is 40 minutes sufficient for the state? Please say yes. We don't need a feature film.
Yes, sir.
I understand that y'all have heard my speech about this too many times. Can the state do it in 40 minutes?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's a total of 80 minutes of argument. All right, defense, how do you want to split your time evenly?
Throw something at me.
5 minutes?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, 5 minute warning.
I would like more like a 2-minute warning.
Okay.
Sorry.
Y'all are splitting it evenly?
We are.
All right, y'all get a 2-minute warning. Okay. If you want 2-minute warning instead
We can do a 2-minute warning.
All right, everybody gets a 2-minute warning. All right. Give me just a moment. Let me get these instructions in order. Court will read out the instructions as follows. S1 will be jury instruction number 1. Excuse me, C1 will be in jury instruction number 1. C2 will be jury instruction number 2. C3 will be jury instruction number 3. C6 will be jury instruction number 4. S4 will be jury instruction number 5. D2 will be jury instruction number 6. D3 will be jury instruction number 7. S1 will be jury instruction number 8. S5 will be jury instruction number 9. S3 will be jury instruction number 10. S6 will be jury instruction number 11. S2 will be jury instruction number 13. And C4 will be jury instruction number 14. Always, the instructions will be on the bench before me. If either side needs to use them, they are free to use them. However, if you take the instructions, you should return them back up here in the same order that I put them in. Any questions tomorrow by the state?
No, sir.
By the defense?
No, sir.
All right.
Did you say we could get a copy of them? I know you said they were going to be out there.
Shoot me a copy. Okay. Would the state like a copy too?
Yes, sir.
All right. Shoot 2 copies.
I don't have to organize that.
Rex, I think we're going to do pins for lunch tomorrow. Okay. If you would, let's get that finished. Maybe Michelle's going to put together the order. So if you would, please get with her in the morning. Make sure she does that. This belongs to you. You know I'll stay. Go back. All right, y'all can step up to Miss Burrows over here for the very last time. Burrows. That's right. Miss Burrows is getting married on the courthouse steps tomorrow. Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure that's how she draped the things. No, she got the nice judge. What are you thinking? I mean, no, I wouldn't pick me either. I'd pick Judge Ratcliffe too. Nice. All right. Anything further from the state?
Before we leave tonight, can we get Mr. Levison to set up the TV for closing tomorrow, or would you just prefer him to do that tomorrow?
You can do it anytime you want. You're on Rex's time though, so when Rex kicks you out, you got to go. All right. Anything further?
No, sir.
Anything from defense? All right. Best of luck to both sides tomorrow. Mr. Shipley will give you your time. Be ready to start as soon as we roll in. Okay.